This is a take on Reborn Brothers, but more of a dark take on it. So I hope you like it. When working on this one, I came up with another idea, so you may see another spin like this one soon. The man sitting across from me had my brother's face. He had my brother's voice, wore my brother's clothes, and was about to marry the woman who had betrayed me in our previous life. There was only one problem. My brother was dead. I knew because I had watched him die in the same explosion that killed me. So who had come back inside his body? Main story: my brother chose Sophia, exactly as I knew he would. Then he called me by the wrong name. "Congratulations, Evan," Caleb said, raising his glass. "Claire is all yours." The crystal flute paused halfway to my lips. Around us, the private dining room glittered beneath 3 enormous chandeliers. Servants in white gloves moved silently between members of the Hayes and Sterling families, pouring wine that cost more per bottle than most people earned in a month. No one reacted to Caleb's mistake. My stepmother, Alina, was too busy smiling at the marriage agreement in front of her. Mr. Sterling was discussing ceremony dates with his attorney. Sophia stared into her untouched glass, while Claire sat at the far end of the table with the calm expression of a woman attending a business meeting instead of her own engagement dinner. But I noticed. Caleb had tormented me since we were children. He had carved the name Ethan into my bedroom door with a hunting knife when he was 12. He used to drag out each syllable whenever he wanted something from me. Ethan. There was no chance he had forgotten my name. I placed my glass on the table. "Evan?" I asked. For one brief moment, the man wearing my brother's face looked confused. Then he laughed. "Did I say Evan? I meant Ethan. Too much excitement, I suppose." His explanation seemed harmless, but something cold tightened inside my chest. In my first life, Caleb had been loud, impatient, and incapable of concealing his emotions. When he wanted something, he reached for it without considering the consequences. If someone stood in his way, he threatened them, humiliated them, or begged our stepmother to remove them. The man sitting across from me was different. His smile was controlled. His shoulders were relaxed. His eyes moved constantly, measuring every person in the room. This Caleb did not merely want Sophia. He had selected her. There was a difference. Alina lifted her glass. "Then it is settled. Caleb will marry Sophia and Ethan will marry Claire." Her tone made it sound as though livestock had been assigned to 2 farms. Mr. Sterling's expression hardened, but before he could object, Claire spoke. "I don't recall agreeing to anything." She had a quiet voice, yet it silenced the table. Claire Sterling was the legitimate daughter of Arthur Sterling, chairman of Sterling International. Her mother had died when Claire was 7. Sophia was Mr. Sterling's younger daughter from a relationship he never publicly acknowledged. In my previous life, Caleb had chosen Claire. He believed marrying the legitimate heiress would guarantee him control of the Sterling fortune. I had married Sophia, who was treated as the family's shame. Caleb had been wrong. Mr. Sterling cared deeply for Sophia, perhaps because shame over his own choices had transformed into fierce protectiveness. He welcomed me into the company, gave me opportunities, and eventually named me as his successor. Caleb received nothing but a fancy title and an office from which he accomplished very little. Then Sophia gave birth to 3 children. Overnight, Mr. Sterling's affection for our household grew stronger. Caleb became convinced that I had stolen the life that belonged to him. He blamed me for his failures, his unhappy marriage, and every door that closed in his face. 7 years later, he opened the gas line in my home. My last memory of that life was fire consuming the hallway while I tried to reach my children. When I opened my eyes again, I had returned to the morning of this engagement dinner. I expected Caleb to choose Sophia. He believed she was the key to the company and the children he desperately wanted. I had prepared for his greed. I had not prepared for a stranger hiding behind his eyes. "Claire," Mr. Sterling said carefully, "we discussed the importance of this partnership." "You discussed it," I listened. She looked at me for the first time. Her gaze was cool, direct, and unsettlingly intelligent. In my former life, I had only known Claire from a distance. She was polite when our paths crossed, but Caleb made certain she rarely spoke to me alone. Eventually, she withdrew from society, spending most of her time at a country estate that belonged to her late mother. I later learned that her marriage to Caleb had never been happy. Tonight she looked different from the woman I remembered. There was defiance in the angle of her chin and suspicion in her eyes. Perhaps she had always possessed those qualities. Perhaps I had simply been too consumed by my own problems to notice. "If Mr. Hayes wishes to propose," Claire said, "he can ask me himself." Everyone turned toward me. Eleanor's smile became rigid. "This is a formality," she said. "The arrangements were made years ago." "Then the arrangements shouldn't require Ethan's participation," Claire replied. Caleb chuckled softly. "Go ahead, little brother, ask her." He leaned back, appearing entertained. That was wrong, too. The old Caleb would have mocked me openly. He would have implied that Claire could never want an illegitimate son with no inheritance of his own. He would have enjoyed watching me suffer. This man wanted to see what I would do. I stood. Claire watched me approach. In my previous life, I had entered my marriage thinking obedience could buy peace. I had accepted Sophia because my father asked me to. I had signed away my rights to Hayes Enterprises because Eleanor demanded it. I had spent years cleaning up disasters created by people who despised me. It had earned me a grave. I stopped beside Claire's chair. "I won't ask you to marry me because our families arranged it," I said. "I also won't pretend we love each other. We barely know one another." Eleanor inhaled sharply. Mr. Sterling's attorney lowered his eyes, suddenly fascinated by the documents in front of him. I continued, "But I can promise that I will never treat you as a possession or a path to your father's company. If you agree to this marriage, we will decide together what it means. If you refuse, I will accept your decision and take responsibility for ending the agreement." For a long moment, Claire said nothing. Then she extended her hand. "Ask me." I took it. "Claire Sterling, will you marry me?" Her fingers tightened around mine. "Yes." Applause broke out around the table. Mr. Sterling appeared relieved. Eleanor looked as though she had swallowed something unpleasant. Sophia gave Claire a brittle smile. Caleb remained perfectly still. He was staring at my hand around Claire's. There was no jealousy on his face. There was recognition. Then his gaze dropped to the pendant around Claire's neck. It was a small silver charm shaped like half a star. The color drained from his face. Claire noticed. So did I. Caleb quickly looked away. "Wonderful," he said. "We all got what we wanted." He placed his hand on Sophia's shoulder. She flinched. The movement was tiny, but unmistakable. Caleb's fingers paused. He looked at her. For a moment, something passed between them. Sophia's green eyes widened, while Caleb's smile became almost imperceptibly colder. I had seen that expression before. Not on Caleb. On someone else. The memory remained just beyond my reach. Eleanor pushed a document toward me. "Since the marriage arrangements are complete, there is one final family matter." I didn't need to look at the paper. I remembered it from my previous life. It was an agreement renouncing my claim to all Hayes family assets. Alina had always considered me an intruder. My father had been married to her when he met my mother. He lied to my mother, assuring her he was single. When she learned the truth after my birth, the guilt destroyed her. My father brought me to the Hayes estate and told the world that Alina had given birth to both sons. Behind closed doors, she never allowed me to forget who I was. Caleb was her real child. I was evidence of her humiliation. This protects the family's interests, Alina said. Since you will be marrying Claire, you will have more than enough. Caleb should receive the Hayes estate without unnecessary complications. Claire's expression darkened. You're asking Ethan to surrender his inheritance at his engagement dinner. This is a Hayes family matter. He is about to become my husband. That makes it my concern. Alina's nostrils flared. Before their argument could escalate, I picked up the pen. I'll sign. Claire looked at me sharply. I signed my name at the bottom of the document. Alina snatched it away, as though she feared I might reconsider. You made the right decision. I know. Hayes Enterprises was not the treasure Caleb and Alina imagined. In 3 years, federal investigators would uncover a network of illegal accounts hidden beneath the company's legitimate operations. My father had allowed dangerous people to use his businesses to move money, telling himself he was protecting the family. After his death, Alina continued signing whatever documents her advisors put in front of her. In my first life, I spent millions protecting her and Caleb from the consequences. I called in favors, sold investments, and destroyed my reputation with several powerful people to keep them out of prison. They never knew. This time, the agreement Alina clutched so proudly was not a punishment. It was my escape route. I returned to my seat beside Claire. Under the table, she placed her hand over mine. You shouldn't have signed that, she whispered. Yes, I should. You don't know what they may be hiding. I turned to her. She was watching Alina. What makes you think they're hiding something? Families like ours are always hiding something. Across the table, Caleb lifted his glass again. This time, his gaze was fixed on me. I smiled back. If he was truly Caleb, he would interpret that smile as surrender. If he was someone else, perhaps he would recognize it as a warning. Either way, I intended to discover the truth. The dinner ended shortly before midnight. Alina left with Caleb to discuss the wedding arrangements. Sophia accompanied them, although she looked like a prisoner being escorted from a courtroom. Mr. Sterling departed with his attorney. Claire and I remained behind. She stood near the window overlooking the city, one hand resting against the glass. Hundreds of lights glimmered beneath us. You signed too quickly, she said. So you mentioned. I don't believe you're careless. That sounds like a compliment. It is. I walked over to her. She turned away from the window. Up close, I noticed that her pendant was not merely decorative. Fine lettering had been engraved on the silver surface, although I couldn't make out the words. Why did Caleb stare at your necklace? I asked. Her expression changed. You noticed that. He looked as though he recognized it. He shouldn't. Why? Claire touched the pendant. It belonged to a boy I knew when I was young. I waited. She seemed to debate how much she wanted to share. When I was 9, I fell into a lake during a storm. The current pulled me away from the dock. A boy jumped in and saved me. And he gave you that pendant. It broke while he was pulling me from the water. I kept this half. He kept the other. A memory stirred. Rain striking the surface of a lake. A child crying for help. A silver chain caught around my fingers. My heart began to pound. Claire noticed my reaction. What is it? I've heard this story before. From whom? I couldn't answer immediately. My memories of childhood had always been fragmented. After my mother died, there were years I tried not to remember. My father moved me between the Hayes estate, boarding schools, and the homes of distant relatives whenever Alina grew tired of seeing me. One summer, he sent me to a house beside Lake Briar. I remembered rain. I remembered swimming through dark water. I remembered giving someone half of a broken charm because she was frightened and needed proof that she had not imagined her rescuer. I reached beneath my shirt. The chain around my neck was old and tarnished. I had worn it for so many years that I rarely thought about it. Claire stopped breathing when I revealed the other half of the silver star. The pieces matched. A single sentence was engraved across them. When the sky is darkest, follow the light home. Claire stared at me. It was you. I think so. You think so. I was moved around often after my mother died. Some memories are clearer than others. Her fingers touched the edge of my pendant. You told me your name was Evan. The room seemed to tilt. What did you say? You said your name was Evan. Caleb's voice returned to me. Congratulations, Evan. A cold pressure spread through my chest. I had not used that name in more than 20 years. My mother used to call me Evan because it was the name she originally chose. My father changed it to Ethan when he brought me into the Hayes household. He claimed Ethan and Caleb sounded better together. Only a handful of people had ever known. One of them was dead. The others had no connection to Caleb. Except one. A thin man in a gray suit standing beside a hospital bed. A hand closing around half of a silver pendant. A voice saying, "I'll make sure she receives it." The memory struck so quickly that I gripped the back of a chair. Claire reached for me. Ethan, I need to ask you something. After the lake, did anyone speak to you about the boy who rescued you? A member of my father's staff came to the hospital. He said the boy's family had collected him. Do you remember the employee? He was young. He had just started working for my father. His name? Claire searched her memory. Mark Vale. Now I knew where I had seen Caleb's expression. Mark had worn that same controlled smile for years. He had been Mr. Sterling's personal assistant in my first life. He had also been Sophia's closest confidant. According to the evidence I uncovered shortly before my death, Mark and Sophia had planned to manipulate the Sterling succession. They intended to use Sophia's children to secure Mr. Sterling's fortune and remove anyone who stood in their way. But Mark had died in the explosion too. He had been inside my house that night. I remembered finding his car near the servants' entrance shortly before the gas ignited. At the time, I assumed he had arrived to meet Sophia. What if he had not come merely to see her? What if Caleb and Mark had been working together? Or fighting each other? My brother and I had both returned to the past. At least I had believed we had. But if Mark had also died inside the house, there was another possibility. Caleb had never returned. The man sitting across from me at dinner, the man who called me Evan and recognized Claire's pendant, might be Mark Vale. I turned toward the door. I need to find him. Claire caught my arm. Who? My brother. What are you going to do? I don't know yet. That isn't reassuring. I looked at her hand around my sleeve. In my previous life, I made the mistake of trying to handle everything alone. It had not saved anyone. There's something I need to tell you, I said. It may sound impossible. Claire studied my face. After tonight, impossible has a great deal of competition. I have lived through the next 8 years. Her hand slowly dropped. I was married to Sophia. Caleb married you. Eventually, he became convinced I had stolen the Sterling Company from him. Claire did not interrupt. He caused an explosion at my home. We died. I woke up this morning with every memory of that life. You expect me to believe that? No, but I think the man who chose Sophia tonight may have memories of that life too. You said your brother killed you. I thought he was my brother. And now I think Mark Vale may be wearing Caleb's face. Claire went completely still. I expected her to laugh, walk away, or call security. Instead, she asked one question. What happened to me in the other life? I don't know everything. You lived away from Caleb for several years. You spent most of your time at your mother's estate. Was I unhappy? Yes. She looked back toward the city. That part isn't difficult to believe. I'm sorry. You didn't cause it. No, but I knew he treated you badly. I was occupied with my own family and the company. I should have done more. Claire's eyes returned to mine. You loved Sophia. I believed I did. And the children. The old pain surged through me. With my entire heart. She saw the answer in my face and did not press further. If the man at dinner is Mark, she said, what does he want? The same thing he wanted before, Sterling International. Why choose Sophia? Because he believes she gives him access to your father's sympathy. He also knows she can be controlled using her resentment toward you. Claire walked back to the table and picked up her handbag. Then we shouldn't confront him. I wasn't planning to. You were walking toward the door. I was planning to follow him. That is only marginally smarter. She removed her phone. What are you doing? Calling my driver. You're going home. We're following him. Claire. She met my gaze. You just told me that I married a man who made me miserable, that he murdered you, and that someone else may now be occupying his body. You cannot reasonably expect me to go home and sleep. You could be in danger. Then leaving me ignorant would make me more vulnerable, not less. She had a point. I was beginning to realize Claire usually did. Her driver brought the car to the private exit 5 minutes later. By then, Caleb's vehicle had already left the underground garage. Fortunately, I remembered that the Hayes family installed tracking systems in all company cars after a kidnapping threat several years earlier. I called the security service and claimed Elena had misplaced her phone in Caleb's car. The operator gave me the vehicle's location. Caleb was not heading toward the Hayes estate. He was traveling south, toward the old industrial district. Claire entered the address into her phone. There's a Sterling storage facility nearby. What does it hold? Archived financial records, obsolete equipment, marketing materials. My father intended to shut it down years ago. Who manages it? She searched the corporate directory. Her face changed. Mark Vale. The warehouse appeared abandoned. Its windows were dark, and rust covered the fence surrounding the property. Caleb's car was parked behind the building, hidden from the main road. Claire's driver stopped 2 streets away. I'll go from here, I said. We'll go from here, Claire corrected. I considered arguing, then noticed the pepper spray in her hand and the determination on her face. Stay behind me. I'll stay where I'm useful. That wasn't what I said. I heard you. We approached the warehouse through an adjoining lot. A side door stood open. Light spilled across the pavement. Voices drifted from inside. Claire and I moved closer, keeping to the shadows beneath a metal staircase. Sophia stood near a row of filing cabinets. Caleb faced her. She had removed her engagement ring. "You aren't him," she said. Her voice trembled. Caleb tilted his head. "You seemed convinced at dinner." "I was frightened. You look like him, but you don't move like him. You don't speak like him." "I'm improved." "Where is Caleb?" He smiled. "That depends on what you believe happens to a man after he dies." Sophia stepped backward. "You're insane." "No, for the first time I see everything clearly." He touched his face, running his fingers along Caleb's jaw. "This body is stronger than mine, younger too. The family name opens doors. It would be difficult not to appreciate the advantages." Sophia stared at him with naked horror. "Mark." The smile disappeared. "Keep your voice down." Claire's fingers closed around my wrist. Despite expecting it, hearing the confirmation sent ice through my veins. Mark Vale had returned inside Caleb's body. Sophia looked ready to run. Mark blocked her path. "You should be pleased. I know what happens next. I know how to secure your father's company, protect your future, and make certain Claire can never look down on you again." "You died." "So did Caleb." "How?" His expression darkened. "The fool opened a gas line without realizing I was in the house." My hands curled into fists. "You were there to see me," Sophia whispered. "I was there to take documents Ethan had collected." "What documents?" "Evidence against us." Sophia's face went pale. "He knew." "He knew enough." In the first life, I had discovered proof of their conspiracy only days before my death. I had hidden copies in an encrypted drive, intending to confront Sophia after I confirmed the full truth. Mark must have learned about my investigation. Caleb arrived separately with his plan to destroy us all. 3 men entered that house for 3 different reasons. None of us left alive. Sophia pressed both hands against her temples. "This can't be happening." "It is happening, and we have been given a second opportunity." "What about Caleb?" "He is gone." "You don't know that." "I woke in his body. Where else would he be?" Sophia's eyes flickered toward the door. Mark noticed. He seized her wrist. "You will marry me. You will follow the plan. This time there will be no mistakes." "You are Caleb." "His mother doesn't know that. Neither does your father. As far as the world is concerned, I am Caleb Hayes." "And Ethan?" Mark's grip tightened. "He knows." Sophia stopped struggling. "How?" "He watched me throughout dinner. Ethan was always more observant than Caleb." "What are you going to do?" "I haven't decided." "You can't hurt him." A humorless laugh escaped him. "You were willing to remove him once the company became yours." "That was different." "How?" Sophia could not answer. Mark released her. "We have time. Ethan doesn't know enough to prove anything. He might tell Claire." Mark's gaze turned toward the dark windows. "I'm counting on it." I felt Claire tense beside me. Sophia rubbed her wrist. "What does that mean?" "There are details about the future Ethan never discovered. Details Claire will find difficult to forgive." He walked to a metal cabinet and entered a code. The drawer clicked open. Mark removed a small black box. Even from our hiding place, I recognized the faded gold symbol on its lid. It belonged to my mother. I had seen it on her dressing table in the only photograph I retained from my childhood. "Once Claire learns the truth about Ethan," Mark continued, "she will destroy him for us." He slipped the box into his coat. Sophia looked uncertain. "What truth?" Mark's smile returned. "The reason Ethan's mother really died." A faint sound came from behind us. Metal scraped against concrete. Claire and I turned. A security guard stood at the bottom of the stairs, with a flashlight in one hand and a radio in the other. "Who are you?" he demanded. Mark stopped speaking. The guard lifted his radio. "I found 2 intruders near the east entrance." Claire stepped forward before I could stop her. "I am Claire Sterling." The guard shone his light in her face. His confidence vanished. "Ms. Sterling." Mark and Sophia appeared in the doorway. For half a second, surprise crossed Mark's face. Then Caleb's familiar arrogance settled over his features. "Ethan," he said, "what are you doing here?" I stepped out of the shadows. "I could ask you the same question. This building belongs to my future wife's family." Claire looked at Sophia. "Then why does she appear terrified?" Sophia folded her arms, masking her fear. "I'm fine." Mark rested his hand on her shoulder. This time she did not flinch. "We came to collect some personal records," he said. "At midnight?" I asked. "The wedding will happen quickly. There is a great deal to organize." His coat shifted. I caught a glimpse of the black box. "I want what you took from the cabinet." Mark's face remained calm. "I don't know what you mean." "Then you won't object to showing us." The security guard's gaze moved nervously between us. Mark walked closer. "You followed me here because I used the wrong name at dinner." Claire's eyes narrowed. He knew precisely what had alerted me. "You always were clever," he continued. "Not clever enough to save your family, of course." I lunged forward. Claire caught my arm. Mark did not move. He wanted me to strike him. The security cameras would record Ethan Hayes attacking his brother without provocation. He could use the footage to convince my family and the Sterlings that I was unstable. I forced myself to stop. Mark smiled. "That's better. Give me the box. I suggest you leave, unless you want me to call the police." "This is my family's property," Claire said. "I'm the person authorized to call them." Mark's smile faded. Claire held out her hand. "The box." For a moment, no one moved. Then Mark removed it from his coat. He looked at the faded symbol before placing the box in Claire's hand. "You should ask Ethan what it contains." Claire did not take her eyes from him. "I intend to. And when you discover what he's been hiding, remember that I tried to warn you." This performance would be more convincing if you hadn't forgotten my future husband's name. Mark's jaw tightened. Claire turned to the guard. "Mr. Hayes and Miss Sterling are leaving. Make sure they don't remove anything else." Sophia's face flushed. Claire walked away. I followed, but Mark called after me. "Evan." I stopped. That name had belonged to a frightened boy who lost his mother and entered a house where no one wanted him. Hearing it from Mark felt like a hand reaching into a grave. "You should have stayed dead," he said. I looked over my shoulder. "You first." Claire waited until we returned to the car before opening the box. Inside was a bundle of letters tied with a blue ribbon, an antique key, and a newspaper clipping dated 2 days after my mother's death. The headline read, "Local woman presumed dead after car found near river." I took the clipping with shaking fingers. "My father told me she walked into the river." "There's a difference between presumed dead and confirmed dead," Claire said. "There was a funeral. Was there a body?" I searched my memories. I had been 5 years old. The coffin remained closed during the service. My father told me the water had damaged her remains. I had never questioned him. Beneath the clipping was an envelope bearing my childhood name. "For Evan when he is old enough to understand." I recognized my mother's handwriting from birthday cards I kept hidden in a locked drawer. The envelope had already been opened. Mark had read it. Claire handed it to me. I unfolded the letter. "My dearest Evan, if you are reading this, then I failed to return for you. I need you to know that I did not leave because I stopped loving you. I left because your father discovered that I intended to expose what he had done through Hayes Enterprises. There are people inside that company who will hurt anyone who threatens them. Your father promised that you would be safe if I disappeared. I did not believe him, but I had no other choice. I placed evidence somewhere only you can reach. The key is enclosed. Do not give it to your father. Do not trust Elena. Most importantly, never believe them if they tell you I chose death over you. I will find my way back. Love always, Mother." The words blurred. For more than 20 years, I believed my mother had ended her life because my existence reminded her of a mistake. I believed she had chosen the river instead of me. My father had allowed me to carry that wound into adulthood. Claire sat silently beside me. "She may have survived," she said. "If she did, why didn't she return?" "I don't know. Mark does. He knew where to find the letter." I looked at the antique key. A number had been engraved along its side. 317. Claire examined it. "This looks like a private deposit box key." "Which bank?" "Not a bank." She pointed to the small gold symbol on the head of the key, the same symbol stamped on the black box. "I've seen this before. My grandfather used it on properties he owned privately outside Sterling International." "Do any still exist?" "One." "Where?" "Briar Station." The name unlocked another memory. "Lake Briar." "The storm." "The pendant." Mark standing beside my hospital bed. Claire leaned closer. "What are you remembering?" "The day I saved you, someone brought me to a medical office near the train station. Mark was there." "Why?" "He said he worked for your father. He asked questions about me and my mother." "How old was he?" "Maybe 20. Mark had been gathering information even then." "For whom?" "My father. Mr. Sterling. Someone else involved with Hayes Enterprises." Claire closed the box. "We go to Briar Station in the morning." "Mark will expect that." "Yes. He may already be on his way." "Then we go tonight." I looked at her. "Do you always respond to danger by moving toward it?" "Only when the alternative is allowing danger to choose the battlefield." Despite everything, I nearly smiled. The driver turned the car toward the highway. As city lights disappeared behind us, I read my mother's letter again. In my first life, I focused entirely on surviving Elena, defeating Caleb, and protecting the family I created with Sophia. I never questioned the story of my childhood. Mark had. He knew my mother's secret. He knew Claire's pendant. He knew the name I had used before entering the Hayes household. His plan involved more than taking Sterling International. The old succession struggle had been only the surface. This time, I would not wait 8 years for the truth. And Mark would soon discover that wearing my brother's face did not make him my brother. It only gave me a second chance to defeat them both. Briar Station had not welcomed a passenger in 17 years. The abandoned terminal stood at the edge of the lake, its brick walls covered with ivy and its clock frozen at 12 minutes past 1. According to Claire, her grandfather purchased the station and several surrounding properties after the railway company discontinued service. Officially, the buildings were empty. A light burned behind the ticket office window. Claire's driver parked beneath a row of dead street lamps. "Someone is here," he said. His name was Daniel Cho, and he had worked for Claire's family for more than a decade. Until that moment, I had assumed he was simply a driver. Then he opened the trunk and removed a flashlight, a medical kit, and a compact protective vest. Claire noticed my surprise. Daniel was in military security before he worked for us. "You could have mentioned that. You told me you returned from the dead. It has been a busy evening." Daniel handed me the vest. "I assume asking both of you to remain in the car would be pointless." "Completely," Claire said. We entered through the station's main doors. Dust covered the tiled floor, but a line of clear footprints led toward the former baggage room. Someone had arrived shortly before us. I studied the prints. One set was long and narrow, likely belonging to a man. The second set was smaller. Claire pointed to the ticket office. A figure moved behind the frosted glass. Daniel signaled for us to remain back. He approached quietly and pushed the door open. A woman sat inside with her back to us. Her gray hair had been tied into a loose knot. A heavy coat hung from her narrow shoulders. In front of her rested an old ledger and a photograph of a young woman holding a baby. The young woman was my mother. "Who are you?" I asked. The stranger closed her eyes. "I wondered how long it would take you to come." She turned. A scar crossed the left side of her face, pulling the corner of her mouth downward. Age and hardship had altered her features, but I recognized her eyes. I had seen them every morning of my life. They were my eyes. "Hello, Evan," my mother said. The world went silent. All the questions I had carried since childhood vanished, replaced by a single unbearable thought. She was alive. She rose slowly from the chair. I wanted to cross the room. I wanted to embrace her. I also wanted to demand an explanation for every birthday, every illness, and every night I waited for a woman I believed would never come home. My feet remained fixed to the floor. "You left me," I said. Pain moved across her face. "Yes. You let me believe you were dead." "I did." "Why?" "Because your father told me that if I returned, he would kill you." Her answer struck harder than any excuse could have. Claire moved closer to me without speaking. My mother looked at her pendant. "You must be Arthur's daughter." "Claire Sterling. I remember you from the lake." Claire's hand rose to the silver star. "You were there." I was watching from the road. Mark had already found us. A door slammed somewhere deeper in the station. Daniel drew a defensive baton. My mother's expression sharpened. "You were followed." A voice came through the old public address speakers. "No," Mark said, "they were invited." The lights went out. In the darkness, the station clock began to move. For the first time in 17 years, its rusted hands advanced toward 1:13. Then a red emergency light flickered on above the baggage room. Mark's voice returned. "Welcome home, Evan." The station clock reached 1:13. A metallic click echoed through the terminal. My mother's face changed. "Get down." She tipped the old desk onto its side, just as the ticket office window exploded inward. Glass filled the air. Claire dropped beside me. Daniel moved in front of us, using the overturned desk as cover while his eyes searched for the source of the attack. No gunshot followed. Instead, a metal cylinder rolled across the floor. White vapor hissed from its sides. "Smoke," Daniel said. "Cover your mouths." My mother seized the ledger and pushed against the rear wall. A narrow door opened behind a faded railway map. "This way." Mark's laughter came through the public address system. You have 30 seconds, Evan. For what? I shouted. To decide which woman you want to save. A second light appeared at the opposite end of the terminal. Behind one glass door, Sophia pounded against the window. Her wrists had been bound. A dark line of blood ran from her temple. Through another door, I saw Elena lying motionless on the floor. Claire stared at the two rooms. When did he bring them here? He planned all of this before the dinner, I said. My mother grabbed my sleeve. They're diversions. If we leave them, they could die. That is what he wants you to think. The vapor spread across the ticket office. Daniel pulled his jacket over his nose and mouth. We can't stay here. Claire looked at Sophia, then Elena. Sophia saw us and began striking the glass harder. Her voice could not reach us, but I could read the word on her lips. Help. Elena did not move. The old Elena would have sacrificed me without hesitation. In my first life, she watched Caleb abuse and humiliate me. She treated every success I earned as though it had been stolen from her son. But leaving her to die would make me more like the people I intended to defeat. Daniel, I said, pointing toward Elena, can you get her out? Yes. Claire, take Sophia. Claire immediately shook her head. We stay together. If Mark wanted to kill us with this gas, we would already be unconscious. He's dividing our attention. Which means separating is precisely what he wants. My mother coughed into her sleeve. There's another way into both rooms. The old luggage corridor runs beneath the platform. How do you know? I lived here for 6 months. That explanation would have to wait. I looked at Daniel. Can you reach the corridor? If she shows me the entrance. My mother nodded toward the hidden door. Daniel helped her through it. Claire and I followed. As the panel closed behind us, the public address system crackled. 20 seconds, Mark announced. We entered a cramped passage filled with rusted pipes and old electrical wiring. The air was cold and wet. Emergency bulbs glowed at irregular intervals. My mother moved faster than I expected. Elena is in the records office, she said. Sophia is in the parcel room. The corridor splits ahead. What happens when the clock reaches 1:13? Claire asked. It already did. That wasn't my question. My mother looked back. 17 years ago, at exactly 1:13 in the morning, someone tried to kill Claire at this station. Claire stopped walking. What? You were 12. Your father was told you had been kidnapped from your boarding school. I was never kidnapped. You don't remember. Claire's voice hardened. I would remember being kidnapped. Not if Arthur made certain you couldn't. The old lights flickered. Daniel looked toward the passage ahead. We can discuss this after we get everyone out. The corridor divided in two. Daniel and my mother went left toward Elena. Claire and I turned right. A steel door blocked the end of the passage. Claire found a ring of keys hanging from the wall. The third key opened it. We entered the parcel room. Sophia stood on the other side of a wire partition. When she saw us, relief softened her terrified expression. Get me out of here. Claire tried the gate. Locked. I searched the room for another entrance. Where is Mark? I don't know. He attacked me when we left the warehouse. I woke up here. Why is Elena here? I don't know that either. Claire inspected Sophia's restraints. You have blood on your head. I'm fine, just untie me. What did Mark take from the warehouse besides the box? Nothing. Claire tightened her grip on the rope instead of loosening it. Sophia winced. What are you doing? Testing whether you're actually restrained. Have you lost your mind? When Mark took you from the warehouse, why didn't the security guard intervene? Sophia's mouth opened. No answer came. Claire pulled harder. The rope slipped away from Sophia's wrists. It had never been tied. Sophia lunged. A blade appeared in her hand. Claire twisted aside, but the edge cut through the sleeve of her coat. I seized Sophia's wrist before she could strike again. She drove her elbow into my ribs and reached for something inside her pocket. I forced her against the partition. A small remote control dropped to the floor. Claire kicked it out of reach. "What does it activate?" she demanded. Sophia laughed breathlessly. "You still don't remember." "Remember what?" "You were always so easy to manipulate." Claire stared at her. Sophia looked at me. "Mark said you'd come for her first. He understands you better than your own brother ever did." "Where is he?" "Opening box 317. My mother's key was still in my pocket." Sophia noticed my confusion. "The key from the letter isn't the only one." A siren sounded. Red lights began flashing above us. Sophia smiled. "And now he knows exactly where you are." A security shutter dropped from the ceiling, separating Claire from me. "Ethan!" I released Sophia and threw myself toward the opening. The shutter slammed into the floor before I could reach it. Claire was trapped on the other side with Sophia. I gripped the metal bars. "Claire, get back." Sophia retrieved the fallen knife. Claire did not retreat. She removed her damaged coat and wrapped it around her left forearm. Sophia laughed. "You think that makes you dangerous?" "No," Claire said. "It makes your knife less useful." Sophia attacked. Claire met her halfway. She caught Sophia's wrist with her protected arm and struck her across the throat with the heel of her free hand. Sophia staggered. Claire hooked her foot behind Sophia's ankle and drove her to the floor. The knife skidded beneath a cabinet. Claire pinned her there. I stared through the barrier. Claire looked up. "What? Where did you learn to fight?" Her expression became uncertain. "I don't know." Sophia started laughing again. Claire pressed her knee harder between Sophia's shoulder blades. "What is so amusing? You really don't remember anything, do you? Start talking. You weren't some innocent child when Mark found you. You were his first student." Claire went still. Sophia used the hesitation to throw her weight sideways. She escaped Claire's grip and crawled toward the knife. Claire caught her by the ankle and dragged her back. "Explain." "Mark taught you how to lie to your father. He taught you how to disappear without being seen. He even taught you how to hurt people." "I was 12. You were useful." The intercom above us clicked. Mark spoke from somewhere inside the station. "And you were exceptional." Claire looked toward the speaker. "What did you do to me?" "I saved you." "You kidnapped me." "No, you came willingly." His words were followed by a recording. A child's voice filled the room. "Is Ethan coming?" I recognized Claire immediately. She sounded frightened but conscious. Mark's younger voice answered her. "Soon. You promised." "And I keep my promises. But first, you must tell me where your grandfather keeps his private records." "I don't know." "Then we cannot help Ethan's mother." The recording ended. Claire's face had lost all color. "What was that?" she whispered. "A lesson," Mark replied, "one of many." I struck the metal shutter. "Stop playing games and face me. You're still trying to be the protector, Ethan, even after learning that everyone around you has been lying." "What did you make her do?" "Ask her." "She doesn't remember." "Then perhaps you should wonder why." The speakers went silent. Sophia leaned against the wall, rubbing her throat. Claire turned toward her. You knew. I knew pieces. Since when? Mark told me about you years ago. What did he say? That you were responsible for his father's death. Claire recoiled. I didn't kill anyone. Not directly. Who was his father? Sophia smiled. Open box 317. A heavy impact sounded from the corridor. The shutter began rising. I dropped to my knees and crawled through before it was halfway open. Claire did the same from the opposite side. Daniel appeared behind me. Eleanor is alive. Your mother is with her. I pointed at Sophia. Don't let her leave. Daniel took the remote control from the floor and restrained Sophia properly. She did not resist this time. The locker room is beneath the original platform, she said. Mark will be waiting for you. Then he can keep waiting, I replied. I took Claire's arm. We're getting out. No. Her voice was quiet but absolute. Claire, he designed this place to manipulate us. And it's working because he knows more about my life than I do. That doesn't mean we walk into another trap. She looked down at the torn sleeve of her dress. A thin cut crossed her arm. I fought Sophia without thinking. My body knew what to do. You could have learned self-defense and forgotten. I haven't forgotten. I never learned it. Her eyes rose to mine. I have no memories of the 6 months after my 12th birthday. You remember nothing. My father said I had a breakdown after my mother's death. He told me I spent 6 months in a private hospital in Switzerland. You believed him. I woke in a Swiss clinic. There were medical records, doctors, and photographs. Photographs can be staged. Records can be falsified. I know. Her voice trembled for the first time. And I also know my father signed every document. She walked toward the passage. If Mark has proof, I need to see it. I caught up with her. We see it together. Daniel remained with Sophia, while Claire and I followed the signs toward the underground locker room. The station had been renovated before it was abandoned. New walls concealed sections of the original structure. Behind a row of storage shelves, we found a staircase descending beneath the platform. The air smelled of damp stone. Locker numbers had been painted along the walls. 301, 302, 303. At the far end stood 317. Mark waited beside it. He had changed out of Caleb's formal suit and into dark trousers with a black sweater. Seeing my brother dressed in Mark's preferred clothes made the transformation feel complete. Caleb's body had become a costume. Mark held a second antique key. Where did you get that? I asked. Your father. Before he died. Several years before. Why would he give it to you? He didn't. I took it from his safe. Claire stepped forward. What happened here when I was 12? Mark looked at her with something resembling affection. You came to me for help. I didn't know you. You knew me better than you remember. He inserted his key into the lower lock. A second lock waited above it. He looked at me. Your key? No. Then you will never know why your mother vanished. My mother is alive. I no longer need your version. She gave you the version that allows her to sleep at night. Footsteps sounded on the stairs. My mother entered the locker room. Eleanor followed unsteadily behind her, supported by Daniel. I turned sharply. I told you to stay with Sophia. She escaped through a maintenance hatch, Daniel said. The remote opened it. Mark smiled. Eleanor stared at her son's face. Caleb, what is this place? Mark looked at her without warmth. I'm not Caleb. She gave a confused laugh. Don't be ridiculous. Your son died in Ethan's house 8 years from now. Eleanor stopped smiling. He opened a gas valve in the basement. He intended to kill Ethan, Sophia, and their children. Unfortunately, he killed himself as well. What are you talking about? My name is Mark Vale. Eleanor searched his face. You're ill. You never knew Caleb as well as you imagined. You are my son. No, I'm simply living the life you prepared for him. Eleanor struck him. The sound echoed through the chamber. Mark's face turned with the blow. When he looked back, a red mark covered his cheek. I suppose I should thank you, he said. Your son was stronger than I was. He also had excellent teeth. Eleanor backed away. Her hands shook. I expected Mark to retaliate, but he merely returned his attention to the locker. The box requires 2 keys, he said. One was entrusted to Ethan's mother. The other was held by Jonathan Vale, my father. Claire looked at him. Sophia said your father died because of me. My father died because Arthur Sterling ordered a 12-year-old girl to betray him. I don't remember your father. That was the purpose of the treatments. My mother closed her eyes. You should tell her everything, Mark, not only the part that makes your father innocent. His expression hardened. Be careful, Miriam. Miriam. My mother's name sounded strange after so many years without speaking it. You manipulated a child, she continued. Your father manipulated her first. Because you asked for his help. I asked him to expose Charles Hayes. I didn't ask him to use Claire. Mark turned the key. Open the box, Ethan. I took out my mother's key. Miriam caught my wrist. If you open that locker, understand that none of us will leave unchanged. We've passed that point. I inserted the second key. Both locks clicked. The door opened. Inside was a reel-to-reel recorder, several folders, a stack of photographs, and a small wooden case. Claire picked up the first photograph. It showed her at 12 years old, standing on the platform beside a middle-aged man. The man had Mark's eyes. Jonathan Vale. In another photograph, Claire sat beside my mother at the ticket office desk. They were sorting documents into separate piles. A third showed Claire removing files from a leather briefcase. The briefcase belonged to her father. I recognized Arthur Sterling's initials near the clasp. I stole from him, Claire said. You collected evidence, Miriam replied. Against my own father. Against mine, I said. Miriam nodded slowly. Charles Hayes and Arthur Sterling once planned to merge their companies. Arthur withdrew after discovering that Charles was laundering money through overseas construction projects. Why didn't he report him? I asked. Charles had evidence of Arthur's own crimes. Claire's fingers tightened around the photograph. My father's crimes. Miriam looked at her. Sterling International conducted illegal medical trials through a subsidiary. Your mother discovered them. She threatened to expose Arthur. Claire's eyes widened. My mother died in a car accident. No, Mark said, she was killed. The room became very still. Claire looked from Mark to Miriam. You're lying. Your mother arranged to meet my father at this station, Mark continued. She intended to give him evidence of the trials. Her car went over a cliff before she arrived. I was 7. Yes. My father was with me when we were told. Your father knew before the police called. Claire swayed slightly. I moved beside her. She did not appear to notice. 5 years later, Mark said, my father found proof connecting Arthur to the crash. He also learned that Arthur and Charles planned to destroy each other's evidence. Miriam approached him around the same time. My mother involved me. You involved yourself. Miriam shook her head. That isn't fair. Nothing about this was fair. Mark selected a reel and placed it on the recorder. It required no electricity. A battery pack had been attached to its side. He pressed play. Static filled the room. Then Claire's childhood voice emerged. I know what my father did. Another voice answered. Jonathan Vale. Knowing isn't enough. I found the key to his study. You must take the blue folder. What happens after that? We give the files to the police. Will my father go to prison? If the evidence is real. A pause followed. This time the child's voice sounded smaller. He's still my father. He killed your mother. I know. You must decide which matters more, Claire, your father or the truth. The tape stopped. Claire looked ill. I remember his voice. Mark's controlled expression faltered. He believed you were brave. He used me. He gave you a choice. I was 12. He had no one else who could enter Arthur's private study. Miriam stepped closer. Jonathan told Claire that Ethan would die if she refused. Mark's head snapped toward her. You don't know that. I was there. You were hiding in another room. I heard him. Claire looked at Miriam. He used Ethan to control me. You remembered him as the boy who saved you. Jonathan realized how strongly you felt about him. I barely knew Ethan. You spent years searching for him. A fragment of memory returned to Claire. I saw it happen in her eyes. She gripped the edge of the open locker. The letters, she whispered. Mark stopped moving. What letters? I asked. Claire pressed her fingers against her forehead. I wrote to you after the lake. I gave the letters to Mark because he said his father knew where you lived. I turned to Mark. You had letters from Claire. Her father monitored her correspondence. Sending them would have placed you both in danger. You told me Ethan answered, Claire said. You brought me letters with his name. I wanted to give you hope. You wrote them. Yes. The admission fell like a stone. Claire stared at him. How many? 23. For how long? 4 years. I felt sick. Mark had spent years pretending to be me. He knew Claire's pendant because she had described it in those letters. He knew my childhood name because she believed she was writing to Evan. He knew her dreams, her fears, and her anger toward her father. He had not discovered her weaknesses in the previous life. He had created them. Why? Claire asked. At first, my father told me to keep you cooperative. And later? Mark did not answer. Claire understood anyway. You enjoyed it. I cared about you. You lied to me for 4 years. I was a child too. You were 20 when we met at the hospital. I was 20 when I met Ethan. I was 17 when my father first involved me with your family. That doesn't make this better. No, Mark said, it doesn't. I remembered seeing Mark beside my hospital bed after the lake. He had asked me what name I gave Claire. He had taken the broken pendant from my hand, promising to return it to her. He had begun constructing his false identity that day. What happened when Claire brought you the folder? I asked. Mark looked at the files. My father arranged to meet a federal investigator. Before he could leave, Arthur's security team arrived. My father killed him, Claire asked. Arthur did not pull the trigger. One of his men did. Was I there? You were hiding in the luggage corridor. You saw everything. Claire closed her eyes. A memory surfaced. A man shouting. The station clock showing 1:13. Blood spreading over white tiles. A hand covering her mouth. She stumbled backward. I saw him fall. Mark's face softened. Yes. You found me. I took you through the tunnel. You said Ethan would come. You were in shock. I believed you. You had no one else. Claire's eyes opened. You made certain of that. A new voice came from the staircase. That is enough. Arthur Sterling descended into the locker room. 2 security officers followed him. For the first time since I had known him, he did not look like a powerful chairman. He looked like an old man confronting the remains of a life he had spent decades hiding. Claire stared at her father. You knew where we were. I placed a tracker in your pendant when you were 16. Her hand flew to the silver star. You tracked me for all these years. It was for your protection. From whom? Arthur looked at Mark. From him. Mark stepped away from the locker. Tell her what you did after my father died. Arthur's gaze remained on Claire. You suffered a psychological break. You stopped sleeping. You attacked members of the household staff because you believed they were trying to kill you. Were they? One of them was. The answer surprised everyone. Arthur removed his glasses. Charles Hayes sent a man into our home to recover the files you had stolen. You found him searching your room. When he grabbed you, you broke his arm. Claire looked at her hands. That is why I know how to fight. Jonathan trained you. He turned her into a weapon, Arthur said. And you erased her memories, Mark replied. I saved her life. You drugged your own daughter. I placed her in a clinic under specialists who helped suppress the trauma. Claire laughed once without humor. You allowed me to believe I was sick. You were sick. I was traumatized because I watched your men kill someone. My security chief acted without orders. You concealed it. Yes. The honesty left no room for relief. Arthur approached his daughter. If the truth had become public, Charles would have released evidence against Sterling International. Thousands of employees would have lost their livelihoods. And the medical trials, Claire asked. Arthur lowered his eyes. They occurred before I became chairman. You covered them up. I settled with the surviving families privately. You protected the company. I protected you. Stop saying that. Her voice cracked. Every person in the chamber fell silent. You did not protect me. You protected the version of me that made your life easier. You took my memories, told me my mother died in an accident, and allowed me to believe 6 months of my life never happened. Arthur's face tightened with grief. I thought forgetting would allow you to live. You mean it allowed you to live with yourself? Claire removed the pendant. She held it in her palm. The object that tied us together had also been used to monitor her. She looked at me. Did you know? No. Did your mother? Miriam answered before I could. I knew about the clinic. I didn't know Arthur intended to suppress your memories until after the treatment began. But you remained hidden. I was trying to reach my son. You spent years trying to reach Ethan, but never warned me. Miriam had no defense. Claire looked around the room. Every one of you used me. I didn't, I said. She turned toward me. The hurt in her expression made me wish she had struck me instead. Not yet. The words landed softly. That made them worse. Arthur's security officers moved toward Mark. We are leaving, Arthur said. Mark will be detained until the police arrive. Mark smiled. You still believe you control the ending. One of the officers reached for him. Mark pressed a switch inside the locker. The wooden case opened. A timer glowed inside. 0459. Daniel stepped forward. Explosive. Enough to bring down the platform, Mark said. Arthur's officers drew their weapons. If I release this switch, the timer drops to 10 seconds. He held up his left hand. A small trigger was secured beneath his thumb. Shoot me if you wish. No one moved. What do you want? Arthur asked. The original ledger. I don't have it. Claire does. Claire frowned. I don't know what you mean. The ledger in the ticket office, Mark said. You took it before the smoke spread. Everyone looked at her hands. They were empty. Then a memory returned to me. When we escaped through the hidden door, Miriam had seized the old ledger from the desk. Miriam was no longer holding it. I turned toward my mother. She ran. One of Arthur's officers caught her before she reached the stairs. The ledger slipped from inside her coat and landed on the floor. Arthur stared at it. Miriam. I'm sorry, she whispered. I picked it up. What is this? The record of every account Charles and Arthur used, she said. Names, payments, shell companies, everything. Arthur's expression became grave. That ledger could destroy both families. Good, Claire said. Her father looked at her. Claire, you don't understand what would happen. I understand perfectly. Mark watched her with open interest. You intend to release it. If it proves what all of you did, yes. Arthur stepped closer. The ledger contains more than financial crimes. It identifies judges, police officers, business leaders, and government officials. Some of those people remain powerful. Then they should answer for what they did. They will come after you. They have already taken enough from me. Mark's thumb remained on the trigger. Give me the ledger. No, Claire said. Do you want everyone in the station to die? You don't. He smiled. You don't know me as well as you think. I know you better than I did an hour ago. She moved toward him. I caught her arm. Claire. She gently removed my hand. Mark spent years writing letters in Ethan's name because he wanted me to trust him. He came back in Caleb's body and chose Sophia because he claims he wants Sterling International. But if the company were his only goal, he could have destroyed this evidence years ago. Mark's smile disappeared. Claire continued walking. You kept the recordings. You preserved the photographs. You brought us here because you wanted me to remember you. Stop. You don't want to kill me. You want me to tell you that your father's death wasn't your fault. Mark's hand began to shake. He died because you betrayed him. No, he died because my father covered up crimes. Charles Hayes tried to protect his own secrets, and Jonathan Vale decided a 12-year-old girl was expendable. My father trusted you. Your father used me. He believed in you. He trained a child to steal, fight, and lie. Then he placed her in a situation where she watched him die. Mark's thumb loosened slightly. Claire stopped an arm's length away. You were 17. You were old enough to understand more than I did, but you were still being controlled by him too. He was my father. And Arthur is mine. That does not excuse either of them. Mark's eyes glistened. For a moment Caleb's face no longer looked cruel. It looked young and lost. Then Sophia appeared at the top of the stairs. She carried a pistol taken from the security guard at the warehouse. Step away from him, she ordered. Daniel moved toward her. She fired into the ceiling. Stone dust rained down. I said move. Her gaze fixed on Mark. You plan to betray me. Sophia, lower the weapon. You brought Alina here. You brought Claire. You brought all the evidence. I needed the ledger. No, you needed her. She aimed at Claire. The calm vanished from Mark's face. Don't. Sophia laughed bitterly. There it is. I wondered what would finally make you afraid. Claire did not move. Sophia descended another step. You spent years telling me she was weak. You said she hid behind her father and looked down on us, but this was never about the company. Sophia, you wanted to become Ethan. The accusation struck everyone at once. Mark's eyes shifted toward me. Sophia's smile widened. You stole his childhood name. You wrote letters to the girl who loved him. You obsessed over his marriage, his children, and the respect her father gave him. She nodded toward Caleb's body. Then you died and woke up inside his brother. You finally had a Hayes name, but it still wasn't the one you wanted. Mark released the trigger. The timer dropped. 00:10. Chaos erupted. Daniel tackled Sophia as she fired. The bullet struck Mark in the shoulder. Arthur's officers ran for the stairs. Miriam screamed my name. Mark collapsed beside the open locker. Claire seized the wooden case. Don't, I shouted. She tore out 2 wires. The timer stopped at 3 seconds. Silence followed. Mark stared at the device in her hands. How did you know? Claire looked equally shocked. I remembered. The gun had fallen near Sophia. She reached for it. Alina kicked it away. Sophia stared at her. Alina's face twisted with disgust. You may have planned this with the creature wearing my son's face, but you do not get to kill anyone else. Daniel pinned Sophia's arms behind her. Mark pressed one hand against his bleeding shoulder. Claire knelt beside him. You knew I could disable it. My father taught you. So the bomb was another test. I needed to know how much remained. You could have killed everyone. The detonator was connected to a blank circuit. Claire opened the case. There was no explosive beneath the timer. Only another recording tape. Mark had lied. Arthur's officers hauled him to his feet. Claire spoke before they could take him away. You said my father ordered me to betray Jonathan. The recording showed Jonathan convincing me to steal the files. Mark's face became unreadable. What are you asking? Which version is true? He glanced toward Arthur. Both. Arthur turned away. Claire rose. Explain. Mark looked at her for several seconds. Your father knew Jonathan was gathering evidence. Arthur needed to discover where he kept it, but Jonathan trusted almost no one. Except me, Claire said. Yes. Arthur's shoulders sagged. You told me to go to him, Claire whispered. Her father said nothing. You let him believe I was helping expose you. I needed to learn what he possessed. You used your own daughter as a double agent. I intended to remove you before the meeting. But you didn't. Charles moved sooner than I expected. Claire appeared unable to breathe. The final barrier around her childhood shattered. Jonathan had used her loyalty to Ethan. Arthur had used her loyalty to her mother. Mark had used her loneliness. Every adult in her life had treated her as an instrument. She picked up the ledger. Arthur extended his hand. Give it to me. No. Claire, listen to me. I have listened to you all my life. She placed the ledger inside her bag. I'm going to the authorities. You cannot simply hand that to the police. We don't know who inside the department is named in it. Then I'll make copies. You will place yourself in danger. That is my decision. Arthur looked at me. Ethan talked sense into her. It was a test, although he did not realize it. In my first life, I had spent years protecting powerful families from their own consequences. I told myself I was preserving jobs, reputations, and innocent lives. In truth, I had helped corruption survive. Claire waited. I stepped beside her. The ledger belongs with her. Arthur's expression hardened. If you support this, your marriage into my family is finished. Then it's finished. Eleanor gasped. Arthur stared at me. You would surrender Sterling International. It was never mine. Claire's eyes met mine. For the first time since discovering the truth, some of the anger left her face. Not forgiveness, but perhaps the possibility of it. Sirens sounded outside. Daniel had activated an emergency beacon when the attack began. The police would reach the locker room within minutes. Mark leaned against the wall while one of the officers applied pressure to his wound. As he passed me, he spoke quietly. You still don't see it. See what? Why you returned as yourself while I returned inside Caleb. You expect me to believe you know. I remember the moment between lives, don't you? I remembered fire. The hallway collapsing. My children screaming. Then darkness. I remember dying. I remember what came after. The officers pulled him toward the stairs. What came after? I demanded. Mark looked back with Caleb's eyes. I was not the only person inside your brother when he died. Then they took him away. The uninvited memory police filled Briar Station. Sophia was arrested for assault, unlawful imprisonment, and possession of the stolen firearm. Mark was transported to a hospital under guard. Eleanor sat alone in an ambulance, staring at her hands. She had arrived expecting to find Caleb. Instead, she learned that her son would become a murderer and die years in the future, while a stranger now walked in his body. Arthur spoke privately with his attorneys. Miriam disappeared. I realized she was gone when an officer asked me where she could be found for questioning. The entrance through which we arrived was under guard. No one had seen her leave. Daniel searched the tunnels. He found only her coat and a note inside its pocket. Evan, I wanted to see you once before the truth destroyed whatever remained of our family. I am sorry I could not be the mother you deserved. Do not trust the ledger alone. One name has been removed. Find the woman in the red room. She knows why you came back. Love, Mother. Claire read the note twice. What red room? I don't know. Do you think she left voluntarily? She knew every passage in the station. So did Mark. The possibility remained unspoken. Miriam could be running from the police. She could be pursuing another part of her plan. Or someone could have taken her. We left shortly before dawn. Claire refused to ride with her father. She sat beside me in Daniel's car, holding the ledger on her lap. Neither of us spoke during the first 20 minutes. Gray morning light appeared beyond the trees. Finally, Claire touched the cut on her arm. I remembered the red room. I turned toward her. It was in the Swiss clinic. After the station. Yes, the walls were covered in red fabric. The doctors said the color stimulated memory. What happened there? Her expression became distant. They asked me to describe Jonathan's death repeatedly. If I gave the same answer, they increased the medication. When I changed a detail, they rewarded me. They trained you to doubt your own memories and to accept whichever version they provided. What version? That Jonathan kidnapped me, that he killed my mother, that my father rescued me. But you didn't believe it. I fought them. She looked at her hands again. I remember breaking a doctor's nose. I almost smiled. That sounds like you. It shouldn't. You were a child trying to survive. She fell silent. The doctors stopped the treatment after something went wrong, she said. There was another patient in the red room. Who? A boy. My chest tightened. Did you know him? I don't remember his face. He was behind a glass wall. They brought him in whenever I refused to cooperate. What did they do to him? They hurt him. Her voice became unsteady. They told me it would stop if I answered their questions. I reached for her hand, then paused. After everything she had learned, touching her without permission felt like another decision taken from her. Claire noticed. She placed her hand in mine. What questions? I asked. They wanted to know where Jonathan hid copies of the ledger. They thought I had seen him move them. Did you? No, but the boy told me to give them an answer. Why? He said they would never stop until I did. She closed her eyes. I gave them the location of an old boathouse. The doctors searched it and found nothing. When they returned, the boy was gone. Did you hear his name? Claire squeezed my hand. They called him Caleb. I stopped breathing. My brother was in the clinic. I don't know, I never saw his face clearly. Caleb would have been 14. The boy looked about that age. The pieces began moving into a new and more terrible arrangement. Alina had always said Caleb spent that summer traveling with relatives in Europe. When he returned, he became more violent. He began sleepwalking. Several times I found him standing outside my bedroom in the middle of the night. Once he called me Evan. I had forgotten because I assumed he learned the name from Alina. What if Mark wasn't the first person placed inside Caleb's mind? Claire asked. Rebirth doesn't work that way. How do we know how it works? I had no answer. She looked out the window. The clinic altered my memories. Perhaps they did something to Caleb too. And Mark knew about it. He knew enough to say he wasn't alone inside Caleb when the explosion happened. My phone rang. The number belonged to the Hayes estate. I answered. Alina's housekeeper was crying. Mr. Ethan, you need to come immediately. What happened? It's Mrs. Hayes. I looked toward the ambulance traveling several vehicles behind us. Alina was still under police supervision. What about her? She's here. That's impossible. I'm looking at her right now. The housekeeper lowered her voice. She came home 20 minutes ago, but there's something wrong with her. What? She keeps saying she isn't Alina. Claire watched my expression. The housekeeper began to sob. She says her name is Miriam. The call ended. Behind us, the ambulance carrying Alina suddenly swerved across the road. It struck the guardrail and overturned. Daniel slammed on the brakes. Claire and I were out of the car before it stopped moving. Paramedics and police officers ran toward the wreckage. The rear doors had burst open. Arthur's security team pulled the injured attendants free. Alina was gone. Only the leather restraints remained on the stretcher. One of them had been cut cleanly through. On the white sheet, someone had written a message in blood. The wrong woman came back. Claire looked at me. My mother was at the Hayes estate, claiming to be Alina. Alina had escaped from an overturned ambulance. Mark occupied Caleb's body. And somewhere beneath the lies of our childhood, the Swiss clinic connected them all. I stared at the message. Until that moment, I had believed the dead returned only once. I had been wrong. The question was no longer whether Mark had stolen my brother's body. The question was how many people had returned in bodies that were never theirs, and whether Ethan Hayes was truly the man I had once been. The message written on the ambulance sheet contained 5 words. The wrong woman came back. I read them until they stopped looking like words. Police officers searched the roadside while paramedics attended to the injured. The ambulance had overturned on an empty stretch of highway bordered by woods. There were no houses nearby, no businesses, and no traffic cameras. Alina had disappeared in less than 3 minutes. Claire stood beside me, staring at the severed restraints. "Who wrote the message?" she asked. "One of the attendants may have seen." The attendant, who was conscious, said Alina never woke after they restrained her. Then someone entered the ambulance. While it was moving, or someone was already inside. Daniel approached from the wreckage. He had blood on his collar, although none of it appeared to be his. "The driver says the steering locked," he told us. "He tried the brakes, but they didn't respond." "Mechanical failure?" I asked. "Possibly." He also said he heard a third voice in the rear compartment. There were 2 attendants and Alina. He heard a man. Claire looked toward the trees. "Mark." "He was transported to a different hospital in police custody," Daniel said. "I confirmed it before coming over." "Sophia?" I asked. "Still detained at Briar Station." "Then someone else helped Alina escape." Daniel nodded. "There's more. The restraints were not cut after the crash. The edges are smooth and sealed." I examined the leather more closely. "What does that mean?" "They were weakened with a chemical before she was secured." Claire's expression hardened. "Someone knew which ambulance would transport her. Or someone involved in the response prepared the restraints after we arrived," Daniel said. I thought about the ledger, the names, and my mother's warning. The corruption surrounding our families extended into the police, the courts, and private security companies. Any person wearing a uniform could be working for someone named in those records. My phone vibrated. The Hayes housekeeper had sent me a photograph. It showed Alina sitting in my father's old study. She wore the same blue dress and pearl necklace she had worn to the engagement dinner, but there was dried mud on the hem. Her hands rested on the desk beside a framed photograph of me as a child. The caption consisted of 1 sentence. "She is waiting for you." Claire studied the photograph. That could be Alina pretending to be Miriam. My mother disappeared from Briar Station shortly before this woman arrived at the estate. Which makes it more convincing, not necessarily true. You think Alina escaped the ambulance, reached the estate, changed her behavior, and convinced the housekeeper she was Miriam. I think everyone around us is manipulating what we believe. She was right. Photographs could be staged. Memories could be altered. Bodies could apparently be occupied by the wrong people. Even death could no longer be trusted. Arthur approached us. His suit was stained with dust, and the exhaustion in his face made him appear 10 years older. "I've arranged transportation to a secure property," he said. "We need to leave before whoever caused this returns." "I'm going to the Hayes estate," I told him. "That is exactly where they expect you to go. My mother may be there. Or someone pretending to be her." Claire looked at her father. "Do you know who could have caused the crash?" Arthur glanced at the police officers around us. "This is not a safe place to discuss it." That wasn't an answer. "I know. You have spent my entire life avoiding answers." Arthur flinched. Claire took the ledger from her bag. His attention immediately shifted to it. "If you know something," she said, "tell us now." Arthur lowered his voice. "The Swiss clinic remained active after your treatment. Its official name was the Linden Institute for Cognitive Recovery." "What was its real purpose?" I asked. "Memory reconstruction. That is a polite term for destroying someone's mind." The original research was intended to help patients suffering from severe trauma. The doctors discovered that memories could not be erased completely, but the emotional connections between them could be altered. Claire touched the scar on her arm where Sophia's knife had cut her. They taught me to believe what they wanted. They gave you a narrative that allowed you to function. They gave me a lie. Yes. Arthur's admission carried no defense this time. What does the clinic have to do with rebirth? I asked. I don't know that it does. Mark said he remembers what happened between lives. Mark has spent years studying the clinic's research. If he believes he experienced something supernatural, his mind may be interpreting an engineered process. He died in the explosion. In your memory. I stared at Arthur. So did I. Again, in your memory. Claire stepped between us. What are you suggesting? Arthur looked toward me. That neither Ethan nor Mark traveled through time. For several seconds, I heard only the distant voices of emergency workers. I thought of the fire, the heat against my skin, my children crying from somewhere beyond the collapsing hallway. The sensation of dying had been real. Every year leading to it felt real. My marriage to Sophia, the birth of the triplets, my rise through Sterling International, Caleb's resentment, Mark's conspiracy. I remembered thousands of ordinary moments no laboratory could have invented. Breakfasts, meetings, arguments, birthdays, nights spent comforting sick children. You're saying my entire first life was implanted. I am saying it is a possibility. Why would anyone create 8 years of memories? To influence your choices when you woke. Who could create something that detailed? Arthur's gaze shifted to the overturned ambulance. The woman who directed Claire's treatment. The woman in the red room, Claire said. Arthur nodded. Dr. Helena Voss. The name stirred nothing in me. Claire's face had gone pale. I remember her perfume. Arthur closed his eyes briefly. She wore rose oil. And she carried a silver metronome. Yes. She told me pain was only a memory the body had not learned to release. I dismissed her after your treatment. No, you didn't. Arthur looked at his daughter. You brought her to our house when I was 16. She watched me from the dining room. I never invited her into our home. I saw her. Claire, I swear to you that I had no contact with Voss after the clinic closed. What happened to her? She vanished. Daniel had been listening silently. When did the clinic close? Arthur hesitated. The night a patient died during treatment. Which patient? I asked. He looked at me. Caleb Hayes. The world shifted beneath my feet. My brother is alive. His body survived. That does not answer the question. Arthur's voice dropped. According to the clinic records, Caleb's heart stopped for 11 minutes. Claire drew a sharp breath. He was the boy behind the glass. Yes. Why was he there? Charles sent him. My father. The man whose lies had shaped every part of my childhood. What did he want the clinic to do to Caleb? Make him forget what he had seen. What had he seen? Arthur looked toward the ledger. Your mother's abduction. I wanted to reject the answer. Instead, a forgotten memory surfaced. Caleb standing outside my bedroom after returning from Europe. His face thinner than before. His eyes dull with medication. He had called me Evan. Then he whispered she didn't jump. The next morning, when I asked what he meant, he knocked me to the floor and told me never to speak about my mother again. I had assumed he was tormenting me. What did he see? I asked. Charles ordered Miriam taken from the river house after she collected evidence against him, Arthur said. Caleb hid in his father's car. He witnessed the men forcing her into another vehicle. And my father sent his own son to be treated. Caleb threatened to tell you. Claire shook her head. He was 14. Charles believed protecting the company justified anything. Where was Miriam taken? I never knew. You knew enough to help my father cover it up. Arthur did not deny it. I moved toward him. Daniel stepped between us, not to protect Arthur, but to make me think before doing something I would regret. My hands shook with rage. My mother was alive. My brother knew you knew. I learned the truth later. How much later? After Charles died. You could have told me. Yes. But you didn't. No. Arthur's voice carried the weight of a man who had run out of excuses. Claire looked at me. We need to find out who is at the estate. Arthur reached for her. Do not go there. She stepped away from him. If Dr. Voss has returned, she may be expecting precisely that. You said she vanished. I said I lost contact with her. That is not the same thing. No. Arthur looked at the surrounding officers. Voss believed identity was no more than a collection of memories attached to emotional responses. If she found a way to place the same memory structure into several people, every one of them might sincerely believe they are the same person. Then Mark may not be Mark, I said. He may possess Mark Vale's memories. And the woman at the estate may possess my mother, S. Yes. What about Eleanor? Arthur looked toward the empty stretcher. She may have received someone else, S. The Hayes estate was 30 minutes away. If we remained with the police, we could not know which officers Arthur trusted or which names appeared in the ledger. Claire made the decision. We leave in Daniel's car. Arthur tried to stop her. She looked at him with a coldness I had never seen before. If you follow us, I will release the first 100 pages of the ledger before we reach the estate. You don't have digital copies. I photographed them while you were speaking with the police. Arthur stared at her. Claire placed her phone in her pocket. Jonathan trained me well. She turned away. I followed. The woman in Eleanor's chair. We did not use the main road. Daniel took a service route through land previously owned by Hayes Enterprises. The road ended near an abandoned gatehouse half a mile from the estate. I can enter through the old gardens, I said. There's a door beneath the east terrace. Daniel checked his phone. The estate's security system is active, but its external connection has been disabled. Who can do that? Eleanor, Caleb, the security director, and you. I renounced my inheritance, not my security access. Then whoever is inside may be expecting you to use it. Claire opened the car door. Every route is one they might expect. We cannot stand here until they select a better trap. Daniel gave her a compact flashlight. No weapons unless absolutely necessary. I remember being trained to break arms, Daniel. A flashlight remains more useful in the dark. We crossed the gardens. The estate looked exactly as it had throughout my childhood. White stone walls rose above carefully trimmed hedges. Tall windows reflected the gray morning sky. A house could retain every detail and still feel completely foreign. I entered the access code at the terrace door. The panel flashed green. Inside, the servants' corridor was empty. No alarm sounded. No resistance, Daniel whispered. Maybe the housekeeper let us in, Claire said. Or the person controlling the system wants us inside. We moved toward my father's study. A grandfather clock chimed 8 times. The sound carried through empty rooms. Photographs lined the hall. Caleb appeared in nearly all of them. Caleb riding a horse. Caleb holding a school trophy. Caleb standing beside our father at a company banquet. I appeared in 3. In one photograph, Alina's hand rested on my shoulder. To anyone viewing it, she appeared to be a proud mother. I remembered her fingernails digging into my skin, while she whispered that I had no right to stand beside her son. The study door was open. Alina sat behind my father's desk. The photograph sent by the housekeeper did not capture how different she looked in person. Alina always held herself rigidly, as though the world might mistake relaxation for weakness. The woman before us sat with one leg tucked beneath her, a habit my mother had in the few memories I retained of her. She held my childhood photograph. When she saw me, her eyes filled with tears. "Evan." I stopped in the doorway. Claire remained beside me. Daniel checked the adjoining room. "Who are you?" I asked. "You know." "No, I know what you want me to believe." Pain crossed her face. "You were 5 when you lost your first tooth. You were frightened because Caleb told you that losing it meant all the others would fall out too. I found you beneath the kitchen table, holding it in your palm." Alina could have known that. She lived in the house. "I made you a small pouch from the sleeve of my blue dress," the woman continued. "You said the tooth fairy wouldn't find you at the Hayes estate because everyone called you Ethan. I wrote both names on the pouch." I remembered. The pouch was still in a wooden box among my childhood possessions. Alina had told me one of the maids made it. "What was inside?" I asked. "Your tooth, a coin, and the paper star you carried after you saved Claire." Claire looked at me. I had never told anyone about the paper star. After the lake, Claire folded it from a hospital napkin and placed it in my hand. I had forgotten it until that moment. "How do you know that?" I asked. "Because I watched you place it inside the pouch. You were supposed to be dead." I was inside the house. The answer chilled me. "Where?" "Your father kept me in the sealed rooms beneath the west wing." I knew the estate had old storage chambers, but my father claimed they had flooded long before I was born. "How long?" 4 months. Claire moved closer. "Who helped you escape?" "Caleb." My brother's whispered words returned. "She didn't jump." The woman rose from the chair. "He found the entrance. He brought me food and promised he would help me reach you. Then Charles discovered him." "The clinic," I said. "Yes." "You abandoned him." "I had been drugged and kept underground for months. I could barely walk." "You still left." "I believed Charles would kill you if I stayed." "You keep saying that as though it removes the choice." "No." Her reply was immediate. "Nothing removes it. I left you. I told myself I was protecting you, but I left you." She placed the photograph on the desk. "I have regretted it every day." Claire studied her. "How did you enter Alina's body?" The woman's gaze moved toward the window. "I don't know." "You were at Briar Station." I remember entering the tunnel after the police arrived. Someone grabbed me from behind. "Who?" I smelled rose oil. "Dr. Voss," Claire said. The woman touched Alina's face. "I woke here 20 minutes later. The housekeeper was screaming. When I looked in the mirror, I saw her." "And Alina?" I asked. "I heard her voice." "Inside your mind?" "No, through a speaker." A small monitor rested on the edge of the desk. Daniel examined it. The screen was black, but a playback light blinked in the corner. He pressed a button. Alina appeared on the screen. She was seated in a white room, still wearing the blue dress. "Ethan," she said, staring into the camera, "if you're seeing this, that woman has taken my body." The woman behind the desk shook her head. "I didn't take anything." Alina continued. "She will tell you she is Miriam. She knows things only Miriam would know because they put her memories inside my head first." Claire stepped closer to the monitor. Alina looked genuinely terrified. "I remember the river house. I remember making the tooth pouch. I remember holding you when you were born." The recording glitched. For several seconds, the screen filled with static. Then Alina reappeared closer to the camera. "I also remember things Miriam never knew. Charles kept records beneath the estate. He planned the explosion 8 years before it happened." My pulse quickened. "What does that mean?" Claire whispered. The recorded Alina leaned toward the camera. "The first life was not the future. It was a memory trial." The video ended. A countdown appeared. 29:59. A line of text formed beneath it. "Bring Miriam to the West Wing or Eleanor dies." The woman wearing Alina's body approached the screen. "They never showed me that." Daniel tried to disconnect the monitor. The timer continued. "It's operating on an internal battery," he said. "Can the signal be traced?" "Not without equipment." Claire inspected the video. "The lighting in that room is artificial. It could be anywhere." "She said Charles kept records beneath the estate," I said. The woman's face tightened. "He did." "You knew." "I found them while I was imprisoned." "What records?" "Medical files, audio recordings, photographs of people I didn't recognize." Daniel turned toward the hallway. "Show us the entrance." The estate's west wing had remained sealed since my father's death. Alina claimed the foundation was unstable and refused to spend money repairing it. The woman led us to the gallery. A wall of portraits faced the windows. My father's portrait hung in the center. She removed it. Behind the frame was a circular indentation. "My key opened that," she said. "Charles removed the lock after I escaped." Claire examined the wall. "There's a symbol." 3 overlapping circles had been carved into the stone. I had seen the same symbol stamped on patient forms in Arthur's clinic records. Claire traced the outer circle. "The doctors used this during memory exercises. They said the first circle represented the body, the second memory, and the third identity." "What did the overlap mean?" I asked. "A complete person." Daniel pressed the center. The wall shifted inward. Cold air moved through the opening. A staircase descended beneath the estate. The woman wearing Alina's body stopped at the top. "I can't go down there." The fear in her voice sounded real. I could not determine whether it belonged to Miriam or whether Alina had inherited the memory of Miriam's imprisonment. "You may be the only person who knows the layout," I said. "Knowing it is the reason I can't return." Claire addressed her gently. "If you are Miriam, Alina may die unless we take you below. And if I go, Voss may remove me from this body." "Is that what you're afraid of?" She touched Alina's cheek again. "I don't want this body. I don't want her life. But what happens to me when I leave it?" None of us knew. I looked into Alina's familiar face and tried to find my mother. All I saw were 2 women who had shaped my life in opposite ways, now trapped inside a mystery that treated them as interchangeable. "I won't offer you to Voss," I said. "Then how do we save Alina?" "We find another route." Daniel entered first. Claire followed. The woman hesitated before taking my hand. "My mother used to squeeze twice when she wanted me to know everything would be all right." Alina's fingers squeezed mine twice. It proved nothing. It meant everything. We descended. The first experiment, the staircase, ended at a reinforced metal door. It stood open. Beyond it was a corridor wider than the tunnel beneath Briar Station. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead. Observation windows had been installed along one side. The rooms behind them were empty. Each contained a bed, a camera, and a speaker. Claire's breathing changed. "This is the clinic." "Beneath the estate?" I asked. "Not the same building, the same design." Daniel opened the first room. Dust covered the floor. "No one has used this section recently." We moved deeper. Names appeared on the doors. Subject CH. Caleb Hayes. Subject CS. Claire Sterling. Subject MV. Mark Vale. Subject MH. Miriam Hart. My mother's maiden name. A fifth room waited at the end. Subject EH. I stepped toward it. The door opened automatically. Inside, children's drawings covered the walls. 3 boys stood beside a woman with green eyes. "Sophia." "My sons." The drawings were exactly as I remembered them from my first life. One showed our family beside a large red house. Another showed the triplets holding their grandfather's hands. A third depicted flames rising behind a black stick figure. Claire removed one from the wall. The paper had yellowed with age. "This is at least 15 years old." "That's impossible. The boys weren't born until after my marriage." "Your marriage that may never have occurred." I touched the crayon marks. I remembered watching my youngest son draw this picture while we sat at the kitchen table. He had colored the roof blue because he could not find a red crayon. Except the roof before me was red. A small detail differed from my memory. Then I saw the signature. Ethan Hayes, age 8. My childhood handwriting. I had drawn these. A wave of dizziness forced me against the wall. "No." Claire caught my shoulders. "Ethan, look at me." "I drew them." "You were a child." They used my own drawings to build the memories. The woman wearing Alina's body entered. She picked up a picture of Sophia. "You drew this after Charles introduced you to her at a company picnic." "I don't remember meeting Sophia as a child." "You became fascinated with her. She was kind to you when Caleb was." Sophia had not been randomly selected as my wife in the false future. She had been taken from an early emotional memory and placed into the role the researchers wanted me to accept. Why create a life where I married her? A speaker activated above us. Dr. Helena Voss answered. To determine whether loyalty can survive betrayal. Her voice was calm, cultured, and terrifyingly familiar. A hidden panel opened in the far wall. Behind it stood a woman in a red suit. Helena Voss appeared to be in her 60s. Her silver hair was cut to her jaw, and she wore a small glass vial of rose oil around her neck. Alina stood beside her. The real Alina. Or another person in Alina's body. Both women were identical. Same dress. Same necklace. Same face. The woman holding my hand recoiled. Alina looked at her double. "You." Voss stood between them. "Welcome, Ethan." Daniel moved in front of us. "Step away from Mrs. Hayes." "Which one?" The question stopped him. Voss smiled. "That is the purpose of the exercise." "This is not an exercise," I said. "Every life is an exercise. Most people simply never learn what they are being tested for." "Did you create my memories?" "I directed their integration." "The explosion, my marriage, my children." "Constructed from material already inside you." "They felt real." That is because the emotions were real. My hand curled into a fist. You made me grieve children who never existed. Voss regarded me with clinical interest. And yet that grief transformed you. The Ethan Hayes standing before me is more decisive, more compassionate, and less willing to tolerate abuse than the frightened young man who entered treatment. I never entered treatment. You volunteered. No. Voss touched a panel. A screen lit up. I appeared in a recorded video. I was younger, perhaps 22, but unmistakably myself. I understand the risks, the recorded version of me said. If this works, I may experience years inside the simulation. A voice behind the camera asked, "Why are you agreeing to this?" To find my mother. Dr. Voss cannot guarantee the memories will lead you to her. I know. You may wake believing the simulated life was real. The younger me looked directly into the camera. Then make it a life worth remembering. The recording ended. Claire stared at me. You volunteered. I don't remember. That was intentional, Voss said. Prior knowledge interferes with integration. What was the first life supposed to accomplish? To guide you here. You could have sent me a letter. You would not have believed it. Charles had spent years teaching you to accept his version of reality. You needed memories powerful enough to overpower his conditioning. You killed my family in those memories. I did not design the explosion. Who did? Voss looked at the two Eliners. Miriam. The woman beside me shook her head. No. The other Eliner began to laugh. It was not Eliner's laugh. It was my mother's. She is not Miriam, the woman holding my hand whispered. The double standing beside Voss smiled. No, she is. Both women claimed my mother's identity. Voss appeared delighted. Now we reach the final stage. Claire stepped in front of me. He is not participating in another test. This test began before you were born, Claire. Then it ends now. You believe recovering several memories makes you immune to manipulation. No, I believe recognizing manipulation makes me dangerous to the person attempting it. Voss studied her. You are still my finest student. I was your victim. You learned faster than anyone I treated. You hurt a boy to force me to cooperate. Caleb's pain responses were simulated. He screamed. His mind produced the sensation, but his body remained unharmed. Claire looked toward Caleb's treatment room. You taught him to associate me with pain. Yes. Why? Arthur and Charles wanted their children bound by marriage. I wanted to know whether a conditioned aversion could overpower family loyalty. So Caleb's hatred of me was planted. Some of it, Caleb possessed an impressive natural capacity for resentment. I thought of my first life, or the life I had believed was mine. Caleb's jealousy had driven him to murder us. Had that hatred also been created? Voss seemed to read the question. The simulation intensified what already existed. It did not invent Caleb's choices. Caleb experienced the same false future, I asked. A variation of it. What did he remember? Voss looked toward the ceiling speaker. A new voice came through. My brother. The real Caleb. Ethan. It sounded distant and frightened. I stepped toward the speaker. Caleb, where are you? I don't know. Voss lifted one finger to silence me. Caleb remembers opening the gas line. He remembers dying. He also remembers waking inside Mark's body. Claire's eyes widened. If Mark woke inside Caleb, and Caleb woke inside Mark, Voss finished. Where is Mark's original body? Closer than you think. The monitor displayed a hospital room. A thin man lay unconscious beneath white sheets. Mark Vale's original face looked older than I remembered from the false future, yet it was unmistakably him. His eyes opened. "Ethan," Caleb said from Mark's body, "don't believe her." "Where are you?" "Linden Hospital, 3rd floor. They've had me here for months." "Months? The engagement dinner was yesterday." "Not for me." The screen showed a date. It was 6 months in the future. Claire moved closer to the monitor. "That isn't a live feed." "No," Voss said, "it is a possible memory." "Possible?" The human mind does not experience time as a sequence. It reconstructs the past and predicts the future using the same biological mechanisms. With sufficient detail, a predicted future can feel as authentic as a remembered past. "You didn't send anyone through time," I said. "I gave each of you memories of futures that could occur." "Then why did events follow those memories?" "Because you made choices based on them." A self-fulfilling future. Caleb chose Sophia because he remembered her children and the company. I accepted Claire because I remembered her loneliness and Caleb's cruelty. Mark knew where to find the box because his memories directed him there. Every one of us had been following a map implanted by Voss. "How many possible futures did you create?" Claire asked. "Hundreds." "And how many people received them?" Voss smiled. "More than you will ever know." Sirens sounded outside the estate. Daniel checked his phone. "I have no signal." "I called them," Voss said. "Who?" "The people named in the ledger." Claire reached for her bag. It was empty. The ledger was gone. She turned toward the woman who had entered with us. "I'm sorry," the woman said. She held the ledger against her chest. "Which one are you?" I asked. Her expression lost all trace of my mother. "Eleanor." She handed the ledger to Voss. The woman beside Voss laughed again. "I told you they put Miriam's memories inside her." I stared at the woman who had held my hand and squeezed twice. "You knew my childhood." "I remember your childhood." "But you are not my mother." "No." "Where is she?" Eleanor looked toward her double. "I believe that one is Miriam." The second woman bowed her head. When she looked up, there were tears in Eleanor's eyes. "I wanted to tell you at Briar Station," Miriam said, "but I was still in my own body then." "Why did you switch?" "Voss offered me Eleanor's body so I could enter the estate without resistance." "You agreed?" "I needed the records beneath the West Wing." "You left me again." "I intended to return." "You always intend to return." Voss raised the ledger. "This contains the names of every person who funded my research. Some want it destroyed. Some want the program continued." "And what do you want?" Claire asked. "To complete my work." "You've destroyed lives." "I have preserved them. Miriam is dying." I looked at my mother. Eleanor's face concealed whatever illness Miriam's original body had carried. Voss continued. "Her body has advanced neurological disease. She had weeks remaining. Now she may have decades." "In a stolen body," I said. "Eleanor spent years tormenting you. Do you believe she deserves sympathy?" "This is not about what she deserves." "Then what is it about?" "Choice." Voss's smile faded slightly. "An overrated concept. Most choices are determined by memories, and memories are unreliable." Claire took a step toward her. "If choice is meaningless, why manipulate ours?" For the first time, Voss had no immediate answer. Claire continued. "You need us to believe your work matters. Without our decisions, You have nothing but people trapped inside stolen memories. The sirens grew louder. Vehicles approached the estate. Voss looked at Daniel. Some of your former colleagues are arriving. They have orders to retrieve the ledger and eliminate everyone who has seen it. Daniel's expression remained calm. How many? 22. What weapons? Standard tactical equipment. You expect us to help you escape. I expect you to recognize our shared interest. Claire looked at the two women, wearing Aliner's face. My father may be among the people arriving. He is, Voss said. I turned toward the monitor. Mark's original body remained visible. Caleb stared through his eyes. Can he hear me? I asked. Yes. Caleb, did you kill my family? His face twisted with pain. In the future they gave me, yes. Why? I hated you. That is not enough. It felt like enough. He covered his face. I spent years watching you receive everything. The company, Mr. Sterling's respect, a family. They made me feel as if you had stolen every life I could have lived. Voss planted those feelings. No, she gave them a story. His honesty disturbed me more than denial would have. I opened the gas line, he said. No one forced me. Where were you when the engagement dinner happened? In Mark's body. Why didn't you contact me? I tried. Voss's people found me first. Mark had awakened as Caleb and immediately followed the implanted future. Caleb had awakened as Mark and been imprisoned before he could interfere. Pieces of the mystery finally aligned. What does Mark want? I asked. Your life, Caleb answered. Not your company, not Claire's inheritance. You. Claire looked toward the screen. Why? Because Dr. Voss showed him every future where Ethan succeeded and he failed. Mark believes Ethan's identity is the key. That is why he wrote letters in my name, I said. That is why he chose Sophia. He was recreating the future that made you powerful. But I became powerful because I worked for it. I know. Caleb's borrowed face tightened. I didn't understand that until I woke as someone else. The monitor flickered. Ethan, there's one more thing. Mark knows how to transfer again. The image disappeared. At that moment, the lights went out. The man who wanted my name, gunfire, sounded above us. It came in controlled bursts from the front of the estate. Daniel shut the metal door. This facility may have another exit. Voss pointed toward the observation corridor. Through Caleb's room. Daniel moved first. Claire caught my hand as we followed. Stay with me. I'm not going anywhere. You may not have control over that. She looked toward Voss. If Mark can transfer between bodies, he may try to take yours. The thought had already occurred to me. We entered Caleb's treatment room. A hospital bed stood in the center. Heavy restraints hung from each side. Behind it, a circular opening led into a second corridor. Daniel checked the passage. Clear. Voss remained near the doorway. She had the ledger, but not the two Aliners. Aliner and Miriam stood on opposite sides of the room, each watching the other with the hatred of women forced to share the same face. Which body belongs to whom? I asked Voss. Neither consciousness belongs anywhere. Belonging is a story the mind tells itself. Claire grabbed the ledger from her. Voss did not resist. You did that deliberately, Claire said. I wanted to see whether you would take it. I'm not one of your experiments. You will always be one of my experiments. No. Claire walked to an old control console and placed the ledger beneath a document camera. What are you doing? Voss asked. Ending your leverage. The console was still connected to the estate's closed internal network. Claire activated every monitor in the underground facility. Pages of the ledger appeared on them. Then she began recording. "My name is Claire Sterling," she said to the nearest camera. "This ledger contains evidence of criminal activity committed by Sterling International, Hayes Enterprises, the Linden Institute, and their associates. Multiple copies are being created." "You cannot transmit them outside the estate," Voss said. "I don't need to." Claire looked at Daniel. "The people attacking us want the ledger. If they believe copies exist throughout the facility, they will divide their search." Daniel understood. "And we can identify anyone who enters a room to destroy them." Claire held up the small remote Sophia had dropped at Briar Station. "She must have taken it before the police arrived." "Every test creates data," she said. "Jonathan taught me that." She pressed the button. Security shutters descended throughout the estate. The gunfire above abruptly stopped. Daniel looked impressed. Voss looked proud, which angered Claire more. A red light flashed on the console. Someone had entered the underground corridor from another access point. Footsteps approached. Caleb's face appeared in the doorway. Mark held a weapon in one hand, but it was pointed at the floor. His injured shoulder had been bandaged beneath his coat. "How did you leave the hospital?" I asked. "Most guards become cooperative when they remember a different life." Voss smiled. "You used the resonance sequence." "I improved it." Mark looked at Claire. "You remember the red room now." "I remember enough." "Then you know I tried to help you." "You forged Ethan's letters." "Because you needed him." "I needed the truth." "The truth would have destroyed you." "It nearly did. Your lies made the damage last longer." Mark's gaze moved toward me. "She will never trust you completely." "That is her choice." "You keep saying that word as if it is sacred." "It is to people who have had theirs taken away." He raised the weapon. Daniel moved in front of Claire. Mark did not aim at her. He aimed at Voss. "You promised I would wake as Ethan." Voss showed no fear. "I promised you a compatible body." "You gave me Caleb." His neural patterns had already been prepared. "I lived through 12 futures as Ethan Hayes." My blood ran cold. "In how many did you take my place?" "All of them." He looked at Claire. "In some you loved me." "No," she said. "I loved the person you pretended to be." "I knew you better than he did." "You studied me. That is not the same as knowing me." Mark's finger tightened near the trigger. Voss spoke softly. "The transfer into Caleb was always temporary. Ethan is here now." Claire moved closer to me. "What does he need?" Voss looked at the hospital bed. "Physical contact, neurological synchronization, and a strong emotional memory shared by both minds." "The explosion," I said. Mark nodded. "We both remember dying there." "That memory was constructed. Emotion does not care." He pressed a switch attached to his wrist. A low tone came from the speakers. The sound vibrated through my skull. The treatment room vanished. I stood in my old house. Flames moved along the hallway. My children screamed upstairs. Caleb's laughter came from the basement. I knew it was not real. My body did not. I ran toward the stairs. A figure blocked my path. "Mark." He looked like me. "Not Caleb." "Me." "You cannot save them," he said. "I know." The flames climbed the walls. "Then why are you trying?" "Because they were my children." "They never existed." "I loved them." "They were designed to teach you grief." "That doesn't make the love false." Mark's expression twisted. I felt it too. Voss gave me the same memories. I was their father in 3 futures. You were never their father. Neither were you. One of the boys screamed my name. Mark turned toward the sound. For a moment, longing crossed his face. He had loved them too. That was Voss's greatest cruelty. She had given several men memories of the same children, and made each believe that love granted ownership. The children are gone, I said, but we are here. In the wrong bodies. You chose what to do with Caleb S. I was supposed to be you. You don't want my life. You have no idea what I want. You want proof that if you had my name, my face, or my opportunities, you would be loved. The flames dimmed. Mark stared at me. You know nothing about me. I know you spent years writing letters as someone else. I know you lived through futures wearing my identity. I know that when you finally returned, you chose another man's body rather than build a life in your own. Shut up. You don't want to become me. You want to escape yourself. The house shook. The memory began collapsing. Mark lunged. His hands closed around my throat. For a second, I saw through his eyes. I was standing across from myself. Behind my image, countless memories opened. Caleb being beaten by our father for trying to help Miriam. Mark watching Jonathan die. Claire crying in the red room. Sophia whispering that she would choose whichever brother inherited the company. Alina telling Caleb that Ethan had stolen their father's love. Miriam leaving through a tunnel while 2 boys waited for her to return. Our memories collided. Then I found something that did not belong to Mark, Caleb, or me. Dr. Voss stood beside the wreckage of my first life home. The fire was gone. Cameras surrounded the building. Actors dressed as firefighters waited outside. My children emerged through the back door, alive and unharmed. Not imaginary. Older now. Watching. One of them looked directly at the camera. Did he believe we died? The boy asked. Voss answered. Yes. When can we see him? When the trial is complete. The memory threw me backward. I woke on the floor of the treatment room. Claire knelt beside me. Mark lay several feet away, still inside Caleb's body. Daniel had disarmed him. Voss was gone. So were Alina and Miriam. The ledger remained on the console. What happened? Claire asked. I sat up. The room spun around me. The children existed. What children? My sons. Her expression changed. The ones from your remembered future. They were part of the experiment, but they were real. How could that be? I don't know. I crawled toward Mark. Daniel held him against the floor. Where are they? Mark laughed weakly. You saw them. Where? You still think Voss created the false future to bring you here. Tell me where my children are. She created it to make you love them. Why? She needed someone willing to die for them. A heavy impact shook the underground facility. Dust fell from the ceiling. The people attacking the estate had broken through one of the security shutters. Mark looked toward the corridor. They're here for the children. Who? Everyone named in the ledger contributed to the program. Memories were valuable, but Voss discovered something more valuable. What? A child raised with memories from multiple possible lives can predict human behavior better than any machine. Claire stared at him. The children are being trained. They are being prepared. For what? Mark smiled. To decide which future becomes real. The lights changed from white to red. A child's voice came through the speaker. "Dad." My heart stopped. I knew that voice. It belonged to my eldest son. "Dad, if you can hear me, don't trust the woman wearing Grandma's face." Static interrupted him. Then he spoke again. "And don't let Claire open the final page of the ledger." Claire looked down. The ledger had opened by itself beneath the document camera. Its final page displayed a photograph. Claire stood in a white laboratory, older than she was now. She wore a medical coat bearing the Linden Institute symbol. 3 boys stood beside her. At the bottom of the photograph, someone had written, "Director Claire Sterling with the first successful oracles." Claire stared at the image. "I've never been there." Mark began laughing. "Not yet." The door behind us opened. My son stood on the other side. He was no longer 7 years old. He appeared to be 17. He looked exactly as I remembered, except for the silver pattern of electrode circling his temples. "Dad," he said. Tears filled my eyes. I tried to rise. He lifted one hand. "Stay where you are." 2 armed guards appeared behind him. My son looked at Claire with open fear. "She is the reason you remember the future." Claire shook her head. "I don't know you." "You will." He looked at me again. "We don't have much time. Dr. Voss is moving the others." "Your brothers?" "Yes." "Where?" "To the Red Room." Claire's remembered training, Caleb's hatred, Mark's obsession, Miriam's disappearance, and my false future all led to the same place. But there had never been only one Red Room. The Red Room was not a chamber in Switzerland. It was the name of the final stage. My son pressed his palm against the wall. A hidden elevator opened behind him. "If you want the truth about who you are," he said, "come with me." I looked at Claire. The photograph showed her as the future director of the program. My son believed she was responsible for my memories. Mark believed becoming me would complete him. Voss believed identity could be transferred. I no longer knew whether the grief inside me came from reality, simulation, or another person's life. But I knew one thing. The boy waiting in the elevator had called me Dad. This time, I would not leave him behind. I took Claire's hand. Together, we entered the elevator. The doors closed. The last thing I saw was Mark smiling from the floor. "You're finally going to remember," he said. The elevator began to descend. Not beneath the estate. Beneath the memories that had built my entire life. The elevator descended for 3 minutes. There were no floor numbers on the control panel, only 3 overlapping circles carved into a steel plate. Body. Memory. Identity. Claire stood beside me, her fingers wrapped around mine. My son faced us from the other side of the elevator, watching our joined hands. He was 17 now, or appeared to be. The last time I remembered seeing him, he had been 7 years old. He had lost his first tooth that morning and insisted on keeping it in his pocket because he did not trust the tooth fairy's accounting practices. His name was Noah. At least, that was the name I remembered giving him. He had Sophia's green eyes and my dark hair. The same faint scar crossed his chin where he had fallen from a swing at 4 years old. None of that made sense. According to Mark, the years I remembered had never happened. Yet Noah stood before me, older than he should have been, carrying scars from a childhood I had supposedly imagined. I took one step toward him. The armed guards behind him raised their weapons. Noah lifted his hand. "Lower them." The guards obeyed. Not reluctantly, not after considering the risks. Immediately. Who are they? I asked. People who believe I can tell them what will happen. Can you? Sometimes. His voice was deeper than the boy's voice in my memories, but his expression was the same one he wore whenever he tried to hide fear. I wanted to embrace him. I could not bring myself to move. Noah. He flinched. You remember that name. You are my son. I'm one of the boys you remember as your sons. That is not an answer. It's the only safe one. His eyes moved toward Claire. Unlike the guards, he did not hide his suspicion. Why did you bring her? She came with me. You should have stopped her. I make my own decisions, Claire said. That's what you said before. Before what? Before you helped Voss create the Red Room. She studied him carefully. You believe I did that in the future. I don't believe it, I remember it. So does Ethan. Noah looked at me. You told her. She knows about the other life. Not that memory, the one where she becomes director. I saw the photograph. The photograph is real. Claire remained calm. Photographs can be manufactured. So can memories. The elevator continued downward. Claire glanced at the control panel. Where are you taking us? To the first chamber. What is beneath this estate? It isn't beneath the estate. We've been descending for several minutes. The elevator isn't moving. I looked at the gaps around the doors. Air seemed to rush upward, creating the sensation of descent. Noah touched the steel wall. The chamber moves around us. Claire examined the floor. Rotating visual panels, mechanical vibration, and controlled air pressure. You designed the first version, Noah said. I told you I have never been here. You haven't. Then stop accusing me of actions I haven't committed. I'm trying to prevent you from committing them. She looked at the electrodes circling his temples. And Voss taught you that the best way to prevent someone's choices is to punish them for a future they haven't lived. Noah's jaw tightened. You sound exactly the same. As the woman you remember. Yes. Perhaps because your memory of her was built from observing me now. He fell silent. Claire continued. You believe the future shaped your understanding of me. What if your understanding of me shaped the future Voss gave you? Noah's attention shifted to the floor. You don't trust your memories either, I said. I trust what they taught me. That isn't what I asked. His eyes returned to mine. No, I don't trust them. The guards exchanged uneasy looks. They followed Noah because they believed in his abilities. Hearing him question those abilities frightened them. The elevator stopped. The doors opened onto a playground. Sunlight streamed through the branches of an enormous oak tree. A red house stood beyond a white fence. 3 bicycles rested near the porch. For one impossible moment, I believed we had returned to my first life. Then I noticed the sky. The clouds never moved. The sunlight did not change. We were inside a vast underground chamber. Screens stretched across the ceiling and walls, creating an artificial horizon. The oak tree was real, but the grass beneath it grew from carefully arranged sections of soil. The red house came directly from my childhood drawing. Noah stepped outside. Welcome home. I remained in the elevator. This isn't my home. It was built for you. By whom? Your father. Charles Hayes built this place. Not Charles. Noah looked at me. You. The red house, the living room, contained furniture from my remembered future. Sophia's blue reading chair stood beside the fireplace. The triplets' school photographs lined the mantel. A crack crossed the corner of the coffee table where Noah had struck it with a wooden sword. I ran my fingers over the damage. In my memory, I had repaired the crack with glue. A thin line of dried adhesive remained beneath the table. Claire watched me from the doorway. "You recognize everything?" "Yes." "What does that mean?" "I don't know." Noah dismissed the guards. They moved outside but remained near the front door. He entered the kitchen and placed 3 glasses on the counter. "You used to make lemonade on Sundays," he said. "You hated lemonade." His hand stopped. "Only after you added mint. You said it tasted like toothpaste." A small smile touched his face. It vanished quickly. "That happened in the simulation." "Then how do we both remember it?" "Because I was inside it too." Claire approached the kitchen. "You experienced the same false life." "Not exactly." He opened a cabinet. A row of small medicine bottles stood inside. "I lived here." "You grew up in this chamber?" she asked. "Yes." "With your brothers?" "Yes." "With Sophia?" He shook his head. Voss created a simulated image of her. We saw her through screens, projection systems, and memory sessions. "And Ethan?" "He visited." I stared at him. "I've never been here." "Your body has." Claire's eyes narrowed. "What does that mean?" Noah removed a tablet from a drawer. After entering a code, he showed us a video. A younger version of me entered the red house. He appeared exhausted. Electrodes had been attached to his head and chest. 2 technicians guided him into the living room. 3 small boys ran toward him. "Daddy!" They threw themselves into his arms. The younger me fell to his knees and embraced them. Noah stopped the recording. My lungs refused to work. "When was this?" 12 years ago. I would have been 15. "Yes." The man in the recording is older than 15. "That isn't your original body." Claire took the tablet. She enlarged the image. The man had my face, but there were subtle differences. His shoulders were broader. A pale scar crossed his wrist. His eyes looked older than they should have. "Whose body was it?" she asked. Noah looked toward the artificial sunlight. "Jonathan Vale S. Mark's father. The man who died at Briar Station." "That is impossible," Claire said. "Jonathan was alive when Ethan was 15. The recording is dated 12 years ago, but the visit happened 17 years ago. The system changed the date after Voss began restructuring the trials." I struggled to follow. "You're saying someone placed my memories into Jonathan Vale?" "Not all of them, a partial identity imprint." "Why?" "To test whether we would recognize you as our father." The grief on his face was too old for a 17-year-old. "Did you?" "Immediately." Claire slowly lowered the tablet. The children were raised to identify a memory pattern rather than a face. Noah nodded. Voss called it emotional recognition. My stomach turned. "How many bodies carried my memories?" 5 that I know about. "And every time, you believed the person was me?" "No." "Why not?" "Some of them felt wrong." "What made Jonathan different?" "He loved us." "One of the others did." "One tried to kill us." Claire looked sharply at him. "Who?" "Caleb." I remembered the recording displayed in the treatment room. Caleb claiming he had lived through a variation of my future. Caleb was brought here. He was the second candidate. "How old were you?" 5. That would mean Caleb was still a child himself. His body was 14. His memory pattern was older. Noah sat at the kitchen table. They gave him memories of being our father, but they also left fragments of his own personality. He became angry when we didn't call him Dad quickly enough. He thought we loved Ethan more. Even in a manufactured childhood, Caleb had competed with me. What happened? He struck Eli. Which one is Eli? He was the youngest in the future you remember. I saw the child at the breakfast table, always arranging his cereal by color before he ate. Where is he now? With Lucas. Where? Voss is moving them to the primary red room. Why? Because they remember a future where Claire takes control of the program. Claire folded her arms. You remember that future too? Yes. What did I do? Noah looked toward the guards outside. You freed us. The answer contradicted his earlier fear. You said she created the red room, I said. She did. Now you're saying she freed you. Both are true. How can both be true? Because there isn't one future. He stood and walked to the far wall. A child's growth marks had been drawn beside the doorway. Noah's name appeared alongside Luca's and Eli. 3 additional names had been covered with white paint. Claire touched the first painted section. Who were the others? Children who didn't survive. I stepped closer. What happened to them? They lost the ability to separate predictions from memories. Noah pressed his palm against a hidden sensor. The wall opened. Behind it was a control room filled with photographs, charts, and video screens. At its center stood a transparent model of the human brain, surrounded by branching pathways. Each pathway ended in a different image. In one, I became the chairman of Sterling International. In another, Caleb controlled the company. In another, Claire stood beside Mark at an engagement ceremony. One showed Briar Station burning. Another showed my mother pointing a gun at Arthur. Hundreds of possible futures surrounded the brain. Noah approached the model. Voss does not see the future. She creates memories of possible futures and gives them to different subjects. Then she studies our decisions, Claire said. Yes. And uses the results to predict which future is most likely. Yes. That is not prophecy, it is behavioral modeling. It began that way. What changed? We did. He touched one of the pathways. We started having memories Voss never created. Claire and I exchanged a look. Noah selected an image. It showed me standing in the underground treatment room. Mark lay on the floor. Claire held the ledger beneath the document camera. It was the exact scene we had left minutes earlier. When did you receive this memory? I asked. 3 years ago. That's impossible. Voss never placed it in my mind. Then where did it come from? From you. I took a step back. I didn't send you anything. Not consciously. Noah enlarged the image. A line of text appeared beneath it. Source pattern EH. Every time you made a significant decision, I remembered it before it happened. Claire examined the data. Because Ethan's memories were used to structure your identity. Partly. What is the other part? Noah looked at her. You. The Claire who had not yet existed, he activated another screen. Claire appeared inside the red room at the Swiss clinic. She looked 17, several years older than the child who had first been treated there. She wore a white coat and stood beside Helena Voss. 3 young boys slept in medical chairs. Noah, Lucas, and Eli. Play it, Claire said. The recording began. Her younger self adjusted an electrode near Noah's temple. Voss stood behind her. What do you see? Voss asked. We're measuring the wrong person, the younger Claire replied. Explain. Ethan's responses change when the boys are threatened, but their predictions do not originate with him. Where do they originate? Claire looked toward the camera. With me. The present-day Claire moved closer to the screen. I don't remember this. Noah paused the recording. The date is 9 years ago. I would have been 18. You were. My father told me I spent that year studying in Paris. You spent 4 months in Paris, then you returned to the clinic voluntarily. No. You remembered enough of your childhood to find Voss. Claire shook her head. No. You wanted to understand why you could anticipate other people's decisions. I cannot predict people. You predicted Sophia's attack. I saw that her restraints were loose. You knew how she would move. Because Jonathan trained me. You knew how to stop the bomb timer. It wasn't a real bomb. You knew which wires to remove before you discovered that. Claire's denial weakened. Noah resumed the recording. The younger Claire placed both hands on the medical chair. The boys aren't receiving Ethan's future, she said. They're receiving mine. I create a model of Ethan's choices and their minds convert it into memories. Voss watched her carefully. You believe you are the source. I can prove it. How? Separate me from the boys. If the predictions stop, the trial ends. No, if they stop, we learn the truth. Voss turned off the camera. The recording went black. Claire stared at her own reflection in the empty screen. I found her, she whispered. Noah nodded. You designed a test to determine whether your mind was connected to ours. What were the results? You disappeared before it was completed. Claire looked at me. My father said I had a breakdown at 16. Perhaps it happened again. Or Voss removed your memories again. Noah selected another file. This was recorded 2 days later. The screen showed the same room. One of the medical chairs had overturned. Glass covered the floor. An alarm flashed along the walls. Claire appeared in the doorway, holding the ledger. She was older. Not 18. She looked close to her current age. This is the photograph from the final page, I said. Noah nodded. In the recording, Claire addressed someone outside the camera's view. You cannot keep repeating the same year until I give you the answer you want. Voss's voice responded. You misunderstand. You are the person repeating it. I am ending the program. You have ended it 17 times. Then I will end it 18. You always return. Because you keep involving Ethan. You created Ethan's future. To give him enough reason to find the children. You made him believe they were his. They need him. Or you need him to need them. Claire entered the room and removed the electrodes from the sleeping boys. Voss stepped into view. You cannot rescue every version of them. I only have to rescue the ones who are here. The video ended. Noah looked at present-day Claire. That is the future I remember. Claire's face had gone still. Then it has not happened yet. It may have happened many times. You believe we have repeated this day. I believe you have. No. She turned away from the screens. I will not accept another person's recording as proof of my life. That is what you taught me to say. She stopped. Noah's expression softened. You told me memories may explain who someone was, but choices reveal who they are now. Claire looked toward him. Did I free you? Eventually. What happened afterward? You vanished. And Ethan. He died. The word struck the room like an impact. How? I asked. Noah's eyes filled with pain. Saving us. A door alarm began to flash. Someone had entered the red house. Noah shut down the screens. The guards should have stopped them. Unless they obey someone else, Claire said. Footsteps crossed the living room. A woman began singing. The melody was quiet and familiar. My mother used to sing it while brushing my hair after a bath. The hidden door opened. Miriam stood on the other side, still wearing Aliner's face. Blood covered one sleeve. Noah, she said, step away from him. Noah backed toward the control panel. Which one are you? You know who I am. That is no longer enough. Miriam looked at me. Voss took Aliner. Her people are moving the ledger through the north tunnel. Why did you come here? To get you out. How did you know where we were? I remember this house. As Miriam. Her hesitation answered me. You have Aliner's memories too, Claire said. I have more than hers. Miriam entered the control room. I remember living as Sophia. My breath caught. What? Voss placed Sophia's future pattern inside me at Briar Station. She wanted me to understand what happened to you. What did you see? Your marriage, the children, Mark's conspiracy. Did Sophia betray me? Miriam looked toward Noah. In one version. There are other versions. In most of them, Sophia never married you. Noah moved toward the opposite wall. Miriam noticed. Don't open that door. My brothers are on the other side. No, Voss wants you to believe they are. You don't know. I helped build this chamber. Noah froze. Who are you? Miriam's borrowed face crumpled. I don't know anymore. The answer was more honest than anything else she could have said. She lifted her blood-stained hand. I remember giving birth to Ethan. I remember hating him for entering my home. I remember marrying him. I remember raising Noah. My grief turned to anger. You remember being Sophia? Yes. Then tell me the truth. Were the boys mine? Noah looked at me. Claire took a step closer, but did not interfere. Miriam closed her eyes. No. The word reopened a wound from a life that had never happened. I had once heard Sophia on the phone with Mark. I discovered that the children I considered mine had supposedly been fathered by another man. Even if Voss created the memory, the betrayal still lived inside me. Miriam continued. They were not Mark's either. What are you saying? The future gave you a false paternity test, because Voss needed to break your emotional connection to Sophia while preserving your love for the children. Who was their biological father? No one. Claire stared at her. That is not possible. It is for embryos created from several genetic sources. Noah's face hardened. Stop. Miriam looked at him with sorrow. You deserve to know. I already know. You were told a story. So were you. He pressed the sensor. An alarm sounded. The far wall began opening. Noah, do, Miriam shouted. Behind the wall was another red room. Two boys lay inside transparent medical chambers. Lucas and Eli. They appeared 17 like Noah. Colored fluid surrounded them. Tubes ran from their arms and chests into a machine embedded in the floor. Helena Voss stood between the chambers. Arthur Sterling was beside her. Claire stared at her father. You followed us. Arthur looked exhausted. I came to bring you home. You have never known where my home is. Voss placed one hand on Lucas's chamber. The reunion is nearly complete. Noah moved toward his brothers. Miriam blocked him. That is not them. I can see them. You see bodies designed to make you approach. Voss's voice came through the room. Miriam is correct. Noah stopped. Voss smiled. The boys inside these chambers are new vessels. What happened to Lucas and Eli? I demanded. They are waiting. Where? In the transfer network. Claire moved beside Noah. You want him to enter one of the chambers? Yes. Why? 3 minds must be synchronized before the oracle pattern can stabilize. Noah looked at his brothers' faces. They need me. The bodies need your memories, Voss said. What happens to me? Your identity will be distributed across all 3. You want to split his mind, I said. I want to preserve it. Voss addressed Noah. You have seen what happens if the process fails. War, economic collapse, millions dead because leaders make decisions based on fear and incomplete information. That future may be one you created. It may also be one we can prevent. Claire walked into the red room. Arthur reached for her. Do not approach the chambers. She ignored him. You believe the boys can predict collective human behavior. They already can. But only because you feed them manufactured futures. They began generating independent memories years ago. Or someone else began generating those memories through them. Voss glanced at me. You still believe Ethan is the source? No. Claire looked at Noah. The predictions appeared to come from Ethan because he was the emotional anchor. They appeared to come from me because I designed part of the process, but neither of us can see the future. What can? Arthur asked. The network. Voss's smile faded. Claire pointed to the cables beneath the medical chambers. You connected every participant. Ethan, Mark, Caleb, Miriam, Alina, Sophia, Noah, Lucas, Eli, and me. Our memories are not moving through time. They are moving between people. Noah took a step away from the chambers. Claire continued. When one participant constructs a possible future, the others receive fragments of it. Because we receive them at different times, they feel like memories of events that have already happened. Arthur looked toward Voss. You told me the boys could predict the future. They predict choices with remarkable accuracy. Because you have access to the private memories of everyone involved, Claire said, you are not creating oracles. You are collecting human beings. Voss remained calm. The distinction is philosophical. No, it is criminal. Claire turned to her father. You funded this. Arthur looked at the boys. I believed Voss could prevent disasters. You believed she could protect Sterling International. That too. And my mother. Arthur stiffened. What about her? Claire studied him. My mother discovered the network before Jonathan. No. She did not die because of medical trials. She died because she tried to remove me from the program. Arthur's denial came too quickly. That is not true. Claire touched her pendant. You placed a tracker inside this when I was 16. Mark knew about the pendant when I was 9. Jonathan knew about my connection to Ethan. Every one of you understood that the charm was more than a childhood keepsake. She opened the pendant. Beneath the engraved silver was a small circular component. Not a tracking chip. An electrode. Arthur stared at it. I didn't know. You tracked the signal without knowing what produced it. Voss told me it was a biometric transmitter. It transmitted memory responses. Voss did not deny it. Claire's eyes filled with tears. My mother gave me this pendant before the lake trip. Arthur looked at Voss with dawning horror. She was part of the program. She founded it, Voss replied. The truth silenced the room. Claire stepped backward. No. Your mother believed traumatic memories could be transferred away from patients, Voss said. She wanted to free people from grief. She would never have done this. She withdrew when she discovered the transferred memories did not vanish. They entered other minds. The children. Early subjects. You killed her. Your father ordered the vehicle stopped. His security chief acted with unnecessary force. Arthur's face lost all color. You told me she was leaving the country. She intended to expose us. You said the car went over the cliff before your people reached it. Voss looked almost amused. You were always most comfortable with the version that required the least courage. Arthur moved toward her. The guards entered behind us. Their weapons were aimed at everyone except Voss. Noah touched another control. The artificial sunlight vanished. Red emergency lights filled the room. Everyone stop, he said. Voss regarded him. You do not control this chamber. No, but I remember the person who does. He looked at Claire. She stared at the control console. Then she ran toward it. The guards raised their weapons. I threw myself between them and Claire. Gunfire erupted. The choice that changed the future, something struck my chest. I fell against the medical chamber. The pain was sharp but shallow. The vest Daniel had given me at Briar Station had stopped the bullet. One guard fired again. Noah struck the floor. The lights flickered. Every screen in the chamber activated at once. Hundreds of memories flashed across them. Arthur signing the clinic's funding agreement. Miriam escaping through the River House tunnel. Elena watching Charles drag Caleb toward a car. Mark writing letters in my name. Sophia lying inside a medical chair while technicians constructed the memory of our marriage. Claire standing beside her mother before the fatal car trip. Voss watching all of us. The guards lowered their weapons, overwhelmed by the images. Claire reached the console. She entered a sequence without hesitation. Voss went still. You remember? Yes. What? Everything you did to make me forget. The medical chambers unlocked. The two bodies inside opened their eyes. Lucas looked toward me. Eli looked toward Noah. Neither moved. They aren't your brothers, Miriam warned. Noah approached the glass. Lucas lifted his hand. Noah placed his palm against the opposite side. A sequence of lights moved across the electrodes around their heads. Noah's body stiffened. I tried to reach him. Claire stopped me. Wait. Noah is transferring. No, he is checking the memory pattern. Noah opened his eyes. That is Lucas. The boy inside the chamber smiled. No, he said through the speaker, but I know where he is. Who are you? The boy's gaze moved toward Voss. Jonathan Vale. Mark's father. Mark's obsession had begun with a dead man. That man was now inside a body made to resemble my son. Voss moved toward the chamber. Jonathan remained calm. You left me in the network for 17 years. You were dead. My body was dead. His eyes found Claire. You remember the station? Yes. I'm sorry. You used me. I thought the evidence mattered more than the cost. You were wrong. I know. The second boy opened his eyes. Eli's face turned toward Miriam. Hello, Mother. Miriam covered her mouth. Who was that? I asked. She began crying. Charles. My father's identity pattern occupied the other body. Even dead, Charles Hayes had found another life to enter. He looked at me through my son's face. Evan. Rage traveled through me. You do not get to call me that. You have become stronger. No thanks to you. Entirely thanks to me. He studied Miriam in Alina's body. My two wives in one form, Voss always had a sense of humor. Miriam moved toward his chamber. You imprisoned me. I protected our son. You sent Caleb to a clinic that destroyed his mind. He was weak. He was a child. He betrayed me. So did I. Charles smiled. And look where it brought you. Claire pressed another control. The fluid began draining from both chambers. Voss lunged toward her. Arthur caught Voss's arm. For the first time, he stood against her. Let them go. You have no idea what you are releasing. I have spent years accepting that excuse. Voss struck him across the face with the metal vial around her neck. It shattered against his cheek. Rose oil filled the air. Arthur staggered. Daniel appeared in the doorway with the remaining guards behind him. This time, their weapons were pointed at Voss. It's over, he said. Voss smiled. You still think there is an outside authority capable of ending this? The ledger is being sent to federal investigators, Claire said. No, your phone has never left the estate network. I know. Voss's confidence faltered. Claire looked toward Noah. He transmitted it. Noah touched the electrodes around his temples. All of it. To whom? Voss asked. Every participant still connected to the network. Thousands of people could now possess fragments of the ledger. Some were victims. Some were criminals. Some had no idea they had ever been part of Voss's program. The truth could no longer be contained in a book or destroyed inside a single building. Voss stared at Noah. You contaminated the network. I freed it. You have condemned everyone involved. No, I gave them a choice. Claire looked at him. This time, Noah did not look afraid of her. The doors of the medical chambers opened. Jonathan stepped out first, unsteady in the body designed to resemble Luca's. Charles followed in Eli's body. I could not look at either of them without seeing my children. That was deliberate. Voss had given our enemies faces we would hesitate to harm. Charles noticed. You remember loving this face. You are not my son. Love is a pattern, Evan. Your body does not know the difference. He approached me. Every instinct urged me to embrace him. The shape of his eyes. The movement of his shoulders. The small scar near his thumb. Details taken from Eli and assembled into a prison for my father. I remained still. My body may recognize him, I said, but I choose who you are. His smile faded. You always were ungrateful. You taught me well. Charles reached toward my throat. Noah stepped between us. Don't touch him. Charles looked at the boy who carried my remembered son's face. You are property. No. You were created with my money, my genes, and my family's name. I am still not yours. Charles raised his hand. Noah caught it. For a second they stood motionless. Then Noah twisted his wrist and forced him to his knees. The guards restrained Charles. Jonathan did not resist. He looked only at Claire. Where is Mark? In Caleb's body, she replied. My son is alive. His body is. His memories may be inside several people. Jonathan closed his eyes. I did this to him. Yes. No comfort. No false forgiveness. Only truth. Voss watched them take Charles away. She seemed less concerned about arrest than about the failure of her experiment. You have mistaken exposure for victory, she said. Claire removed the electrode from her pendant. No, we have mistaken survival for victory for too long. You will need my help to separate the identity patterns. Perhaps, without me, Ethan may never know whether his memories belong to him. I looked at Noah. He taught me that memories are not ownership. Voss turned toward me. You still believe you are Ethan Hayes? That is my name. It belonged to the boy Charles created after removing Evan. Then Evan survived inside me. And what of the man who raised 3 children in a future that never occurred? He survived too. What of Jonathan's memories, Caleb's rage, Mark's longing, the emotions you received from every member of the network? They are part of me. A collection is not a person. No, a choice is. Claire came to stand beside me. I took her hand. This is who I choose to be. Daniel secured Voss's wrists. For the first time, she looked uncertain. No identity remains stable forever, she said. It doesn't have to, Claire replied. It only has to remain ours. They took Voss away. The red emergency lights faded. Artificial sunlight returned to the chamber. For a few seconds, none of us spoke. Then I turned to Noah. Where are Lucas and Eli? He looked toward one of the screens. They are not in those bodies. Are they alive? I believe so. Where? He activated a map. 3 signals appeared. One belonged to him. A second flashed beneath Sterling International's headquarters. The third moved rapidly along the coast. Claire examined the coordinates. One is inside my father's company. And the other, I asked. Noah enlarged the map. The signal was traveling north aboard a private aircraft. A name appeared beside its registration number. Sophia Sterling. Sophia had not escaped Briar Station by accident. She had taken one of my sons. Which one is with her? I asked. Noah touched the signal. Eli. Then where is Lucas? The signal beneath Sterling International pulsed. Claire's face changed. What is it? That location is my father's boardroom. Arthur heard her. There is nothing beneath the boardroom. There is now. Noah opened a video feed. Sterling executives sat around a long table. At its head was Mark, still wearing Caleb's face. The Mark we had left on the floor, beneath the Hayes estate, had escaped during the attack. Or perhaps this recording came from another time. He looked directly into the camera. I know you're watching, Ethan. Noah checked the data. It's live. Mark placed a hand on the shoulder of the boy seated beside him. Lucas. My second son stared into the camera. There were no electrodes around his head. He wore a dark suit and an expression far too controlled for a child. Mark smiled. Lucas has seen what happens next. I stepped toward the screen. What do you want? He cannot hear you, Claire said. As if proving her wrong, Mark answered. I want the life Voss promised me. You can't have Ethan's life, Lucas said. His voice made my heart ache. Mark looked down at him. No, but you can take his place in the future. Mark's smile widened. Behind him, executives signed documents transferring emergency authority over Sterling International. Claire checked the ledger. He's using the names in it to control the board. Arthur moved toward the screen. They'll give him everything to prevent exposure. Lucas looked directly at me. "Dad, if you come to the tower, Mark will kill Claire." Claire stiffened. "If you don't come," Lucas continued, "he will become chairman, release the memory technology, and give thousands of people lives they never lived." The camera moved closer to his face. "I have seen both futures." My son's eyes filled with tears. "In only one of them do my brothers survive." "Which one?" I whispered. Lucas appeared to hear me. "The one where Claire remembers killing you." The feed ended. The signal beneath Sterling headquarters vanished. Noah removed the electrodes from his temples. "I can't find him." I looked at Claire. She had gone completely still. "What did he mean?" "I don't know. That was not a possible future invented by Voss. Lucas was warning us about a memory you already have." Claire pressed both hands against her head. "I don't remember killing you." Noah watched her. "Not yet." A line of blood appeared beneath Claire's nose. Then she collapsed. I caught her before she struck the floor. Her eyes opened, but they no longer recognized me. "Claire." She touched my face. Tears gathered in her eyes. "I'm sorry." "For what?" "I remember the red house." "What happened here?" Her hand trembled against my cheek. "I built it for the boys." "That doesn't matter now." "You don't understand." She tried to sit up. Noah knelt beside us. Claire looked at him. "You were not the first, Noah." His expression emptied. "What?" "There were 17 versions of you." "No." "Every time the trial failed, Voss transferred your memories into another child." "I remember all of them." "Because we made you remember." "Why?" "To keep Ethan searching for you." I held Claire more tightly. "You said I died saving the boys." "You did." "Which version?" "All of them." Her eyes closed. "I watched you die 17 times." Noah backed away. "Who killed him?" Claire looked at me. "I did." The chamber speaker activated. Mark's voice came through. Now she remembers. The artificial sky above us changed. Dark clouds appeared. Rain began falling over the red house. The same storm that had brought Claire and me together as children. Mark's voice softened. "Come to Sterling Tower, Ethan. Bring Claire and Noah." "What if we refuse?" "Then I give Lucas the one thing every child eventually wants." "What?" "The truth about his father." The line cut out. Claire remained in my arms. She remembered killing me. Lucas had joined Mark. Sophia was escaping with Eli. Noah had learned he might be only the latest version of a boy whose memories had survived 17 deaths. Our family had never existed in the way I remembered. Yet someone had spent years trying to tear it apart. I lifted Claire to her feet. "We are going to Sterling Tower." Noah stared at me. "Lucas said Mark will kill her." "No, he said that is what happens in one future." "You believe we can change it?" "I believe none of us are required to obey a memory." Claire wiped the blood from beneath her nose. "And if I try to kill you?" I met her eyes. "Then I'll remind you who you chose to be." She took my hand. Noah stood beside us. For the first time, the three of us resembled a family. Not because of blood. Not because of implanted memories. Because despite everything waiting for us, we chose to leave the red house together. Above us, Sterling Tower was falling into Mark's hands. Somewhere over the coast, Sophia carried one of my sons toward an unknown destination. And inside Claire's returning memories was the moment of my death. This time, we would reach that moment awake. Claire remembered killing me 17 times. She remembered the first death most clearly. I lay inside a medical chamber while silver light moved between the electrodes around my skull. Mark stood in the adjoining room, waiting for my memories to enter his mind. Claire held a syringe against my arm. Voss watched from behind the glass. "Complete the injection," she ordered. Claire's hand shook. The man inside the chamber was not the Ethan standing beside her in the red house. He was older, exhausted, and barely conscious. Yet when he opened his eyes, she recognized me. "Don't let him take me," I whispered. She pressed the syringe into my arm. My heart stopped 30 seconds later. In the second cycle, she disconnected my life support system. In the third, she locked me inside a room while the facility burned. During the seventh, I died in her arms after asking her to promise that she would find the boys again. By the 17th cycle, she no longer cried until the procedure was finished. Then Voss erased her memories and returned her to the beginning. Now Claire stood beside me in the artificial sunlight beneath the Hayes estate. Rain from the simulated storm moved down her face like tears. "I killed you," she said. "You stopped the transfer. It doesn't change what I did. You did what I asked. 17 times. Noah watched us from several feet away. His own revelation had left him pale and unsteady. He had believed there were 17 versions of him. Claire's restored memory suggested something worse. One Noah had been forced to experience 17 lives, 17 failures, and 17 versions of my death. I placed my hands on Claire's shoulders. "Look at me." She could not. "Claire." Her eyes finally met mine. "You have not killed me in this life." "Not yet." "Then we make a different choice." "You said that every time." "What?" "In every cycle, you promised we would find another way. When the moment came, there wasn't one. There is always another choice. That is what people say before the doors close." Noah approached the control panel. "Sterling Tower is 14 miles from here. Mark will expect us to take the main road." "Is there another route?" I asked. "A transport tunnel connects the facility to an underground parking structure near the river." Claire wiped the blood from beneath her nose. "You knew about it." "I remembered it when Voss opened the network." "Where does it end?" 3 blocks from Sterling Tower." A movement appeared on one of the security monitors. Daniel entered the red house, followed by Arthur and 4 armed members of his security team. Arthur's face was bruised where Voss had struck him with the vial. He stopped when he saw Claire. "You're injured." "I'm fine." "You collapsed." I remembered something. His eyes moved toward me. "What?" "The lives your company helped steal from us." Arthur lowered his gaze. "We can discuss that once we are somewhere secure." "There is nowhere secure." Claire pointed to the monitor showing Sterling Tower. "Mark has Lucas. Sophia has Eli. Voss escaped with access to the network. Your board is preparing to give Sterling International to the man wearing Caleb's body. I can stop the vote. You've lost control of the board." "I am still chairman." "You are a chairman whose private ledger identifies half his directors as participants in illegal human experiments." Arthur looked at the pages displayed across the screens. "They will do anything to keep that information from becoming public." "That is why they will support Mark," I said. Arthur's mouth tightened. "Then I will dissolve the company before I let him take it." "You cannot," Claire replied. "The emergency succession provisions require a supermajority." "I wrote those provisions. And Mark knows every weakness in them." Daniel checked the ammunition in his sidearm. We need to move before he consolidates control of the building. I'm coming with you, Arthur said. Claire shook her head. No. This is my company. That is precisely the problem. My security codes can get you inside. Mark has likely changed them. Not all of them. Arthur removed a ring from his finger. A small identification chip had been embedded beneath the sterling crest. This opens the chairman's private elevator. The system is separated from the building's main network. Claire accepted the ring. You're still not coming. I am not asking your permission. I'm not trying to protect you. That silenced him. I do not trust you, she continued. If the choice becomes saving the company or saving any person with us, I already know which one you will choose. Arthur appeared wounded. You're my daughter. And Sterling International has always been your favorite child. He had no answer. Claire turned away. Arthur caught her wrist. I moved between them. Let her go. He released her immediately. For a moment, some of his former authority returned. You think supporting everything she says makes you worthy of her? No. Then what are you doing? Giving her the choice you never did. Claire looked at me. A little of the terror left her expression. Noah opened a hidden doorway beneath the stairs. Argue later, Lucas is waiting. Daniel selected 2 of Arthur's security officers to accompany us. Arthur ordered them to protect Claire before anything else. Claire heard him. It would have meant more if you had said it before I refused to let you come. We entered the tunnel without him. As the door closed, Arthur called my name. Bring her back. I looked at him through the narrowing space. She is not yours to bring anywhere. Then the red house disappeared behind the wall. The road beneath the city, an electric transport cart waited inside the tunnel. Noah took the controls. Daniel sat beside him while Claire and I occupied the rear seat. The 2 security officers followed in a second vehicle. Dim blue lights passed overhead as we accelerated. Claire had not released my hand. What happened after you killed me? I asked. She watched the tunnel walls. Voss transferred your remaining memories into storage. Storage? A network of sleeping subjects. Some received only fragments. Your anger went into one person. Your loyalty went into another. Your memories of the boys were divided among several. Mark. He received your longing. For what? A family. That explained more than I wanted it to. Mark's obsession was not built entirely from his own desires. Voss had given him the part of me that missed children I had never truly raised. What did you receive? I asked. Your guilt. Why? Voss wanted me to remain cooperative. She believed guilt would drive me to repair each failed cycle. So every time she erased your memories, the guilt remained. Yes. Claire leaned her head against the seat. I would wake without knowing what I had done. I only knew that someone needed me and that I had failed him. The boy at the lake. Her fingers tightened around mine. You became the explanation my mind created. I believed I had spent my life searching for the boy who saved me. In reality, I was searching for the man I kept killing. I remembered her pendant, her story, and the fragile hope in her eyes when our matching pieces were placed together. Then the lake still happened. Yes. And I saved you. Yes. That belongs to us. Unless Voss arranged the accident. Did she? I don't know. Then we don't give her credit for it. A sad smile touched Claire's lips. You make that sound easy. It is, but she has taken enough. Noah spoke from the front. We're approaching the river exit. Daniel checked a tablet linked to Sterling Tower's public systems. The building has entered emergency lockdown. Mark announced a security threat and ordered all employees below the executive level to leave. How many people remain? I asked. 36 board members and senior executives. There may also be private security. Claire leaned forward. What has Mark told the public? That Arthur Sterling is temporarily incapacitated, and Caleb Hayes has been nominated as acting chairman. Caleb has never held an executive position at Sterling. No, Daniel said, but several board members signed a statement claiming Arthur privately named him as successor. The ledger, Claire said, Mark is blackmailing them. Noah closed his eyes for several seconds. Lucas is in the boardroom. Can you see him? I asked. Not exactly. What do you remember? A vote. Who wins? Mark. Claire studied him. You saw this before. No, I'm receiving it now. From Lucas. I think so. His hands tightened around the controls. He wants Mark to win. The cart slowed. What? I asked. Lucas is helping him. He may be forced. No, he is sending the memory deliberately. Why would he help Mark? Noah looked back at me. Because in every future where Mark loses tonight, Eli dies. The cart stopped beneath a parking structure. The two security officers exited first. Daniel led us through a service corridor and into the alley behind a riverside hotel. Sterling Tower rose beyond the adjoining buildings. Its mirrored walls reflected the morning sky. Near the roof, the Sterling logo had gone dark. Noah stared upward. I remember jumping. From the tower, I asked. Not me, Lucas. Does he survive? I don't know. The memory ends before he reaches the ground. Claire stood beside him. Then we make certain he never jumps. Noah looked at her. You think choices can change the future? I know they can. How? Because I killed Ethan 17 times. He glanced toward me. That proves the opposite. No, Voss designed each cycle to bring us to the same decision. She closed every door except one, then taught me to call that a choice. Claire looked at the tower. This time, we have arrived before she expects us. Are you certain? No. Then how is this different? Because I remember the doors. The succession vote Arthur's ring opened a private entrance beneath Sterling Tower. We entered through an underground executive garage. No guards waited near the elevator. Daniel considered that suspicious. So do I, Claire said. Mark wants us upstairs. Then we take the stairs, I replied. There are 68 floors. No one knows a faster route. He looked at me. How did you know? Because you have been watching the cameras since we arrived. A screen near the elevator displayed floor numbers. Noah's eyes moved toward it every time the image flickered. Lucas was guiding him. Noah touched the side of the panel and removed a magnetic plate. Behind it was a maintenance control. The freight elevator can reach the 64th floor. The boardroom is on 66, Claire said. We use the stairs for the last two. Noah entered a code. The elevator opened. We rode in silence. At the 42nd floor, the elevator stopped. The doors did not open. The lights turned red. My skin prickled. Claire stared at the emergency panel. No. What is it? I asked. The 18th cycle. A low tone moved through the elevator. The walls disappeared. I stood in the Sterling boardroom. Mark sat in the chairman's chair. Claire was on the floor between us. Blood spread beneath her. I held the weapon that had killed her. Mark smiled with Caleb's face. You always choose the children, he said. Noah screamed behind me. I turned. Lucas stood at the broken window. He stepped backward into empty air. The vision shifted. I stood inside the red room. Noah and Lucas were dead. 2 empty medical chambers waited behind them. Eli sat beside Voss. You came too late, he said. The vision changed again. Claire pressed a syringe against my arm. Please forgive me. My heart stopped. I woke on the elevator floor. Daniel was shaking my shoulder. Ethan. Claire was crouched in the opposite corner, staring at her hands. Noah had curled into a ball beside the control panel. The security officers stood motionless. One was crying. The other pointed his weapon at his own head. Daniel knocked it away. A shot struck the ceiling. The elevator continued upward. Everyone listened to me, Claire said. Her voice trembled, but she forced it louder. What you saw was not the future. The crying officer pressed both hands against his face. I killed my wife. No, Claire said, you remember killing her. That does not mean it happened. I felt it. I know. Noah rocked back and forth. They all die. I moved beside him. Look at me. I saw it. So did I. You don't know what I saw. I saw you and Lucas dead. Eli was with Voss. Noah stared at me. That isn't what I saw. What did you see? I became Voss. I put my hand on his shoulder. You are not her. I took the program from her. I placed Lucas and Eli inside new bodies. I kept repeating the trials because I couldn't accept losing them. That is one possibility. It felt like a memory. Memories do not command us. You keep saying that. Because Voss needs you to stop believing it. The elevator reached the 64th floor. The doors opened. This time there was no illusion. Lucas stood outside. He wore the same dark suit from the boardroom feed. 2 security guards stood behind him, but their weapons remained holstered. Noah rose slowly. Lucas. His brother looked at him. You came. Noah struck him. The blow knocked Lucas against the wall. One guard stepped forward. Lucas raised his hand. Let him. Noah grabbed the front of his suit. You helped Mark. I had to. You took his side. I took ours. Eli is gone. I know. Sophia has him. Not anymore. Noah released him. Where is he? I can't tell you. You mean you won't? Lucas looked toward the boardroom floors. He is searching for the first body. What first body? The person whose genetic pattern was used to create us. I thought of Miriam's revelation. The boys had not been conceived naturally. Their genetics came from several sources. Who is your biological father? I asked. Lucas looked at me. That depends on which part of us you mean. Answer me. You are one of 7 genetic contributors. The words should have weakened the bond I felt. They did not. Lucas noticed. You don't care. I care whether you are safe. I told Mark you would say that. You've been speaking with him. For years. Noah looked betrayed. How? Through the network. You never told me. Voss reads everything you remember. And she does not read you. Not anymore. Lucas removed a small device from behind his ear. I learned to send her false futures. Claire stepped closer. The board vote. A false future. Number Mark will win. Then why help him? Because he needs every person in that room to sign the succession document. What does the document contain? She asked. A confession. Understanding crossed her face. You changed the language. Mark believes the signatures give him emergency authority. They also confirm each director's knowledge of the Linden program and identify every account used to fund it. Where will the document be sent? Every major news organization and law enforcement agency outside the ledger's influence. Noah stared at him. You are setting a trap. Lucas looked at his brother. I needed Mark to believe you opposed me. You could have trusted me. I saw what happened when I did. Claire interrupted before the brothers could continue. Those memories were designed to isolate you. Some were. How do you know which? I don't. Then stop treating uncertainty like proof. Lucas studied her. You said that before. I probably did. You also killed him. His gaze moved toward me. Claire's face tightened. Yes. 17 times. Yes. And you expect me to trust you with his life? No. Her answer surprised him. I expect you to judge the choices I make now. One of the guards received a message through his earpiece. They're ready. Lucas looked at me. Mark wants Ethan and Claire in the boardroom. Noah remains here. No, Noah said. If you enter, Voss may use the network to force synchronization. I'm not staying behind. Then neither am I, Daniel said. Lucas shook his head. Mark will interpret extra people as a threat. He already knows we're here, Claire replied. He stopped the elevator and initiated the 18th cycle. Lucas's face changed. He did not initiate it. Voss. No. Then who? A dark screen on the wall lit up. Sophia appeared. She was aboard the private aircraft. Her hair was disheveled and blood ran from a cut near her ear. The pilots lay unconscious behind her. Hello, Claire, she said. Lucas stared at the screen. You're not supposed to be conscious. Sophia smiled. That is what Eli thought. I stepped closer. Where is he? He left. Where? To find Adam. Who is Adam? Ask your mother. Miriam's body was missing. Eleanor's identity moved through the network. Nothing Sophia said could be accepted without proof. What do you want? I asked. To stop Mark from taking Sterling International. You helped him reach this point. I helped the man I believed was Mark. He was wearing Caleb's body, but he wasn't always Mark. Claire looked at the screen. What do you mean? Sometimes he woke believing he was Ethan. He knew things only Ethan knew. He remembered holding the boys after they were born. Those memories were implanted. That is what Voss claimed. And what do you believe? Sophia laughed bitterly. I believe every man in this family has spent years deciding which of my memories are real. I am finished asking permission to believe myself. The screen divided. A second image appeared. Voss stood inside an unknown control room. Enough, she said. Sophia's feed vanished. Lucas stepped back. Voss should not have access to this network. She built it, Claire said. Voss addressed all of us. The 18th cycle has begun. Sterling Tower will serve as the final chamber. Red lights activated throughout the corridor. You call yourselves free because you cannot see the hands guiding you, Voss continued. Tonight, each of you will receive the clearest possible future. Noah covered his ears. The sound did not come through the speakers. It came from inside his mind. Stop, he shouted. Voss's voice remained calm. Ethan sees Claire kill him. Claire sees Ethan become Mark. Noah sees his brothers die. Lucas sees the tower collapse. Mark sees himself awaken in Ethan's body. The silver pattern around Noah's temples began glowing. Claire moved toward him. He stumbled away. "Don't touch me. It is using your fear." "I know." "Then give it another memory." "What?" Anything Voss did not choose. Noah's breathing became erratic. "I don't know which memories are mine." "Create one." "How?" Claire extended her hand. "Choose to trust me." Noah stared at it. Every future he remembered warned him against her. He took her hand. The electrodes went dark. Voss disappeared from the screen. Claire looked at Lucas. "Get us into the boardroom." The man who wanted to survive the directors of Sterling International sat around a table designed for 30 people. 42 had been forced into the room. Some stood against the walls, others crowded near the windows. All of them fell silent when Claire entered. Mark occupied Arthur's chair. Caleb's body appeared weaker than it had at the engagement dinner. Sweat covered his forehead. Dark circles surrounded his eyes. His injured shoulder had soaked through its bandage. He smiled at me. "You took longer than expected. Release Lucas." Lucas walked past me and sat beside Mark. "I'm not a prisoner." Mark rested his hand on the boy's shoulder. The gesture was paternal. My own memories reacted with fury. "He is using you," I said. Lucas looked straight ahead. "That makes two fathers who think they know what is best for me." Mark laughed. "He really is yours." Claire surveyed the board. "You are preparing to appoint a man with no experience at Sterling International as acting chairman." One director adjusted his tie. "Caleb Hayes has demonstrated knowledge of the company's strategic needs. He has demonstrated knowledge of your crimes." No one denied it. Mark held up a document. "The board is responding to a leadership emergency. Arthur Sterling concealed illegal research, placed the company at risk, and abandoned his duties. You participated in the same research. I was a victim. So was everyone whose memories you stole." Mark looked at me. "Ethan understands." "No, I don't. You know what it means to wake with a life inside you that you never lived. That does not give us the right to take another. You speak as though I chose this body. You chose what to do with it." His smile faded. "You still believe I had choices. You selected Sophia. Because I remembered loving her." Sophia's betrayal flashed through my mind. The whispered conversation. The false paternity test. The children who might never have belonged to either of us. "Did you love Sophia?" I asked, "or did you remember my love for her?" Mark's eyes shifted. For one moment, Caleb appeared. The movement was subtle, his chin lifted, resentment sharpened his expression. Then Mark returned. "I remember every version." "How many?" 12 as you, 4 as Caleb, 3 as myself. "You lived 19 futures." "I survived 19 failures." "You think taking Sterling International makes one of them real?" "It gives me the resources to stabilize the transfer." Claire stepped forward. "Your identity is deteriorating." The board members looked at Mark. His hand tightened around the document. "Voss told you." "No, your behavior did." She indicated the damp bandage on his shoulder. "You were injured less than 12 hours ago. That wound should have limited your movement, but sometimes you behave as though it does not exist." Mark glanced at his shoulder. "Caleb feels the pain," Claire continued. "Mark does not." His breathing changed. Sometimes you call Ethan Evan. Sometimes you call him Ethan. Mark learned Evan from the letters. Caleb learned it from Charles. Stop. You are losing track of which identity is speaking. I know exactly who I am. Then say your name. His mouth opened. Nothing came out. The room remained silent. Mark's eyes filled with panic. Finally, he looked at me. You think I want your company. I think you want my life. I am trying to survive long enough to have one. The confession stripped away his performance. For the first time, I saw the frightened man beneath Caleb's face. If I do not complete the transfer, every identity inside this brain will collapse, he said. Mark, Caleb, and the fragments of Ethan will disappear. Then let us help separate them. Voss tried. Voss did not want to save you. She wanted to measure you. You cannot separate water after it has been mixed. Then find a way to live with all of it. His expression twisted. That is easy for you to say. Your memories agree on who you are. No, they don't. I moved toward the table. The guards along the wall raised their weapons. Mark signaled for them to lower them. I remember being Evan, the boy my mother left behind. I remember becoming Ethan because my father wanted a son who fit his family. I remember a childhood before the lake and another after it. I remember marrying Sophia. I remember loving children who may never have called me dad outside a laboratory. My gaze moved to Lucas. I remember dying. I remember waking. I remember pieces of Jonathan, Caleb, and you. Mark stared at me. Yet you still call yourself Ethan. Because that is the name I choose today. And tomorrow, I will choose again. That is not identity, it is performance. Perhaps identity has always been a performance. That does not make it false. Mark looked down at the succession document. I cannot live with uncertainty. No, you cannot control it. His eyes hardened. There it is, the Ethan Hayes everyone admires, calm, certain, always standing on the moral high ground. I am terrified. The admission startled him. I don't know whether the person speaking to you is the original Ethan or one of Voss's copies. I don't know whether Noah and Lucas are my sons, my brothers, or children whose suffering was designed to control me. I don't know whether Claire will kill me before this night ends. Claire's face tightened. But uncertainty doesn't give me permission to steal another person's future. Mark's hand shook. A different voice emerged from his mouth. You always loved speeches. Caleb, Eleanor's son. My brother. The board members reacted with confusion. I remained still. Caleb. His gaze sharpened. You want a medal for recognizing me. How long can you remain in control? Long enough to tell you that Mark is an idiot. A few directors started backing toward the doors. Lucas locked them from a panel beneath the table. Caleb looked toward him. You're supposed to be on our side. I'm on my brother's side. I don't care. Yes, you do, I said. Caleb's attention returned to me. In the future, you remember, you killed them. They weren't mine. They trusted you. They were in the house with you and Sophia. I didn't know they would be there. So you intended to kill only us. His face twitched. I hated you. I know. Everything came easily to you. No, you simply never saw what it cost. Father respected you. He allowed Eleanor to abuse me. Mother loved you more than she admitted. She despised me. Mr. Sterling chose you. Because I worked for him while you waited for an inheritance. Caleb gripped the edge of the table. His knuckles turned white. You got the family. A family built from manipulated memories. You still got to love them. The anger behind his words contained something deeper. Grief. Voss had given Caleb memories of murdering a family he had also wanted. "Help me stop Mark," I said. "Why?" "Because he is stealing your life too. You never cared about my life." "You're right." The room went still. Caleb blinked. I continued. "For years I saw you only as the person who tormented me. In the future I remember you murdered my family. I returned wanting to watch you destroy yourself." "That sounds more honest." "I didn't know you helped Miriam escape. I didn't know Father sent you to the clinic. I didn't know Voss trained you to associate Claire and me with pain." "You think that excuses me?" "No." "Good. But it explains how they built the cage." Caleb's eyes moved toward Claire. "I hated her before I knew her. She remembers being made to hurt you." "She did hurt me." "She was 12. So was I." "You were 14. That makes it acceptable." "No." Caleb laughed bitterly. "You always sound like Father when you decide to forgive someone who never asked." "I'm not forgiving you." "Then what do you want?" "For once, I want my brother to make a choice that belongs to him." Mark surged back into control. Caleb's expression vanished. "That was sentimental," Mark said. He pressed a button beneath the table. Metal restraints emerged from the chairman's chair and locked around his wrists. Claire recognized the design. The transfer system. The floor opened behind Mark. A second chair rose beside him. "It was meant for me." "Sit down," Mark said. The guards aimed their weapons. "If you refuse, they shoot Noah first, Lucas second, and Claire last." Lucas remained unnaturally calm. Noah stepped beside him. "You told me this was not part of the plan," Noah whispered. "It isn't," Lucas replied. "Then do something." "I am." Lucas touched the succession document. "Call the vote." Mark looked at him. "Now." "Before Ethan enters the transfer. Once your identities begin merging, the board may question whether you are legally capable of assuming authority." Several directors murmured. Mark considered the point. "Call it." Lucas stood at the head of the table. "All directors in favor of appointing Caleb Hayes as acting chairman of Sterling International will sign the emergency resolution." The document moved around the table. One by one, the directors signed. Some looked ashamed. Others appeared relieved. Each believed signing would prevent the ledger from becoming public. Claire watched Lucas. A director near the end refused. "I will not sign this." Mark nodded to a guard. The guard placed a weapon against the man's back. He signed. The document reached the final director. She hesitated, then added her name. Lucas collected it. The resolution passes by one vote. Mark closed his eyes. Relief moved across his face. "Sterling International is mine." "No," Lucas said. Mark opened his eyes. Lucas removed the first page. Beneath it was a second document containing the same signatures. The heading read, "Declaration of Participation in the Linden Memory Program." Color left several faces. "What did you do?" Mark demanded. Every person who signed confirmed their role, funding contribution, and knowledge of the trials. "You altered the document." "I gave the board an opportunity to confess." A director rushed toward the door. It remained locked. Lucas pressed a button on the conference table. "The declaration has been transmitted to law enforcement agencies, courts, journalists, and Memory Network participants in 12 countries. Mark ripped the pages apart. Lucas watched him. The copies are already gone. You betrayed me. No, you told me to find the future where my brothers survive. Mark grabbed Lucas by the collar. I moved forward. The guards raised their weapons again. Lucas did not struggle. This is that future, he said. Mark threw him aside. Noah caught his brother before he struck the floor. Alarms sounded throughout the tower. Mark looked at the board members. You signed willingly. You blackmailed us, one shouted. You funded experiments on children. Do not expect sympathy because someone recorded your confession. Law enforcement vehicles filled the street below. For a moment, it appeared Lucas's plan had succeeded. Then every window turned red. The 18th death Voss's voice entered the boardroom. The vote is complete. The final synchronization may begin. The guards collapsed. So did half the directors. Noah cried out and pressed his hands against his temples. Lucas tried to reach him, but fell beside the table. Claire remained standing. She's activating everyone connected to the network. Mark's restraints tightened. The empty chair behind him rotated toward me. A magnetic force pulled at the metal fasteners on my vest. I tried to move away. My muscles would not respond. Claire grabbed me, but the floor panels shifted beneath us. We were dragged toward the transfer platform. Daniel drew his weapon and fired into the control console. The bullets did nothing. Mark laughed, although terror filled his eyes. She told me I had won. Voss was never going to let you win, Claire said. The restraints locked around my wrists. Electrodes descended around my head. Across from me, Mark's chair tilted forward. Our faces were only a few feet apart. A silver light connected the two systems. Then I was inside him. I remembered being Mark Vale at 17, watching my father recruit a frightened girl at Briar Station. I remembered writing Claire's first letter. Dear Evan, I still have my half of the star. I remembered answering in my name. I remembered waiting for her next letter and pretending the excitement belonged only to Ethan. I remembered resenting a boy I had met once because Claire loved the memory of him. The vision changed. I was Caleb. I watched Miriam crawl from the chamber beneath the Hayes estate. I brought her water. My father caught me. I woke in the red room with Claire behind the glass. Every time she refused to answer, Voss sent pain through my body. I learned to hate her voice. I learned to hate the name Ethan because Miriam whispered it while escaping. I learned that pain always belonged to someone else. Then I was Ethan. I held Noah after a nightmare. Lucas slept beside me. Eli asked if fathers could disappear when no one was watching. I promised I would always return. Mark felt those memories through me. He began crying. They loved us. They loved the person who cared for them. We are that person. No, we remember being him. What is the difference? The choice we make when they need us. The pull intensified. My memories began breaking apart. I forgot the address of my childhood school. I forgot the sound of Miriam's song. I forgot which half of the pendant belonged to Claire. Mark absorbed each piece. His face changed in my perception. Caleb. Mark. Me. Claire reached the emergency control. A transparent cover protected a red switch. The words beneath it read, Terminate source. She remembered this moment. The syringe. The life support switch. The gun. 17 deaths. Claire, I said. Her hand hovered above the cover. Don't ask me. If the transfer finishes, he takes everything. I know. You stopped him before. By killing you. You protected me. No, I obeyed the choice Voss created. My mother's face disappeared from my memory. Panic climbed through me. Claire, I'm losing her. I know. Do it. No. Please. She struck the cover. The glass shattered. Her fingers closed around the switch. Voss spoke through the system. Complete the cycle, Claire. Claire closed her eyes. Then she released the switch. No. Mark stared at her. What are you doing? Making a choice she did not design. Claire removed the electrode from her pendant and pressed it into an empty port on the console. The network recognized her. A third chair rose from the floor. No, I said. Claire sat in it. Restraints locked around her arms. Claire, disconnect. I killed you 17 times because I believed your identity had to be protected from him. It does. Then he should understand what he is taking. The silver light expanded. Claire entered the transfer. Mark screamed. He experienced her first memory of my death. The syringe entering my arm. My final breath against her face. Then the second death. The third. The seventh, when I died asking her to find the boys. The 12th, when Mark completed part of the transfer and woke believing he was me. The 17th, when Claire shot me before Voss could erase the last boundary between us. Mark received everything. My fear. Claire's guilt. The boy's grief. The emptiness after each cycle. The way Claire woke every time with a loss she could not name. He screamed until his voice failed. This isn't my life. You wanted all of Ethan, Claire said. I wanted what he had. This is what he had. I don't want it. Memories are not a menu. The transfer destabilized. Lights exploded across the ceiling. Mark's restraints released. He tore the electrodes from his head and fell from the chair. Mine remained locked. Claire's remained locked. Voss's voice sharpened. Return to the synchronization platform. Mark crawled away. Then he stopped. His posture changed. Caleb looked up. Ethan. My brother had returned. Release us. I don't know how. The switch beneath the chair. Caleb found it. Mark's voice emerged from his mouth. No. His hand froze. Two identities fought over the same body. You need the transfer, Mark said through clenched teeth. Caleb answered using the same voice. I need you out of my head. You'll die. We're already dying. Caleb dragged himself toward the main console. The muscles in his face twitched as Mark tried to stop him. I strained against the restraints. Caleb. He looked at me. I did kill you. In one future. I wanted to. I know. I hated the children because they called you Dad. They were children. I know that now. The building shook. Cracks spread across the boardroom windows. Voss had activated the tower's experimental power system. A warning appeared across every screen. Structural failure, 6 minutes. Caleb reached the console. Mark forced his hand away. Caleb seized it again. I'm sorry, he said. I did not know whether he spoke to me, Mark, or himself. You can still help us, I said. You always did believe people could improve at the last possible second. No, I believe the choice still counts. Caleb laughed weakly. Then he drove his fist through the transfer console. Electricity surged through him. The restraints released. Claire fell from her chair. I caught her. Caleb collapsed beside the destroyed system. Noah and Lucas began waking. Daniel crawled toward the door. The ceiling cracked. Everyone out, he shouted. The brother who stayed behind the executive elevators were disabled. Lucas led us toward the emergency service lift on the western side of the building. Directors and security officers stumbled behind us. Some fled toward the stairs. Others remained unconscious. We carried those we could. The tower shook again. A section of the corridor ceiling collapsed. Daniel and the security officers held back the debris, while Noah pulled Lucas through the opening. I carried Caleb. He moved weakly against my shoulder. Put me down. No. The elevator won't hold everyone. Then some of the directors can take the stairs. They won't make it. That is not your problem. Caleb laughed. It took 2 lifetimes for you to say that. We reached the service elevator. Claire used Arthur's ring to open it. The capacity warning flashed the moment everyone entered. Daniel forced several board members out and directed them toward the nearest stairwell. The warning remained. Excess weight, DOORS disabled. Someone else has to leave, Lucas said. A support beam crashed across the corridor. The stairwell became inaccessible. No, I said. Caleb pushed against me. Let go. We'll find another way. There isn't time. There is always another choice. He looked at Claire. You taught him that. No, he taught me. The floor tilted. The elevator doors attempted to close but reopened. Caleb pressed his hand against my chest. You want me to make a choice that belongs to me? Yes. I choose not to die in your arms. Before I understood, he drove his shoulder into me. I fell backward into the elevator. Caleb landed in the corridor. The wait warning disappeared. He struck the manual control. The doors began closing. I threw myself forward. Daniel restrained me. Caleb. My brother sat against the ruined wall. Blood covered his shirt. The red lights flickered across his face. You were always terrible at letting people face the consequences of their own choices. You don't have to do this. Maybe. Then get in. His expression changed. For one heartbeat, I saw the boy who brought water to my mother beneath the estate. Not Voss's patient. Not Eliner's chosen son. Not the man who murdered my family in a possible future. My brother. I don't forgive you, I said. He smiled. That makes 2 of us. The doors closed. The elevator descended. A violent impact struck the tower above us. The lights went out. Claire held me while I fought against Daniel's grip. We have to go back. There is no back, Daniel said. The elevator dropped 10 floors. The emergency brakes activated. Metal screamed around us. Noah and Lucas held each other in the darkness. Claire pressed her forehead against mine. You gave him a choice. I should have forced him into the elevator. Then it would not have been his. I don't care. Yes, you do. Another impact shook the shaft. We fell again. Then the lift stopped at the 4th floor. Daniel forced the doors open. Smoke filled the hallway. We crossed the remaining distance and emerged through a service exit moments before the tower's upper floors collapsed inward. Glass and steel fell through red smoke. Emergency crews dragged us away. I looked back until the entire roof disappeared. Caleb did not emerge. The first Noah by sunset, every news network in the country had received the board-signed confession. Investigators arrested 12 Sterling executives before midnight. Warrants were issued for more than 50 people named in the ledger. Arthur Sterling surrendered voluntarily. Before he entered the federal building, he asked to speak with Claire. She agreed to meet him on the steps. Reporters shouted questions behind the barricades. Arthur looked at his daughter. "I can still protect you." Claire almost smiled. "No, you can't. I have attorneys. There are accounts that remain outside the investigators' reach. You still think protection means controlling the outcome. I'm trying to be your father. You should have tried when I was 12. He lowered his head. "I was afraid. So was I. I told myself the company protected thousands of families. You protected your name." "Yes." The admission came quietly. "I did." Claire looked toward the federal officers waiting for him. "What will happen to Sterling International?" "That depends on you." "I don't want it." "I know." "Then why did you involve me?" "Because accepting that you did not want my life felt like accepting that my life had no value." Claire's anger softened, although it did not disappear. "Your life's value was never mine to prove." Arthur nodded. "I understand that now." "No, you understand the words. Understanding them will take longer." He accepted that. Before leaving, he removed the sterling ring from Claire's finger. Then he closed her hand around it again. "Keep it, not because it gives you the company, because it belongs to you now. I may throw it away. That will also belong to you." Arthur entered the building. Claire watched until the doors closed behind him. She did not forgive him, but she did not look away. We brought Noah and Lucas to a secured medical facility outside the city. For the first time, doctors examined Noah without connecting him to Voss's network. The results revealed that he was not 17. His bones, dental development, and cellular markers placed him closer to 23. Voss had stolen 6 years from him through repeated memory suppression. Noah read the report alone. When I entered his room, he was sitting beside the window. "I'm older than you remembered." "Yes. I'm almost as old as you were when the trials began." "I know. There were not 17 versions." "No. One body." "Yes." He looked at his hands. "I remember dying 17 times. You survived 17 times. Is there a difference? You are here. That doesn't give those years back." "No. I don't know what happened during most of them. We can try to recover the memories. What if I don't like the person I was? Then you decide who you are now." He laughed softly. "You always say that. I need to hear it too." Noah looked at me. "Are you my father?" The question had no simple answer. Genetically, I was one of several contributors. Emotionally, I remembered raising him in a life that had been constructed. Legally, none of us knew who he was. "I want to be," I said. "That isn't what I asked." "No, but it's the only honest answer I have." He looked through the window. "I don't remember being born." "Neither do I." "That isn't funny." "I know." A reluctant smile touched his face. "The first memory I trust is waking in the red house. Lucas was beside me. Eli was crying because Voss told him our father had died." "How old were you?" "I thought I was 4. What do you think now?" "I don't know." I sat beside him. "You are not the 18th Noah." "What am I?" "The first Noah who knows what they did." "And what if I never find the 6 missing years?" "They still belong to you. Even if I can't remember them." Yes. Why? Because memory is not permission. No one else gets to claim your life simply because they remember it better. He considered that. Then he leaned his head against my shoulder. I did not move. A father in one of my memories had once promised this boy he would always return. I could not fulfill a promise made inside a manufactured future. But I could remain now. The recording Lucas stayed awake for 30 hours after our escape. He believed sleeping would reconnect him to Voss's network. Claire sat beside his bed until exhaustion finally overcame him. His last words before closing his eyes were, "Eli is alive. We will find him," she promised. Lucas looked toward me. He may not want to be found. Then he slept. Sophia's aircraft had landed at a private airfield 200 miles north of the city. When investigators reached it, the pilots were alive but disoriented. Both had lost approximately 6 hours of memory. Sophia was unconscious in the rear cabin. Eli was gone. A message had been written on the interior wall. I remember where the first body is. No surveillance cameras recorded him leaving. No vehicles had departed the airfield. Eli simply disappeared. At midnight, Claire joined me in the medical facility's records room. She carried a recovered data drive from Sterling Tower. Daniel found this in the transfer console's backup system. Can it tell us what happened to Caleb? Perhaps. She connected the drive to an isolated computer. The final recording began. The video showed the boardroom after the elevator doors closed. Caleb remained against the wall. The ceiling collapsed behind him, but the transfer platform protected part of the room. He dragged himself toward the destroyed console. Caleb survived the first collapse, I said. Claire enlarged the image. Someone entered through the smoke. Helena Voss. She knelt beside Caleb and attached an electrode to his temple. "No," Claire whispered. The image distorted. For 40 seconds, we saw only interference. When it cleared, Caleb stood. His injuries appeared unchanged, but his posture was different. He walked calmly toward the camera. "Mark," Claire said. I was not certain. The man looked directly into the lens. The transfer succeeded. He spoke in my voice. Claire gripped the edge of the desk. "Mark copied you." The man raised his hand. He closed it twice. "Squeeze. Squeeze." My mother's signal. Miriam had used it when holding my hand at the Hayes estate. "What is it?" Claire asked. "That is Mark." "Then who?" "Miriam." The recording ended. I replayed the gesture. Twice. The signal could have come from Miriam. It could also have come from Alina, who received Miriam's memories. Mark might have absorbed it during the transfer. Caleb could have remembered seeing it as a child. Or the man on the recording might truly contain all of them. A final metadata field appeared beneath the video. Outgoing transport authorized by Dr. Helena Voss. The destination had been deleted. Claire sat beside me. If Miriam entered Caleb's body, where did Caleb go? I don't know. And Mark? I don't know. Your memories entered him too. Some of them. She looked at me. What happens if the person who escaped believes he is you? He may come for the boys. Or for me. Yes. Would you hate him? The question surprised me. If he carries your memories, your love for the children, and your belief that he is Ethan, would that make him another victim? It would not give him the right to take my place. No. But I would understand why he wanted it. Claire looked at my hands. Voss said identity doesn't belong anywhere. Voss was wrong. You sound certain. I am. Why? I placed my hand over hers. Because belonging is not where a memory begins. It is where a person chooses to carry it. Adam, hundreds of miles away, Eli stepped from the back of an unmarked truck. The driver did not remember collecting him from the airfield. A concrete building stood at the edge of the ocean. No signs marked its entrance. Rust covered its exterior doors, but the identification panel beside them was new. Eli pressed his palm against it. The system scanned him. Subject not recognized. He closed his eyes. A memory surfaced. A woman's hand guiding his fingers. A voice telling him that names were keys. He entered 6 letters. A DAM-01. The door opened. Cold air moved from the passage. Eli followed the corridor into a laboratory filled with silent medical chambers. Most were empty. One contained an unfamiliar man. He appeared to be in his early 40s. His hair was dark, his body lean from years of inactivity. A circular scar marked the center of his chest. Eli placed his hand against the glass. The man's eyes opened. "You found me," he said through the chamber speaker. Eli stepped back. "You know who I am?" "Of course. My name is Eli." The man shook his head. That was the name they gave the third boy. "I am the third boy." "No." The fluid began draining from the chamber. The man looked at him with an affection Ethan remembered, but had never truly lived. "Your name is Adam." Eli's knees weakened. "No. You were the first child connected to the network. I have 2 brothers. You had 6. The chamber opened. The man stepped onto the floor. Eli watched him cautiously. "Who are you?" "My name is Gabriel Hart." "Hart? Miriam was my sister." Eli's eyes widened. "She never mentioned you." "They removed me from her memories before they transferred them." Gabriel walked toward the final chamber. It was hidden behind a steel partition. He entered a code. The partition opened. A man lay inside. Unlike the others, he had no identification number. 3 overlapping circles had been branded above his heart. He resembled Ethan. Not exactly. His jaw was narrower, his hair lighter, and he was older than the Ethan who had entered Sterling Tower. But the resemblance was undeniable. Eli approached the glass. "Who is that?" Gabriel placed his palm against the chamber. "The source pattern." "Ethan." "The first one." "But Ethan is alive." "A man carrying Ethan's memories is alive." Eli stared at the sleeping figure. Why was he hidden? Because Voss could never duplicate one part of him. What part? The moment he chose to enter the program. I thought he volunteered to find Miriam. That was the memory Voss gave each copy. Then why did he do it? Gabriel looked toward Adam. He entered to save you. The sleeping man's heart monitor changed. 1 beat. Then another. Gabriel entered the waking sequence. It is time to wake your father. The chamber lights turned red. The first Ethan opened his eyes. The first Ethan opened his eyes. He did not wake like a man returning from sleep. His body convulsed against the restraints as his lungs rejected the fluid inside them. Alarms sounded above the chamber. Gabriel Hart entered a sequence on the control panel. The chamber tilted forward. Fluid poured from the opening, carrying the man onto his hands and knees. He coughed until his body shook. Eli stood several feet away. No. Adam. Gabriel had called him Adam. Eli did not know which name frightened him more. The man on the floor lifted his head. His eyes found the boy immediately. Adam. Eli stepped back. My name is Eli. The man tried to rise. His legs failed beneath him. Gabriel caught his arm. You've been inactive for nearly 11 years. Move slowly. The man pushed him away. His attention remained fixed on Eli. How old are you? Why? Please. Eli hesitated. I don't know. The answer seemed to wound the man. What do you remember? I have 2 brothers, Noah and Lucas. Before them, we grew up together. No before the red house. There was no before. The man's eyes closed. There was. Gabriel brought him a blanket. You need time for your motor functions to stabilize. I have already lost enough time. You chose the suspension. I chose 6 months. Gabriel looked toward the chamber. The program kept you under for nearly 11 years. The man stared at him. That's impossible. Voss altered the activation schedule. She promised to wake me after the transfer stabilized. Helena Voss has never kept a promise that did not serve her research. The man struggled upright. He leaned against the chamber, breathing heavily. Where is Miriam? Alive. Is she safe? No. His jaw tightened. Then take me to her. Gabriel shook his head. You cannot leave yet. I did not ask for your permission. You will collapse before reaching the outer door. The man turned toward Eli. Come here. Eli did not move. I don't know you. You do. I know Ethan. I am Ethan. No, you're older. Because I have lived longer than the man using my memories. Eli felt the familiar pressure behind his eyes. A memory approached. He saw the red house at night. A younger version of this man sat beside his bed. The man placed a hand over Eli's heart and whispered, No matter what name they give you, remember that you chose Adam. The memory vanished. Eli pressed both hands against his temples. The man moved toward him. Adam, stay away. You're remembering. I said stay away. The lights flickered. Gabriel stepped between them. Do not force him. He is my son. He is connected to every active subject in the network. If you provoke a defensive response, you could cause another cascade. I know how the network works. You knew the first version. The man looked around the laboratory. How many subjects? Thousands. His face changed. No. Voss expanded the trials after you entered suspension. No, the protocol was designed for 7 people. It began with 7. The children. All 7 survived the initial transfer. The man looked at Eli again. Where are the others? 3 are confirmed alive. 2 are missing. 1 died during an unsuccessful separation. The 7th was removed from the records. Which one died? Gabriel did not answer. Which one? Daniel. The name struck Eli like a blow. A child stood beside a frozen lake. Dark curls, red coat, 1 front tooth missing. Then glass shattered. The child disappeared beneath bright water. Eli stumbled. Gabriel caught him. Eli. My name is not Eli. You decide what your name is. You just told me I was Adam. I told you what they called you first. That does not make it the name you must carry. The first Ethan watched them. Who is Eli? The 3rd identity pattern assigned to Adam's body. That is not what I asked. Gabriel looked at him. Eli was another child. Silence filled the laboratory. Eli stared at Gabriel. What happened to him? Gabriel's expression revealed the answer before he spoke. He died. When? Before the red house was built. Then why do I have his name? Because Voss gave you his memories. Why? To prevent her investors from learning she had lost a subject. Eli felt the floor moving beneath him. You said Daniel died. He did. That makes two. Yes. You said one child died, and one was removed from the records. Gabriel lowered his eyes. I lied. How many died? 4. The first Ethan crossed the distance between them despite his weakened legs. He seized Gabriel by the front of his shirt. You told me all 7 survived. I needed you awake. You used Adam to wake me. I needed both of you. For what? To stop the man in Sterling Tower. The tower collapsed, Gabriel said. Voss's network is exposed. The authorities are moving against everyone named in the ledger. Then why are we here? Because the network has begun transmitting without her. The first Ethan released him. That cannot happen. It is happening now. Gabriel activated a wall monitor. Images appeared from around the world. A woman in a hospital described a childhood belonging to a stranger. A government official recited the access code to a facility he had never visited. A schoolteacher drew the Linden Institute symbol across every page of her notebook. Hundreds of people reported memories of the same red room. The network is spreading, Gabriel said. Every subject who received the ledger became a new transmitter. Eli thought of Noah. Noah had sent the truth through the network to expose Voss. He had also opened the network to everyone it touched. Can it be stopped? Eli asked. Gabriel looked at the first Ethan. It can be reset. How? The source pattern must return. The first Ethan's face hardened. That is why you woke me. Yes. You intend to reconnect me. Only you can reach the original architecture. And if I enter it, every copy derived from you will be drawn into synchronization. What happens to them? They may lose the memories connected to the network. May. Some could lose their entire identities. Eli looked from one man to the other. Noah and Lucas could forget who they are. Yes, Gabriel said. And Ethan. The man currently using the primary copy might disappear completely. The first Ethan's expression remained unreadable. Eli backed away from him. You knew. I suspected. You came out of that chamber knowing another Ethan could die. I came out knowing my son was alive. I am not your son. Pain moved across the man's face. Eli refused to feel guilty for causing it. You don't know me. You know memories of someone they said I used to be. I remember holding you when you were born. Was I born or made in a laboratory? You were born. From whom? The first Ethan looked at Gabriel. Tell him. Gabriel hesitated. Eli's anger rose. No more partial truths. Your biological mother was Miriam Hart. The room became still. My grandmother. Not biologically, Gabriel said. The Ethan you know carries Miriam's memories of giving birth to him, but the first Ethan was not Miriam's son. Eli stared at the older man. Then who are you? The first Ethan answered. My name before the program was Adrian Vale. Vale. The same family name as Mark and Jonathan. Eli stepped back. You're related to Mark. His older brother. Gabriel closed his eyes. The secret had been revealed earlier than he intended. Adrian looked at Eli. Voss built the Ethan pattern from me. Why? Because I was compatible with you. That doesn't explain anything. No. Adrian steadied himself against the chamber. It explains why I entered the program. The man who became Ethan at the secure medical facility outside the city, the Ethan I knew stood beside Noah's empty bed. The window was open. Cold night air moved through the curtains. A nurse lay unconscious near the door. Her breathing was stable, but a small red mark had appeared behind her ear. Claire checked the hallway. Noah was nowhere in sight. Lucas remained asleep in the adjoining room. Ethan touched the windowsill. No blood. His shoes are gone, Claire said. He left willingly. He would have told us. Not if he believed the network was listening. Daniel entered with 2 security officers. The exterior cameras lost 6 minutes. A maintenance vehicle left the eastern gate during that period. Who was driving? Ethan asked. The driver's face was concealed. Track it. We are. It changed license plates beneath an overpass and separated from 2 identical vehicles. Voss. Possibly. Claire knelt beside the unconscious nurse. She has an electrode mark. Daniel examined it. Someone accessed her memory. Or used her to communicate with Noah. The nurse stirred. Claire supported her shoulders. My name is Claire, you're safe. The woman opened her eyes. Where is he? Noah. He told me not to stop him. Where did he go? I don't know. What did he say? The nurse looked at Ethan. He said he had to find his father. Ethan went still. I was here. He said his first father. Claire rose. She remembered the final page of the ledger. The source pattern. The sleeping body. Eli found the original Ethan, she said. How would Noah know? The network. Daniel received a message on his phone. We located one of the maintenance vehicles. It crashed near the North Bridge. Was Noah inside? No, the driver was. Alive? Yes, but he is claiming to be Arthur Sterling. Claire's face tightened. My father is in federal custody. The driver knows the access codes to Arthur's personal accounts. Those were transmitted through the network. Daniel nodded. The identities are spreading faster. Behind them, Lucas screamed. They ran into his room. He had fallen from the bed. His body convulsed against the floor. Ethan held him while Claire called for the doctor. Lucas's eyes opened. Adam found him. Who? Ethan asked. The first father. Eli. His name was Adam before they gave him Eli's memories. Where are they? By the ocean. Where? Lucas gripped Ethan's shirt. He is not you. I know. No, you don't understand. A monitor beside the bed filled with static. The 3-circle symbol appeared. Body. Memory. Identity. Then a face emerged. An older man who resembled Ethan watched them through the screen. Hello, he said. Ethan stared at him. Who are you? The man hesitated. My name is Adrian Vale. Mark's brother. The man's eyes moved over Ethan, as if inspecting a reflection. You carry my face badly. Ethan stepped closer to the monitor. You call that your face? It was modified when Voss created your body. My body existed before the program. That is one of the memories she gave you. Claire stood beside Ethan. Where is Eli? Adam is safe. He chooses his own name. Adrian looked at her. Claire Sterling. Have we met? Many times. I don't remember you. You designed it that way. Claire's jaw tightened. Tell us where the boys are. Noah is traveling toward us. Lucas should come too. They are not joining any more experiments. This is not an experiment. The network is collapsing. You expect us to trust you? No. Adrian looked toward Ethan. I expect him to understand what will happen if we do nothing. The screen displayed thousands of identity signatures moving through the network. Some flickered, others merged. Names vanished and reappeared beneath different faces. The ledger transmission removed Voss's limits, Adrian said. Every connected mind has begun sharing memory patterns. Soon no participant will be able to distinguish personal experiences from external ones. How long? Claire asked. 36 hours before the changes become permanent. Can you stop it? I can restore the original structure. What is the cost? Adrian did not answer. Ethan understood. You erase me. I erase the unauthorized copies. You mean everyone who is not you? I mean the pattern Voss stole. Claire moved in front of the screen. You entered the program voluntarily. I entered to save my son. Then you gave Voss permission to create Ethan. No, she told me the Ethan identity would be temporary. Who was Ethan supposed to be? A safe personality built from selected memories, someone Adam would recognize and trust. Ethan laughed once. An artificial father. A guardian. You gave me your memories. I gave the program access to them. Did you love Miriam? Adrian's expression changed. Yes. Did you remember being her son? No. Did you remember Alina raising you? No. Did you remember Caleb as your brother? No. Then Ethan was built from more than you. Your core pattern is mine. No. Adrian leaned closer to the camera. You feel it, don't you? The familiarity, the sense that you are looking at yourself after losing years. Ethan did feel it. Adrian's posture, the shape of his hands, the slight movement near his left eye when he became angry. They were details Ethan had seen in mirrors without understanding their origin. That proves biological similarity, Claire said, not ownership. The reset will determine what he is. No, Ethan replied. It will destroy anything your system fails to recognize. It is the only way to save the connected subjects. Then we find another. You have 36 hours. We've done more with less. Adrian's gaze moved toward Lucas. Ask the boy what happens if the reset is delayed. Lucas shook his head. Don't. Ethan knelt beside him. What did you see? I don't know if it's real. Tell me. Lucas looked terrified. Noah becomes everyone. The screen went black. 7 children. The ocean facility had been built beneath a decommissioned weather station. Adrian sat across from Eli at a steel table. Now dressed in clean clothes, he looked less like a medical subject and more like an older version of Ethan. Eli hated the resemblance. You said 7 children were involved, he said. Yes. Who were they? Adrian placed 7 photographs on the table. The first showed Noah at approximately 6 years old. The second showed Lucas. The third was Eli's face. The fourth showed the boy with dark curls and a red coat. Daniel. 3 more children appeared in the remaining photographs. A girl with pale hair. Twin boys with identical birthmarks beneath their right eyes. Eli touched the photograph of the girl. What was her name? Grace. What happened to her? She was removed from the program after she began remembering events before they happened. I thought that was the program's purpose. No, Voss originally wanted to transfer traumatic memories from one person into another. Prediction appeared later. Where is Grace? I don't know. The twins, Samuel and Thomas, one died during the first synchronization. The other lost his identity pattern. What does that mean? His body survived, but he stopped responding to any name. Voss kept him alive for 2 years. Then, Adrian looked toward Gabriel. Gabriel turned away. Eli gathered the photographs. Why did you call us your children? Because I raised you during the first 3 years. All 7. Yes. Where? Here. A memory flickered. 7 beds in one room. A woman singing beyond the door. A man repairing a toy airplane. Adrian. Eli pressed his fingers against the bridge of his nose. What happened to our parents? Your biological parents signed agreements allowing the Linden Institute to treat severe neurological conditions. We were sick. Some of you were. Was I? You suffered seizures. My mother gave me to the program. Adrian's expression tightened. Miriam did not know what the program intended. What did she think? That you would receive experimental treatment. Did it work? The seizures stopped. And Voss took my memories. Yes. Where was Miriam? She was trying to expose Charles Hayes and Arthur Sterling. Why didn't she take me with her? She did not know you survived. Eli looked at the photographs. Why were you here? Jonathan recruited me. Your father? Yes. He used Mark II. Jonathan believed the ends justified almost anything. Like everyone else. Yes. Adrian did not defend him. I was a medical resident when he brought me here. I discovered that Adam responded differently to my voice than to the doctor's. Because you were my biological father. Yes. Did you know before? No. Eli stared at him. Miriam never told you. She believed I died. How? Voss staged my death after I threatened to remove you from the program. Then she kept you here. She offered me a choice. Enter the network and protect you from inside, or leave and never learn what happened to you. You chose the program. I chose you. Eli pushed the photographs away. You chose to become a tool. Yes. The honesty stopped him. Adrian continued. I believed I could outsmart Voss. I thought if I gave her a controlled version of my memories, I could guide you without allowing her access to the rest of me. You failed. Yes. She used you to create Ethan. Yes. And now you want to erase him. I want to repair what my failure caused. By killing someone else. If he is a person. Eli rose. You sound like Voss. Adrian's face tightened. He may be an unstable collection of memories inside a manufactured body. He loves us. That does not prove personhood. What does? Adrian had no answer. Eli walked toward the door. Where are you going? To find Noah. He is coming here. No, something else is calling him. Gabriel blocked the exit. You cannot leave. Eli looked at him. Why not? The network becomes stronger when the 3 of you are together. Then you want us separated. Until Adrian completes the reset. You mean until he erases Ethan. Gabriel did not move. Eli closed his eyes. The facility's electronic systems surrounded him like distant voices. Every door carried a memory of being opened. Every camera held an image of the person who installed it. He reached toward those memories. The lights went out. Emergency locks released. Gabriel stared at him. You should not be able to do that. I'm not Eli. The red lights activated. I'm Adam. He walked past them. Then he stopped. He looked back at Adrian. But Ethan is still my father. The father in the van, Noah, awoke inside a moving vehicle. His hands were not restrained. A blanket covered his legs, and a bottle of water sat in a holder beside him. The man driving wore a dark hood. Noah studied the side mirror. Where are you taking me? To the coast. Who are you? The driver's hand tightened around the steering wheel. That question has become complicated. Noah recognized Caleb's voice. Turn around. I can't. Caleb. Sometimes. Mark. Sometimes. Miriam. The driver glanced at the mirror. More often than the others. Noah reached for the door. It was locked. If you jump, your left ankle will break. I remember it happening. You don't see the future. No, but I remember a version where you opened the door. Let me out. I'm taking you to your brothers. Lucas is at the medical facility. He won't be for long. Noah searched for anything he could use as a weapon. You're causing the network collapse. No, the transfer at Sterling Tower opened channels Voss had kept separated. Claire said the same thing. Claire understands more than she remembers. What are you? The driver removed his hood. Caleb's face reflected in the mirror. His eyes belonged to no single person. When the transfer machine collapsed, everyone connected to it entered this brain. Mark, Caleb. Fragments of Ethan, Miriam, Alina. You are all of them. We were. What changed? We began losing the borders. Noah thought of the future Voss had shown him. He became her because his brothers died. He repeated the experiments to bring them back. What do you call yourself? I don't. You must have a name. A name selects one memory and rejects the others. That isn't true. It feels true. Noah sat back. Why are you taking me to the coast? Miriam remembers the facility. Mark remembers the reset procedure. Ethan remembers loving you. Caleb remembers hating what you represented. Alina remembers wanting to protect her son. Which memory is driving? The man looked at him through the mirror. All of them. That is not an answer. It is the only one we have. Noah noticed the plural. We. You should understand better than anyone. I am one person. You remember 17 lives. They all happened to me. Did they? Noah had no answer. The driver continued. Adrian will reset the network. If he succeeds, Ethan disappears. Why do you care? Because part of us is him. Then help us stop Adrian. That may kill every connected subject. Including you. Yes. Noah stared out the window. You are willing to let Ethan die to save yourself. Caleb is. Mark. Mark wants Adrian's body. Miriam. She wants her children to survive. Alina. She wants Caleb back. And Ethan. The driver's expression twisted. He wants you to choose. Noah looked at the door. It was still locked. What do you want? The man's borrowed face filled with grief. We want to become someone who can answer that question. The choice beneath the photograph, Claire and Ethan returned to the ruined Hayes estate before dawn. Lucas had sent them there after recovering enough to speak. The first body is not the source, he told them. Adrian is another layer. What is beneath him? Claire asked. The child in the photograph. Which photograph? The one Miriam took from Charles's records. The West Wing had partially collapsed, but Daniel found a path into the underground facility. Smoke still rose from the destroyed transfer room. The children's drawings remained on the walls of Ethan's treatment chamber. 3 sons. Sophia. The red house. Claire removed the drawing signed Ethan Hayes, age 8. There is something behind it. A small photograph had been taped to the back. 7 children stood beside a lake. Noah, Lucas, Eli, Daniel, Grace, and the twins. Behind them stood Adrian Vale. Miriam was beside him. A second man watched from the far edge of the image. Charles Hayes. Ethan studied his father. He knew about the children. Claire turned the photograph over. A sentence had been written in faded ink. 7 vessels, 1 source. Subject 0 must never remember the river. Who is Subject 0? Ethan asked. Claire examined the children. There are 7 vessels, but it says 1 source. Adrian. He was an adult. The source may have been a child. Ethan looked at the drawing again. The signature. What about it? It says I was 8. You thought you drew it. What if someone else did? Claire placed the photograph beside the drawing. One of the children had been standing partly behind Adrian. Only the side of his face was visible. He had dark hair. A silver star hung around his neck. Ethan touched his own pendant. No. Claire enlarged the photograph using her phone. The hidden child resembled Ethan, not the adult standing beside her. The boy Ethan remembered being. There are 8 children, she said. Ethan stared at the image. I was there. You may have been Subject 0. A memory surfaced. Cold water. Claire screaming. A silver pendant breaking between them. But beneath the familiar memory was another. 7 children stood on a dock. A woman in a red coat adjusted a camera. Voss. She told the dark-haired boy to push Claire into the lake. He refused. Voss whispered something into Caleb's ear. Caleb shoved her instead. Ethan jumped after her. The rescue had been real. The accident had not. He sank beneath the dark water. Something happened before he reached Claire. The water became light. Every child's fear entered him at once. He remembered drowning as Daniel. He remembered watching as Grace. He remembered pushing Claire as Caleb. He remembered standing on the shore as Mark. Then he reached Claire and pulled her to safety. The network had begun in the lake. Not the Red Room. Not Briar Station. The lake. Ethan dropped the photograph. I was the first child connected. Claire caught his arm. What do you remember? The pendant was an electrode. Mine too. The water carried the signal. Voss used the lake as a transmitter. I felt the others. Subject 0, Claire whispered. Ethan looked toward the rusted observation window. That is why Adrian called himself the source pattern. He gave Voss the adult memories used to stabilize the program. But the network architecture came from you. I was 8 years old. You connected with 7 other children during the rescue. She made me believe saving you was an accident. Claire touched her pendant. You still chose to jump. That may be the first choice I ever made that she did not design. which is why she could never duplicate it. A section of the wall shifted. A hidden drawer opened behind the drawings. Inside was a red file. Claire lifted it carefully. The first page displayed Ethan's childhood photograph. Subject 0, EVAN Hart. Ethan read the surname twice. Hart. Miriam's name. She was my mother. Yes. Then Adrian lied. Or he received another version. The file identified Adrian Vale as a biological donor, memory anchor, and guardian candidate. He was not the original Ethan. He was one of the adults whose identity had been used to structure Ethan's future self. Claire turned the page. A medical report appeared. Subject 0 demonstrated spontaneous network formation after near-drowning event. 7 nearby subjects received shared sensory impressions. Subject 0 subsequently displayed memories belonging to all participants. Another note had been handwritten beneath it. Evan is not receiving memories. He is creating a space where memories become shared. Ethan felt sick. The network is not a machine. Claire looked at him. It is you. A final envelope rested inside the file. It was addressed in Miriam's handwriting. For my son, when they finally let him remember. Ethan opened it. Evan, if you are reading this, Dr. Voss has failed to keep the truth buried. You were born with an unusual capacity for emotional memory. When you touched someone in pain, you sometimes described what they had experienced. At first, I believed you were extraordinarily perceptive. Voss convinced me it was something more. She told me you could help traumatized children release memories that were hurting them. I allowed her to test you. I believed I was helping people. I did not understand that every memory removed from one child entered you. The lake experiment was supposed to be harmless. When Caleb pushed Claire, you connected with everyone present. Their identities entered the space your mind created. Afterward, Voss built the network around you. Charles wanted to use it to predict threats to his company. Arthur wanted to erase Claire's trauma. Jonathan wanted evidence against both men. Adrian wanted to save Adam. Everyone wanted something from you. I wanted my son back. I tried to remove you from the program. Voss told me that disconnecting you would kill every child linked to your mind. I believed her. I have regretted that every day. Adrian is not your original body. The man you are now is not a copy of him. Voss created that lie because she needed you to doubt your ownership of yourself. You are Evan Hart. You became Ethan Hayes. Both lives belong to you. Do not let anyone reduce you to the source. You are my son. Love always. Mother. Ethan read the final line again. The relief should have been immediate. Instead, anger consumed him. Miriam had known. Some version of her had carried the truth through every transfer. She had watched him question whether he was human and said nothing. Claire seemed to understand. She believed Voss's threat. She always believes the threat. She was trying to protect the connected children. She let me remain inside a prison. Claire folded the letter. Both can be true. A siren sounded above them. Daniel's voice came through the radio. Vehicles are approaching from the north, at least 6. Federal agents, Claire asked. No identification. Ethan closed the red file. Adrian sent them. Or Voss. Claire checked the photograph. We need to reach the ocean facility before Adrian resets the network. If the network is built around me, I may be able to stop the spread. You may also become connected to every identity inside it. I already am. No, you have fragments. A complete reconnection could erase the boundaries between you and thousands of people. The same thing is happening to them now. You are not sacrificing yourself. I didn't say I was. You were about to. Ethan looked at her. In the previous cycles, I always asked you to kill me. Yes. Why did you obey? Because I believed there was no other choice. This time, if I begin disappearing into the network, I need you to pull me back. How? Remind me of the things Voss did not choose. Claire touched one half of the silver star. The lake. I chose to jump. The engagement. I chose to ask you. The tower. You chose not to kill me. The boys. We choose to find them. Claire took his hand. And if none of that is enough, then tell me something new. What? Anything. A memory can be manufactured. A future can be predicted. But something happening for the first time still belongs to us. The approaching vehicles entered the estate grounds. Daniel appeared at the doorway. We have 2 minutes. Ethan took the red file. They left through the tunnel. The boy who remembered everyone Noah's vehicle reached the ocean facility shortly after sunrise. The man in Caleb's body stopped near the outer gate. We cannot go farther. Why? Adrian will sense the patterns inside us. You sound afraid. We remember what he did before. What did he do? He separated identities by force. Noah looked at Caleb's face. Would that free you? It could destroy us. Or give Caleb his body back. Yes. Do you think he deserves it? The man smiled faintly. That depends on which memory answers. Noah opened the door. This time it was unlocked. You're letting me go. Ethan wants you to choose. Which Ethan? The man's eyes filled with sadness. All of them. Noah stepped outside. Before closing the door, he looked back. What should I call you? The man thought for a long moment. Call us Echo. Why? Because we are what remains after everyone else stops speaking. Noah closed the door. Echo drove away. The facility gates opened before Noah reached them. Eli stood on the other side. The brothers stared at each other. Noah crossed the distance first. He struck Eli's shoulder. Eli struck him back. Then they embraced. You left, Noah said. So did you. Where is Adrian? Inside. Is he our father? He believes he is. Do you? No. Noah released him. Who are you? Eli looked toward the facility. I was Adam first. Do you want me to call you that? I don't know. I can use both. That sounds confusing. We've survived worse. They entered together. Gabriel waited near the laboratory. Where is Lucas? Safe. He needs to be here. No, Noah said. He needs to remain himself. The network will collapse without all three. Then let it. Thousands of people could lose their identities. And Adrian's reset could erase them. Gabriel looked at Eli. You told him. I told him the truth. You told him a fraction. That seems to be the family tradition. Adrian entered from the adjoining room. He moved more steadily now. His attention fixed on Noah. You're the eldest. That is what Voss told me. You protected the others. Sometimes. I remember being proud of you. Noah's expression remained cold. Which memory did she give you? I raised you. So did Ethan. I was there first. That is not how fatherhood works. Adrian flinched. Eli noticed. Show us the reset chamber, he said. Gabriel shook his head. You cannot enter until Lucas arrives. We are not waiting. You do not understand. No, Noah said. We understand exactly. The adults create a crisis, tell the children only they can fix it, then call our obedience a choice. Adrian stepped between them and the corridor. If the network remains open, you will stop being separate people. And your solution is to erase Ethan. My solution is to return each memory to its original source. Noah looked at him. What happens to memories created together? Adrian did not answer. The red house belongs to all three brothers, Noah continued. Claire remembers killing Ethan. Ethan remembers loving us. Mark remembers being our father. Miriam remembers being Sophia. Who owns those memories? The reset protocol will determine the strongest origin pattern. So the strongest person gets to call everything theirs. It is not about strength. It is about control. Noah's electrodes began glowing. Every screen in the laboratory activated. Lucas appeared. He was still at the medical facility, but his image filled each monitor. Noah, he said, get out. Lucas. Adrian is lying. Adrian turned toward Gabriel. You said the transmission was blocked. It was. Lucas continued. The reset does not return memories, it consolidates them. Into whom? Eli asked. Lucas looked toward Adrian. The source body. Adrian's face tightened. Noah understood. You want every identity in the network transferred into you. No. You called Ethan an unauthorized copy. I did not design the reset. But you were willing to use it. To stop the collapse. And become everyone. I would contain the memories until they could be separated. Eli laughed without humor. Voss said the same thing. The laboratory doors locked. Adrian looked toward the ceiling. I didn't do that. Red lights activated. Helena Voss appeared on the central screen. No, she said, I did. The original live Voss was not at the ocean facility. Her image came from somewhere dark. Only her face and the silver vial around her neck were visible. The family is nearly complete, she said. Noah moved beside Eli. Stay out of our heads. I have never been outside them. Adrian approached the monitor. You promised the reset would separate us. I promised it would restore the original structure. You said I was the source body. You are a storage vessel. The insult stripped away the last of his confidence. What is the source? Voss smiled. Ethan. The central wall opened. Behind it stood a circular chamber large enough for one person. Cables ran from it into the floor and disappeared beneath the laboratory. The three-circle symbol covered its glass. Subject Zero created the network, Voss said. Every machine merely amplifies his natural capacity. Then why wake me? Adrian asked. Because Ethan needed to believe someone could replace him. You used me as bait. You volunteered to become a father. I gave you one final opportunity. Adrian looked at Noah and Eli. Neither boy moved toward him. Voss continued. The reset cannot begin until Ethan enters the chamber willingly. Noah stared at the empty chamber. He is coming. Yes. You brought us here to make him enter. Yes. Eli's hands curled into fists. You threatened everyone connected to the network. The collapse is real. But you caused it. I removed the barriers. Noah provided the transmission. You knew he would. I remembered that he did. Noah's face went pale. The distinction between prediction and memory had vanished again. Voss studied him. You are beginning to understand. There is no 18th cycle. There is no first cycle. The network creates every future simultaneously, and each of you experiences only the route that brings Ethan back to the source chamber. Adrian shook his head. That is impossible. Possibility is the only material from which identity is made. Eli looked toward the doors. Can you open them? Noah closed his eyes. The control system resisted him. It knows my pattern. Give it a different one. I don't have another. Yes, you do. Eli took his hand. Use mine. Their memory patterns touched. Noah saw the laboratory where Eli awakened as Adam. Eli saw Echo driving Noah to the coast. Both saw Lucas inside the medical facility. The three brothers connected. The lock clicked. The doors began opening. Voss did not appear concerned. Run if you wish. Ethan will still enter the chamber. Why? Eli asked. Because he believes saving you proves he is your father. The screen went dark. Adrian moved toward the exit. Gabriel stopped him. You cannot leave. I've spent 11 years inside a chamber because you wanted to use my body as a reset vessel. I was trying to stop Voss. No, you were trying to control the damage. I am your mother's brother. That does not make you my family. The sentence wounded Gabriel. Adrian continued. Miriam chose Ethan. Adam chose Ethan. Noah chose Ethan. What do you choose? Noah asked. Adrian looked at the empty source chamber. For years, he had believed he could reclaim the children by reclaiming his memories. Now they stood before him and saw a stranger. I choose not to become him. Eli's anger softened slightly. Then help us keep him out of the chamber. A warning alarm sounded. Vehicles were approaching the facility. Noah closed his eyes. Ethan is here. Every father at the door, Ethan entered the ocean facility with Claire, Daniel, and Lucas. Lucas had insisted on leaving the medical center after the network revealed his brother's location. He was weak, but he refused to remain behind. The three brothers reunited in the outer corridor. Lucas reached Noah first. Then Eli. For several seconds, they held one another without speaking. Ethan stopped several feet away. He had imagined this moment in dozens of forms. Running toward them. Calling their names. Pulling all three into his arms. Instead, he waited. Eli looked at him. My name was Adam. Ethan nodded. Do you want us to call you that? I don't know. We can wait until you decide. You aren't going to tell me Eli is my real name. Real names can change. Adrian entered the corridor. The two Ethans faced each other. Claire stood beside the younger one. Adrian looked at their joined hands. A memory crossed his face. Claire. Adrian. You remember me. Pieces. Did we love each other? No. The answer was immediate. I thought perhaps some part of Ethan's feelings came from me. Some may have. But you did not choose me. No. Adrian accepted it. He looked toward Ethan. Miriam's letter told you the truth. The version she understood. She always loved you. She also left me in the program. She thought disconnecting you would kill the children. And you thought entering it would save one. Yes. We were both manipulated. Yes. That does not make us the same person. No. For the first time, Adrian said it without resistance. The facility alarm changed pitch. Voss's voice came through every speaker. The network will reach irreversible consolidation in 58 minutes. The source chamber opened. Subject 0 must enter. Claire looked at the boys. No one moves toward it. Lucas leaned against Noah. If Ethan does not enter, the connected subjects merge. We find another method. There isn't enough time. That is what Voss wants us to believe. A monitor showed thousands of identity patterns beginning to overlap. People across the network were losing names, memories, and emotional boundaries. The crisis was real, even if Voss had created it deliberately. Ethan approached the chamber. Claire blocked him. No. I may be able to restore the barriers. You may disappear. If I don't try, thousands of people could disappear. You are doing it again. What? Turning your death into the only acceptable solution. I am not planning to die. You never are. He touched her face. In the previous cycles, I asked you to end my life before Voss could take it. And I obeyed. This time, do not let me surrender it. How? Come with me. The chamber holds one. The machine believes identity belongs to one body. Understanding moved through her eyes. You want to prove it wrong. The network began when I shared memories with 7 children. It was never built around isolation. Voss added the chambers, labels, and ownership rules. Noah approached. If Ethan enters alone, every memory consolidates into him. Yes, Claire said. What if we all enter? Adrian looked at the chamber. It is not large enough. We don't need to put our bodies inside, Lucas said. Only our patterns. Claire removed the electrode from her pendant. Noah touched the silver contacts around his temples. Eli held out his hand. Lucas placed his hand over his brother, S. Ethan looked at Adrian. You carry part of the original architecture. Adrian laughed faintly. You're inviting me into your identity after spending hours insisting I cannot claim it. I'm asking you to stand beside it. Adrian took his hand. Gabriel watched them. What about me? Claire looked at him. Do you carry an active pattern? Miriam gave me memories before she disappeared. Then choose. Gabriel joined them. Daniel remained near the controls. I have no Linden pattern. You have protected Claire for years, Lucas said. The network remembers you through her. Daniel seemed uncomfortable. I prefer keeping my own mind. So do we, Claire replied. That is the point. They formed a circle around the source chamber. Ethan entered first. The glass closed behind him. Electrodes lowered. Claire connected her pendant to the outer console. The brothers joined their patterns. Adrian placed his hand against the glass. The network activated. No one memory owned them. Ethan stood beside the lake. He was 8 years old again. Rain struck the dark water. Claire struggled beyond the dock. Caleb stood behind him, horrified by what he had done. Voss watched from beneath a red umbrella. Jump, she said. Ethan looked toward her. You wanted me to. I knew you would. Then it wasn't a choice. It was the most predictable decision of your life. The children stood along the shore. Noah, Lucas, Adam, Daniel, Grace, Samuel, Thomas. Their ages shifted each time lightning crossed the sky. Voss moved closer. You became subject 0 because you could not allow someone else to suffer while you remained safe. That does not belong to you. I created the conditions. I made the choice. You have spent your life repeating it. I know. You will enter the water. You will carry everyone's memories. You will disappear beneath what they need from you. Ethan looked at Claire. She was no longer drowning. She stood on the surface of the lake. Adult Claire. She extended her hand. "Tell me something new," he said. She smiled. "I don't need you to save me." The lake changed. Claire stood beside him on the dock. The boys joined them. Noah was 23. Lucas was neither a prediction nor an oracle. Adam carried Eli's memories without surrendering his first name. Adrian stood apart until Ethan gestured for him to come closer. Miriam appeared in Alina's body. Caleb stood beside Mark. Every identity Voss had separated waited along the shore. "Choose your original memory," Voss commanded. "No," Ethan said. "The reset requires a source. No one is the source. You created the network. I created the space. Then it belongs to you. A room does not own the people inside it." The lake brightened. Memories moved across its surface. Claire killing Ethan. Mark writing letters. Caleb opening the gas valve. Miriam making the tooth pouch. Adrian raising Adam. Noah surviving 17 cycles. Lucas deceiving the board. Sophia carrying Eli aboard the aircraft. Alina kicking the gun away. Each memory belonged to more than one person. Pain had witnesses. Love had participants. No experience existed entirely alone. Ethan stepped into the water. Claire entered beside him. The boys followed. Adrian hesitated before joining them. Voss remained on the dock. "You will destroy the barriers." "No," Claire said, "we will choose them." "How?" "One memory at a time." The network asked its first question. Who saved Clarat the lake? Images of Ethan, Mark, Caleb, and Adrian appeared. Claire answered. Evan jumped into the water. Ethan remembers it. Mark wrote about it. Caleb caused it. Adrian later carried part of it. I survived it. The memory separated without being erased. The network asked, "Who is Noah's father?" Noah answered, "Adrian raised me first. Ethan loved me in the red house and the false future. Voss used both relationships. I decide what each man means to me." The memory separated. "Who is Eli?" The boy inhaled. "I was Adam. I carry Eli's memories. I have been called a son, a vessel, and an oracle. None of those names owns me." The network released him. "Who is Ethan?" Thousands of voices answered at once. Evan, Adrian, Mark, Caleb. Subject 0. Miriam's son. Alina's burden. Claire's rescuer. Sophia's husband. The boy's father. A copy. A source. A lie. Ethan closed his eyes. I am the person carrying these memories now. The voices quieted. And I choose Ethan Hayes. The network accepted the answer. The lake vanished. The last voice in the red room, Ethan woke inside the source chamber. The glass had cracked. Claire lay beside the console. Daniel supported her as she regained consciousness. Noah, Lucas, and Adam were awake. Adrian sat against the wall, staring at his hands. What happened? Gabriel asked. Lucas checked the monitors. The identity patterns are separating. Was the network reset? No, Claire said. It was reorganized. By whom? Everyone connected to it. Across the world, subjects began recovering their personal boundaries. External memories remained, but they no longer felt like ownership. People remembered lives they had not lived, while knowing those lives belonged to someone else. The network had become an archive instead of a prison. Adrian approached Ethan's chamber. "Can you open it?" Daniel tried the controls. "They are locked." On the screen, a single identity remained inside the source system. Helena VOSS. Claire looked toward the cameras. She entered the network. Voss's voice came from the chamber. "You have not defeated me." Ethan looked up. "Where are you?" "Everywhere your memories travel." The silver electrodes tightened around his head. Claire struck the controls. Nothing happened. Voss continued. "You gave each subject the power to define themselves. Do you understand what people will do with that freedom? They will make mistakes. They will create monsters. Some will. They will lie about which memories belong to them. Yes. They will use the archive to hurt one another. Probably. Then you admit my control was necessary." "No, I admit freedom is dangerous." The system pressure increased. Blood appeared beneath Ethan's nose. Claire searched the console. Voss connected her identity to the chamber lock. Adrian examined the pattern. She cannot release Ethan without erasing herself. "Then we erase her," Adam said. Ethan shook his head. "No. She will kill you." Erasing her proves her philosophy. Noah moved beside the chamber. "Then what do we do?" Ethan looked toward the speaker. "Give her a choice." Claire understood. "Helena, release him and remain in the archive, or hold him until his body dies." Voss laughed. "Both options preserve me." "No," Claire said. "If his body dies while connected, the network will identify you as the cause. And every person in the archive will carry the memory of what you chose." Voss became silent. For a woman who controlled memories, exposure was worse than death. "You want me to fear judgment?" "No, I want you to experience it." The chamber remained sealed. Ethan's vision blurred. A minute passed. Then another. Adam pressed both hands against the glass. "Dad." The word reached Ethan through the chamber. He looked at the boy. Adam appeared surprised that he had said it. "Stay awake," Adam whispered. The lock clicked. The chamber opened. Daniel and Adrian pulled Ethan free. Claire caught his face between her hands. "Look at me." "I'm looking." "Who are you?" "Ethan." "Who am I?" "Claire." "What happens next?" "Something new." She kissed his forehead. Behind them, Voss's identity pattern disappeared from the active network. Not erased. Contained. For the first time, Helena Voss had released control because the alternative was allowing everyone to remember who she chose to become. After the source, they left the ocean facility at sunrise. Noah walked beside Lucas. Adam followed several steps behind until Noah reached back and caught his hand. Adrian watched them. He did not ask them to call him father again. Gabriel remained at the facility to meet investigators. Daniel contacted federal authorities using an isolated channel. The road above the cliffs overlooked an ocean turning gold beneath the morning light. Claire stood beside Ethan. "Do you still remember the first life?" she asked. "Yes." "Does it feel different?" He searched the memories. Sophia smiling at their wedding. The triplets running through the red house. Caleb standing in the basement. Fire moving across the ceiling. "It feels like something I experienced. Not something that happened." "Both." "Do you still love the children from that life?" He looked toward the three boys. "Yes." "Even though they are different now?" "They were always different. My memories simply made them easier to understand. And Sophia. I loved a version of her. Claire looked toward the ocean. Is that enough? It has to be. She slipped her hand into his. Adrian approached them. I need to find Miriam. So do I, Ethan said. She believed I died. She believed many things. You're angry with her. Yes. Will you forgive her? I don't know. Adrian nodded. I used to believe forgiveness restored what existed before. It doesn't. What does it do? Maybe it allows something else to exist afterward. A vehicle approached along the coastal road. Daniel signaled for everyone to move back. The unmarked van stopped. The driver's door opened. Caleb's body stepped out. Echo. He looked toward Ethan, Adrian, Claire, and the boys. His face shifted through several expressions. Miriam's sorrow. Eleanor's pride. Mark's hunger. Caleb's resentment. Then something new. Is it over? Echo asked. The network has stabilized, Claire replied. Can you separate us? Possibly. Will any of us survive? We don't know. Echo looked at Ethan. Caleb wants his body. Mark wants Adrian's. Adrian tensed. Miriam. She wants to see her son. Ethan stepped forward. Let her. Echo closed his eyes. When they opened again, Caleb's face held my mother's expression. Evan. Ethan stopped an arm's length away. Miriam. She flinched at the absence of mother. I wrote the letter. I read it. I should have told you sooner. Yes. I thought protecting the network protected the children. It protected Voss. I know that now. You always know after. Tears entered Caleb's eyes. Miriam did not defend herself. I'm sorry. Ethan had imagined reuniting with his mother for most of his life. In some memories, he embraced her. In others, he rejected her. Once, he watched her die before he could speak. None of those memories commanded him now. He took her hand. Not forgiveness. Not rejection. A beginning. Miriam squeezed twice. Ethan squeezed back once. Her expression changed. When she spoke again, the voice belonged to Caleb. What does one squeeze mean? It means I heard her. Are you going to forgive me too? No. Caleb laughed. Good. Are you going to help us separate you? What if the version that survives is Mark? Then Mark will decide what he does next. And if it's mother, she will face her crimes. Miriam. She will face me. And me. Ethan looked at his brother's face. You will finally have to live without blaming anyone else for your choices. Caleb considered that. Death sounds easier. It usually is. Do you want me to apologize for the explosion? I want you to understand why an apology cannot repair it. I killed children who may not have existed. You chose to. Caleb lowered his eyes. Yes. That was the first honest thing he had ever offered without being forced. Claire approached Echo. We will not attempt separation until every identity gives informed consent. Eleanor will never agree. Then you remain together. That sounds like a punishment. It may also be the first family decision all of you make together. Echo almost smiled. Noah called from the roadside. Someone is missing. Everyone turned. Lucas and Adam stood beside him. Adrian. Claire searched the cliffs. He was gone. His coat lay near the edge. There was no sign that he had fallen. Inside the coat was a note. Ethan, the reset revealed a memory Voss kept hidden from me. 4 children did not die. Their identities were consolidated into one body. Grace is alive, and she remembers all of them. She is the person Voss removed from the records. She also remembers the future, beyond the 18th cycle. I am going to find her before she finds you. If I fail, do not trust anyone who arrives wearing Claire's face. Ethan read the final line twice. Claire took the note. Wearing my face. Noah suddenly pressed his hands against his temples. The electrodes were gone, but the pain remained. A memory entered him. A woman walked through a crowded airport. She looked exactly like Claire. Same eyes. Same hair. Same silver star pendant. At a security checkpoint, she presented a passport. The name read, Grace Sterling. The officer smiled. Welcome home, Miss Sterling. Grace looked directly at the security camera. I'm not home yet. She boarded a flight bound for Jacksonville. In her carry-on bag were 4 passports, 4 sets of childhood photographs, and a red file bearing a single title. The future where ETHAN destroys the network. Noah opened his eyes. She's coming. Claire folded Adrian's note. For me. Noah shook his head. For all of us. What does she want? She remembers being 4 children who died because Voss chose Ethan over them. Ethan looked at his family. The network had stabilized. Voss had lost control. But freedom had released every memory she once contained. Some carried love. Some carried truth. Grace carried 4 childhoods that ended in pain. And in every one of them, Ethan Hayes was the father who failed to save her. Far away, the woman wearing Claire's face watched the clouds beneath her aircraft. A flight attendant offered her a drink. Grace smiled politely. No, thank you. She touched the silver pendant around her neck. Inside her mind, 4 children spoke at once. Will he remember us? Grace looked toward the eastern horizon. He will. Will he love us? He will try. And if he does? Grace opened the red file. Then we show him the future where everyone he chose dies. Grace Sterling arrived in Jacksonville wearing Claire's face. No one stopped her. The passport scanner accepted her identity. The airport cameras matched her features to Claire's government records. Even the private security system connected to Sterling International recognized the silver pendant around her neck. She carried no weapon. She did not need one. 4 children lived inside her memories. Daniel remembered drowning beneath frozen water. Samuel remembered waking in a body that belonged to his twin. Thomas remembered watching his own funeral through someone else's eyes. And Grace remembered the moment Dr. Helena Voss told her that Ethan had chosen to save 3 boys instead of 4 forgotten children. Their voices followed her through the terminal. Is he here? Daniel asked. Not yet. He won't remember us, Samuel said. He will. What if he calls us a copy? Thomas asked. Grace stopped beside a window overlooking the runway. The woman reflected in the glass was not the child she remembered being. Claire's face stared back at her. Same dark eyes. Same elegant features. Same calm expression that made strangers lower their voices around her. Voss had selected the face deliberately. Claire was the only person Ethan consistently trusted across every simulated future. If Grace arrived in her original body, Ethan would treat her as a threat. If she arrived as Claire, his instincts would betray him before his mind understood the danger. Grace touched the pendant. The device inside it pulsed once. A fifth voice whispered through the network. "He is awake." Grace's hand froze. That voice did not belong to one of the children. It came from somewhere beneath the other memories, where Voss's final identity pattern should have remained contained. "Helena." The voice disappeared. Grace lowered her hand. A man waiting near the baggage claim watched her through mirrored sunglasses. He had followed her from the security checkpoint. He was not police. He moved like private security, but he kept touching the side of his head as though listening to instructions no one else could hear. Grace changed direction. The man followed. She entered a crowded cafe and moved between the tables. When she emerged through the opposite exit, she had removed her coat and tied her hair back. The man continued, following the woman in the coat. Grace passed him from behind. She touched 2 fingers to the red mark near his ear. His body stiffened. A memory moved between them. For 3 seconds, Grace saw what he had been ordered to do. Follow Claire Sterling. Wait until she met Ethan Hayes. Kill both of them. Then erase the last 6 hours. Grace removed her fingers. The man stumbled forward. He looked around in confusion. "Where am I?" Grace walked away. The fifth voice returned. "You see, they will never let us be free." Grace entered the parking garage. "Neither will you. I am part of you." "No. You carry my memories. I carry the memory of surviving you." A black car waited near the exit. Its driver lowered the window. Adrian Vale sat behind the wheel. "You found me," Grace said. "You allowed me to. Get out of the car. I came to warn you. I already know Ethan survived the source chamber. This is not about Ethan. Everything is about Ethan. That was how Voss built us." Adrian turned off the engine. The network stabilized, but something escaped during the reorganization. Grace touched the pendant. "I heard her. Voss. A fragment. It may be more than a fragment." Adrian took a tablet from the passenger seat. 27 connected subjects disappeared in the last 6 hours. Before leaving, each transferred money into the same account. "Whose account?" "Claire Sterling S." Grace smiled. "Mine." "No, Claire's identity has been duplicated across multiple systems. Someone is using your face to frame her. Then Claire will finally understand what it means to be replaced." Adrian studied her. "You do not hate Claire. I remember hating her. That is different. Not to the body. It can be. You sound like Ethan." "No, Ethan sounds like me." Grace's expression hardened. "You still think you own him?" "I thought I did." "What changed?" "He did." The simplicity of that answer unsettled her. Adrian opened the passenger door. "Come with me." "Where?" "To Ethan." The children's voices rose at once. "No. It's a trap. He chose the boys. He left us." Grace closed her eyes. Adrian waited. "You hear them," he said. "They are not symptoms. I didn't say they were. They are real." "Yes." 4 children died. "Yes." "And Voss placed all of them inside me." "Yes." "Then which one of us are you asking to come with you?" "All of you." The answer quieted 3 voices. Daniel remained suspicious. "Make him prove it." Grace looked at Adrian. "Why should we trust you?" "You shouldn't." He started the engine again. "But Ethan is about to walk into a trap designed by the part of Voss hiding inside the network. If you want him alive long enough to answer for what happened to you, come with me. Grace entered the car. The family without a name. Ethan stood in the kitchen of Daniel Cho's secured property, watching Echo attempt to make tea. Caleb's hands knew where the cups were. Miriam remembered which herbs Ethan preferred. Alina disapproved of the inexpensive kettle. Mark considered placing poison in the drink. Echo set the cup down. You should make your own. Ethan looked at him. Which one of you had that thought? All of us. The poison. Echo's expression tightened. You felt it. I recognized Mark's face before you hit it. Echo touched Caleb's cheek. Having one face is becoming more difficult. Noah sat at the kitchen table with Lucas and Adam. They had spent most of the morning debating what to call him. Caleb was inaccurate. Mark was insufficient. Miriam and Alina objected to sharing either man's name. They settled on Echo because it required none of them to surrender. Adam had not decided whether he wanted to keep the name Eli. Noah used both. Lucas avoided naming him at all. Claire stood near the window, reading Adrian's note again. Do not trust anyone who arrives wearing Claire's face. Daniel had confirmed that a woman matching Claire's appearance landed in Jacksonville less than 2 hours earlier. Airport cameras recorded Grace leaving the terminal. Then every image disappeared from the security system. Why Jacksonville? Noah asked. Daniel answered from his laptop. The first Sterling Memory Research Laboratory on the East Coast was built here. Claire looked up. My father never mentioned a facility here. He may not have known. The property was purchased through one of Jonathan Vale's shell companies. Where is it? Beneath an abandoned children's hospital near the river. Echo dropped the spoon. Metal struck the counter. Miriam's expression surfaced through Caleb's face. I remember that hospital. Ethan approached him. What happened there? Voss brought Evan after the lake experiment. I was treated at the Hayes estate. Afterward, Miriam pressed both hands against Echo's temples. The other identities moved behind her expression, struggling for control. Charles wanted to know whether the connection could be repeated without water. Jonathan brought the children. Adrian supervised the medical procedures. Grace. All 4 were there. All 4. The child named Grace survived the first trial. Daniel, Samuel, and Thomas did not. But their identities entered her. Not immediately. Echo's body shuddered. Alina's voice emerged. Miriam is hiding something. Let her speak, Ethan said. She always hides the part that makes her guilty. Miriam forced her way back. Voss told us the children were brain dead. Were they? Daniel was. Samuel and Thomas still had limited activity. You allowed Voss to transfer them. She said it was the only way to preserve them. Into Grace. Yes. Did Grace agree? She was 8 years old. The answer contained its own condemnation. Ethan turned away. Miriam continued. After the transfer, Grace knew things only the boys knew. She remembered their parents, their homes, and their pain, but she stopped responding to her own name. What did you call her? Claire asked. Subject 4. Ethan looked back sharply. You took her name. Voss said using a single name forced the other identities into submission. And you accepted that. I believe stability was more important than identity. Echo's expression changed again. Mark laughed through Caleb's mouth. You believed whatever allowed you to remain the good mother in your own story. Be quiet, Miriam said. You sacrificed 4 children to save Evan, then abandoned Evan to save yourself. I was fighting Charles. You were always fighting someone. It made leaving easier to justify. Echo slammed one hand against the counter. The competing identities fell silent. Caleb surfaced. This is unbearable. Noah watched him. Can you separate them? No. Can they hear everything you say? Yes. Can they feel what you feel? Unfortunately. Noah thought for a moment. Then stopped treating them like intruders. Caleb stared at him. They are inside my body. And all of us carry memories from other people. That doesn't mean I want them arguing about tea. You're fighting for control because you think only one of you can exist at a time. That happens to be how bodies work. No, one body can hold contradictory thoughts without becoming several people. There are several people in here. Then decide how to share. Caleb laughed bitterly. You think we should form a committee? It would be more responsible than letting whichever identity is angriest control your hands. Echo's face became still. Eleanor spoke next. He is right. Caleb recoiled internally. Mark responded with disgust. Miriam found it amusing. For one strange moment, Echo smiled with 4 different expressions. Ethan noticed. Did they agree? On one thing. What? That Noah is irritating. Noah nodded. That is progress. An alarm sounded on Daniel's laptop. The children's hospital had received a new power connection 30 minutes earlier. Claire joined him. Someone activated the facility. Daniel enlarged a map. The building has 3 underground levels, 1 elevator, 2 service tunnels. Voss, Ethan asked. Possibly Grace. Noah closed his eyes. Grace is not there yet. You can see her. No, I remember waiting for her. Where? Inside the hospital. Lucas touched Noah's arm. Do not follow the memory. I'm not. Noah opened his eyes. The memory is from someone else. Who? Claire asked. Noah looked at her. You. Claire's expression tightened. I have never been to that hospital. Not this Claire. Silence spread through the kitchen. Adrian's warning returned. Someone was wearing Claire's face. Perhaps more than one person. Daniel checked the property's security feeds. A black sedan had stopped outside the main gate. Adrian stepped from the driver's side. Grace emerged from the passenger side. She wore Claire's face. The resemblance was exact. The same height. The same posture. The same half of the silver pendant. Ethan looked from the monitor to the woman standing beside him. Claire did not show fear. Grace looked directly into the camera. Then she lifted 4 fingers. Noah stood. She wants all 4 children. Adam glanced at his brothers. There are only 3 of us. Grace lowered 1 finger. Then another. Only 2 remained. Lucas moved closer to the screen. No, she isn't counting children. What is she counting? Ethan asked. Lucas watched Grace's hand. Hours. The other Claire Daniel allowed Adrian through the gate, but kept Grace outside the first security barrier. Claire watched her double from the opposite side of reinforced glass. Grace wore her face with small imperfections. She blinked less often. Her left hand remained closed near her side, as though holding something invisible. Her smile appeared a fraction too slowly. Your Grace, Claire said through the intercom. Sometimes. Who are the others? Daniel, Samuel, and Thomas. Do they speak through you? They speak with me. Voss placed their identities in your body. Our body. Claire nodded. Your body. Grace's expression softened slightly. You corrected yourself. You told me what you prefer. That has never stopped anyone before. Claire studied the pendant. Why do you look like me? Because Voss wanted Ethan to hesitate. Ethan stepped beside Claire. Grace's attention moved to him. Every trace of emotion vanished from her face. Subject 0. My name is Ethan. Your first name was Evan. I choose Ethan. You always get to choose. The bitterness belonged to more than one child. Ethan moved closer to the intercom. What would you like me to call you? Grace tilted her head. You don't want to know which one is in control. That is for you to decide. We all came to see you. Then I'll call you Grace unless you ask for another name. Daniel's memory surfaced. He wants you to say you remember us, Grace said. I remember the photograph. That is not the same. No. You remember Noah, Lucas, and Eli. Adam, Ethan corrected. Adam looked toward him. The correction mattered. Grace noticed. You remember raising them. I remember a future where I raised 3 boys. You loved them. Yes. But not us. I did not know you. You knew we were at the lake. I only recovered that memory today. You felt us enter your mind. I was 8 years old. So were we. Ethan accepted the accusation. Yes. You received our fear, pain, and memories. Then Voss chose 3 children to build your family. I did not choose which children she used. Does that make the others less abandoned? No. Grace placed her hand against the glass. 4 small handprints seemed to overlap beneath it. Ethan lifted his own hand. He did not touch the glass yet. What do you want from me? For you to remember Daniel. Tell me. Grace's eyes changed. The expression became that of a frightened boy. He wore a red coat because his mother said the color made him easier to find. He hated frozen water. Voss told him the lake would be warm. A memory entered Ethan. A child standing on a dock. Red coat. Missing tooth. Daniel collected pieces of blue glass, Ethan said. Grace stopped breathing. He gave me one before the experiment. He said it looked like part of the sky. Grace's hand trembled. Daniel's voice emerged. You remember? Yes. Grace closed her eyes. When they reopened, another child looked through them. Samuel was left-handed, Ethan said. A memory followed the first. Thomas pretended to be left-handed, so adults could not tell the twins apart. Grace began crying silently. And Grace sang when the machines frightened the others. The 4 children went still inside her. Ethan pressed his palm against the glass. I remember you. Grace struck it. The reinforced barrier shook. That doesn't make you our father. No. You don't get to claim us because you found a memory. I know. Then why are you looking at us like that? Because I'm sorry. We don't need your guilt. What do you need? Her breathing steadied. The truth. About what? The future Voss never showed you. Adrian stepped into view behind her. We need to go inside. The external network is listening. Daniel refused. Adrian lifted his empty hands. Helena is no longer contained. Claire touched the intercom. She released Ethan from the chamber. She released his body. Her identity remained connected to every participant. We reorganized the network. You reorganized memories. Voss had no original identity left to separate. Noah understood first. She divided herself. Adrian nodded. Fragments entered everyone connected to the archive. Most are dormant. One is active. Inside Grace, Ethan asked. Grace's expression hardened. Not by choice. How strong is it? Strong enough to create new duplicates. Of Claire? Yes. Why Claire? Grace looked through the glass at her double. Because Claire is the only person who remembers how to kill Ethan. Claire did not react. Only Ethan saw her fingers close around the pendant. Let them inside, she said. Daniel turned toward her. We cannot verify whether Voss is controlling either of them. We cannot learn the truth through glass. We can. No, we can exchange information through glass. Trust requires risk. That sounds like Voss's language. Claire looked at Grace. Then I'll choose what Voss never allowed. She opened the barrier. Grace entered. The two women stood face to face. No mirror could have reproduced them more perfectly. Grace examined Claire with undisguised resentment. You kept your own body. For now. You kept your name. Yes. You kept Ethan. Claire glanced toward him. I don't keep him. Grace's lips twisted. Everyone always says that until he tries to leave. Claire removed her pendant. She offered it to Grace. What are you doing? Ethan asked. Testing something. Grace stared at the silver star. The network used these as transmitters, Claire said. Mine carries parts of my memory pattern. And you want to give them to us? No, I'm giving you permission to compare them. Grace took the pendant. Their fingers touched. Both women froze. 4 deaths and a 5th voice. Claire stood inside Grace's memories. She was Daniel beneath frozen water. She heard Voss promise that Ethan would save him. Ethan never came. She was Samuel, waking after surgery and discovering that Thomas could hear every thought. She was Thomas, watching Samuel's body fail while feeling his brother's fear inside his own chest. She was Grace, strapped to a chair while Miriam asked whether she could hear the dead children. Yes, Grace whispered. Miriam cried with relief. Voss smiled with professional interest. Claire tried to pull away. Grace's hand tightened around hers. A 5th memory opened. Helena Voss stood inside the Sterling Tower transfer system. The building collapsed around her. She searched for a body capable of containing her identity. Caleb's body was already occupied. Ethan's pattern rejected her. Noah's memories were too fragmented. Lucas recognized the intrusion. Adam was beyond her reach. Then she found Grace. 4 identities had already made space inside one mind. A 5th could enter unnoticed. Voss became a whisper. A suggestion. A memory Grace mistook for her own. She guided Grace toward archival records containing Claire's biological data. She grew a replacement body inside an abandoned Sterling laboratory. She shaped it to resemble Claire. Then she transferred Grace and the 4 children into it. The original body remained behind. Alive. Occupied. Claire saw pale hair. Restraints. A mouth forming one word. Run. Claire tore her hand away. Both women fell backward. Ethan caught Claire. Adrian caught Grace. What did you see? Ethan asked. Claire stared at her double. This is not Grace's original body. Grace recoiled. No. Voss put you inside a manufactured copy of mine. No. Your original body is alive. Grace pressed both hands against her head. No. Someone else is inside it. The 5th voice screamed. Grace collapsed. Adrian held her while she convulsed. Grace. Ethan knelt beside them. Do not touch her. Adrian pushed his hand away. Grace's eyes opened. She smiled. Not Grace's smile. Not Claire's. Helena Voss looked through Claire's duplicated face. Thank you, she said. She struck Adrian beneath the jaw. He collapsed. Grace seized Daniel's weapon before he could react. She aimed at Ethan. Claire moved between them. Voss smiled. There you are. Daniel's security team surrounded her. She did not lower the weapon. If anyone fires, Grace dies with me. You are using her as a shield, Ethan said. I am using an available body. She trusted you. She feared me. The body experiences both emotions through the same chemical pathways. Claire did not move from Ethan's path. What do you want? The 4 children created something I could not. What? A stable collective identity. You are destroying it. I am improving it. You entered without consent. Consent is meaningless when the subject cannot understand the opportunity. Grace's hand began to shake. Voss glanced at it. The children were fighting her. Ethan noticed. Daniel, he said. Grace's left eye filled with tears. Samuel. Her finger loosened near the trigger. Thomas. The weapon lowered 1 inch. Grace. Her mouth opened. 4 voices spoke through one body. Run. Claire did not. She stepped closer. Voss forced the weapon upward. I killed him 17 times, Claire said. Do you believe pointing a gun at him frightens me? It should. No, what frightens me is becoming you. You already did. You built the red house. I also tore it down. You designed procedures that separated children from their memories. I freed them. After using them. Yes. The admission weakened Voss's smile. Claire continued. I harmed people. Whether the memories came from a possible future or a previous cycle does not change what I am responsible for. You believe confession creates innocence. No, I believe it creates a place to begin accountability. The weapon shook. Grace's thumb moved toward the safety catch. Voss fought back. Claire took another step. You cannot control 4 children who already learned to live together. They are unstable. They are a family. The weapon dropped. Grace screamed. She pressed the barrel against her own chest. If we die, she dies, 4 voices said. Ethan reached for the gun. Grace stepped away. No. Voss forced her finger toward the trigger. Ethan stopped. You don't have to kill yourself to defeat her. She won't leave. Then make room for her. Everyone stared at him. Grace's face twisted. What? You survived because none of you erased the others. She is not one of us. No, but containing her is different from surrendering to her. She will always fight. So will you. We hate her. Then let her experience what she did through all 4 of you. Voss understood. No. For the first time, she sounded afraid. Ethan continued. She entered because she believed there was empty space. Show her there is. Grace dropped the weapon. She closed her eyes. Daniel remembered the water. Samuel remembered his twins' fear. Thomas remembered being alone after Samuel's death. Grace remembered Voss calling those deaths useful data. The 4 memories surrounded Voss. They did not erase her. They forced her to remain present, to feel every consequence. Voss screamed through Grace's mouth. Then the body fell silent. Grace opened her eyes. "Is she gone?" Claire asked. "No." "Can she control you?" "Not alone." "Can you hear her?" "Yes." "What is she saying?" Grace looked at Ethan. "She says the hospital has already opened." The Hospital of Lost names the abandoned hospital stood beside the river. Boards covered its upper windows. Rusted playground equipment remained in a fenced courtyard. 2 swings moved in the wind. Noah stared at the building from Daniel's vehicle. "I remember this place." Lucas sat beside him. "So do I." Adam touched his chest. "My seizures were treated here." Echo remained in the rear seat. The identities inside Caleb's body had formed an uneasy arrangement. Miriam handled memories of the facility. Mark analyzed Voss's procedures. Elena maintained enough emotional distance to keep the others from collapsing. Caleb controlled physical movement. They called it sharing. None of them liked it. Grace traveled in a separate vehicle with Claire, Ethan, and Adrian. Her hands had been loosely secured at her own request. "If Voss takes control, do not hesitate," she told Claire. "I won't kill you. You may not have another choice." "I have heard that before." Grace looked through the window. "One of the children wants to ask Ethan something." "Which one?" Ethan asked. "Thomas." "I'm listening." Grace's expression changed. A little boy looked through Claire's face. "If you had known we were there, would you have chosen us instead?" "Instead of Noah, Lucas, and Adam." "Yes." "No." Thomas disappeared. Grace's jaw tightened. "You could have lied. He deserved the truth. You would let us die again." "I would refuse to choose which children deserved saving." "That is easy to say now." "Yes." "How would you save all 7? "I don't know." "Then some still die." "Perhaps." Grace's anger rose. Ethan continued before she could retreat. But the person forcing the choice would no longer get to call the deaths inevitable. Grace watched the river. Voss said there was never enough space for all of us. Voss created the limit. Sometimes limits are real. Yes. And then we grieve what we cannot change without pretending we chose it. Thomas became quiet. The vehicles entered the hospital's rear service yard. The doors stood open. Inside, the lights were on. Children's drawings lined the first corridor. 7 figures beside a lake. 8 if the dark-haired boy behind Adrian was included. Ethan recognized his own childhood handprints painted along the wall. Beneath them, someone had recently added a 9th. Claire's hand fitted perfectly. "That wasn't here before," Adrian said. "How do you know?" "I visited this hospital before entering suspension." Claire touched the painted print. It was still damp. A speaker activated. Her own voice filled the corridor. "Welcome back." Grace looked at Claire. "That isn't me." "It isn't me either." Footsteps sounded beyond the double doors. A second Claire entered. She wore a white medical coat bearing the Linden Institute symbol. 4 armed guards followed her. Then another Claire appeared behind them. And another. 6 identical women entered the corridor. Each wore half of a silver star pendant. Ethan could not distinguish the original from the manufactured bodies by sight. The Claire beside him took his hand. "Do not trust my face." "That includes yours." "Yes." One of the copies smiled. "Excellent. Doubt is the beginning of accurate observation." Claire looked toward her. "Voss." "Partly." The second copy spoke. Grace. The third said Claire. The fourth said Miriam. The fifth smiled with Sophia's expression. The sixth remained silent. Echo staggered. Miriam, Ethan asked. Echo shook his head. She felt herself inside that body. The copy wearing Miriam's expression extended her hand. Evan. No, Ethan said. Her face fell. You don't believe me. I believe you carry her memories. I am your mother. You may be part of her. What more do you require? My mother would know I no longer accept memory as ownership. Anger crossed her face. Then Alina's voice emerged. You always were ungrateful. Echo laughed. That one is not Miriam. The copies moved closer. Daniel's team raised their weapons. Claire studied each face. What is this facility doing? The first copy answered. Preparing for continuity. Whose continuity? Everyone's. Doors opened along the corridor. Medical chambers filled each room. Inside them were bodies in various stages of development. Some resembled Ethan. Some resembled Noah, Lucas, and Adam. Others resembled Mark, Caleb, Sophia, and Arthur. Dozens resembled Claire. Grace stared at the chambers. These are empty vessels. Not empty, the first copy replied. Available. For whom? For any identity that fears death. Noah looked sick. You plan to release the transfer technology. It has already been released. Screens activated above the chambers. Advertisements appeared. Live beyond the body. Preserve the people you love. Memory is immortality. Millions of users had joined a waiting list. Claire looked at the copies. You turned the network into a business. One of them smiled with Arthur's expression. Sterling International always intended to. Arthur's identity had entered the archive. Perhaps only a fragment. Perhaps enough. Grace pulled against her restraints. Shut it down. You misunderstand, the lead copy said. The public chose this. They don't know the cost. They know death. Adrian stepped forward. And you promised them survival. We offer continuity. A copy is not survival. The silent sixth Claire finally spoke. No. Every other copy turned toward her. Her expression was unlike the others. Frightened. Young. Real. I am Grace. The woman beside Ethan recoiled. No, I'm Grace. The sixth copy touched her pale hair, as though remembering it should be a different color. You are the collective Voss removed from me. Grace stopped breathing. The sixth woman continued. This body was meant for Claire. Voss placed me here when the original transfer failed. Which Grace are you? Ethan asked. The child who survived. The Grace beside him carried Daniel, Samuel, Thomas, and Grace's memories. The woman in the white coat claimed to be the original Grace, separated from the others. Both were wearing Claire's face. The lead copy raised one hand. Originality is irrelevant. Every version can continue. No, the sixth copy whispered. Every version can be sold. The guards turned their weapons toward her. Run, she told Ethan. The hospital alarms activated. Metal shutters descended at every exit. The lead copy smiled. The future where Ethan destroys the network begins now. The red file in Grace's possession, opened without anyone touching it. Pages lifted in an unseen current. A photograph appeared. The abandoned hospital burned beside the river. Ethan stood on the roof. Claire lay beside the source chamber. The boys were nowhere in sight. Beneath the image, the file contained a single instruction. To save the children, Subject Zero must destroy every available body. Ethan tore the page in half. The copies watched him. "That changes nothing," the lead Claire said. "It changes what I look at." Claire took the file from him. "Voss wants us to destroy the bodies." "Why?" Noah asked. "Because then everyone waiting for transfer will believe Ethan murdered their chance at survival." "He becomes the enemy," Lucas said. "And the technology spreads beyond this facility, while we are blamed for destroying the evidence." Daniel checked the shutters. "We still need to get out." Adam approached the nearest chamber. A young body floated inside. It looked like him. The identification screen read, "Adam 2, reserved." He touched the glass. "This was meant for me." Adrian stood behind him. "If your current body failed, did you order it?" "No." "Would you have used it?" Adrian took too long to answer. Adam looked away. The lead copy addressed Ethan. "You have 3 options. I'm not interested. Destroy the vessels and condemn thousands to death. Preserve them and allow continuity to become public. Or enter the hospital's source system and decide who receives a body." "You want me to become the gatekeeper?" "You already are." "No. The network trusts your pattern. Every transfer requires permission derived from Subject Zero. That is why Voss keeps bringing me to these chambers." "Yes." Grace looked toward Ethan. "You can deny every transfer and leave terminally ill people to die." Claire understood the trap. If he approves any transfer, he validates the system. "Correct," the copy said. "If he refuses all of them, you portray him as a murderer." "Correct." "And if he destroys the facility, copies of the research exist worldwide." Ethan looked at the medical chambers. He thought of Noah's missing years, Adam's stolen name, Grace carrying 4 children, Echo fighting for 1 body. The technology had created suffering. That did not mean every possible use would create the same harm. A dying person might choose to leave memories for a loved one. A trauma survivor might want to share an experience that could not be explained in words. A family might choose to preserve someone's voice. The danger did not exist only in the transfer. It existed in claiming that memory made someone a continuation of another person. "The bodies are not the problem," Ethan said. Claire looked at him. "The ownership system is." The lead copy stopped smiling. Ethan approached the central terminal. Every available body is assigned to a purchased identity. Every memory pattern is labeled as property. "What are you going to do?" Noah asked. "Remove the labels." The copies moved toward him. Daniel's team blocked them. "If a person wakes in one of these bodies," Ethan continued, "they will receive the memories but not the legal identity, assets, or ownership of the person who created them." Adrian understood. "You separate continuity from inheritance." "Yes." "You cannot prevent families from treating copies as the original." "No, but the law can stop companies from selling immortality." The lead copy's expression hardened. "No one will purchase a future that does not preserve who they are." Then they were never buying survival. They were buying control over another person. He placed his hand on the terminal. The system recognized Subject Zero. Authorize continuity protocol. 2 options appeared. Approve. Deny. Ethan selected neither. He opened the underlying code. The lead copy raised her weapon. Claire stepped into her path. Grace moved beside Claire. The sixth copy joined them. 3 women with the same face stood between Ethan and Voss. "You cannot stop every future," the lead copy said. Claire answered, "We only need to stop this one." Ethan removed the ownership field. Every reserved name vanished. Adam 2 became unnamed person 2417. The copies labeled Claire lost their assigned identity. The system no longer recognized any body as the continuation of a purchaser. The waiting list disappeared. The advertisements went dark. The chambers remained active, alive but unowned. A new message appeared. All awakened persons possess independent legal and personal identity. Memories do not confer ownership. The lead copy fired. The sixth Claire threw herself into the path. The bullet struck her chest. Grace screamed. The hospital shook. Every chamber opened at once. When the empty bodies woke, fluid poured across the floors. Dozens of people fell from the chambers. Some gasped. Some cried. Some called names belonging to strangers. The body resembling Adam opened its eyes and whispered, "Who am I?" Adam knelt beside him. "I don't know." The young man looked terrified. Adam offered his hand. "You don't have to know yet." The lead copy fired again. Echo tackled her. Caleb's body and Claire's manufactured body crashed into the treatment console. The gun slid across the floor. Daniel secured it. The other copies did not attack. Without assigned identities, their patterns had lost the hierarchy Voss used to control them. One sat against the wall, repeating Arthur's name. Another stared at her hands as Sophia's memories dissolved into uncertainty. The sixth Claire lay on the floor. Blood spread across her white coat. Grace knelt beside her. "You said you were the original." "I think I was." "You do know." "No." Grace pressed both hands against the wound. "Stay awake." The injured woman touched her face. "Do I still look like you?" "We both look like Claire." "Will she hate us?" Claire knelt on her other side. "No." The woman stared at her. "You're angry." "Yes." "That feels like hate." "It is." "How can you tell?" "Because I'm staying." The woman smiled weakly. "That sounds like something Ethan would say." "It is." Daniel called for medical support. The shutters began opening. The hospital's systems no longer recognized the copies as threats or property. They recognized every person equally. The lead copy struggled beneath echo. Voss spoke through her. "You have released unstable identities into the world." Ethan stood over her. "No, you did." "They will suffer." "Yes." "They will hurt others." "Some might." "They need control." "They need help." Help is control with softer language. Only when you provide it. Voss laughed. "You believe changing a label makes them free." "No." "Then what have you accomplished?" "I removed your claim that they belong to someone else." "That is not freedom." "It's a start." The copy's expression changed. Voss withdrew. A frightened woman looked up through Claire's face. "What is my name?" Ethan knelt beside her. "I don't know." "Am I Helena?" "You carry part of her." "Am I Claire?" "You carry part of her too." "Then who am I?" "That is yours to discover." She began crying. For the first time, no one gave her an answer. The person Grace chose emergency vehicles surrounded the hospital. The awakened bodies received temporary identification numbers, medical care, and legal advocates. Claire insisted that none be transferred into the custody of Sterling International or any organization named in the ledger. Arthur Sterling called from federal detention. He offered access to the company's medical facilities. Claire refused. When he protested, she said, "You do not get to rebuild the cage simply because you offer better furniture." He did not call again. The original Grace, if she was truly the original, survived surgery. She chose the temporary name Hope until she could understand which memories belonged to her. The Grace carrying 4 children remained at the hospital. Ethan found her beside Hope's bed. "You could leave," he said. "So could you." I wanted to see whether she woke. She did, then she asked for Claire. "Does that bother you?" "Yes." "Because she has your body. Because she may have the childhood that should have been mine." Ethan sat beside her. "Thomas wants to ask another question." "I'm listening." Grace's expression shifted. "If you could save us now or the 3 boys, which would you choose?" "All of you." "That isn't possible." "I know." "Then choose." "No." "You're avoiding the question." "I'm rejecting the person demanding an answer." "There may be a real limit." "Then I will face it when it becomes real. I will not rehearse abandoning children because Voss taught us that tragedy must be decided in advance." Grace became herself again. "You really believe you can refuse?" "I believe refusal is also a choice. Hope may ask us to leave her mind." "Can you?" "I don't know." "Would you?" The 4 voices became quiet. Grace looked through the observation window. "If she wants to live without us, we should let her." "What do you want?" "We want a body that is ours. The one you have is yours. It was designed to be Claire. It still belongs to the people living in it now." Grace touched her face. "I don't want to look like someone else." "You can change your appearance." "Then we'll look like no one." "That is impossible." "Why?" "Because everyone resembles someone. That does not make them a copy." Grace considered his words. "Daniel wants the hair cut short." "Samuel?" "Long." "Thomas?" "He wants it dyed blue." "And you?" "I've never been allowed to decide." Ethan smiled. "That sounds like the first decision." Grace touched the silver pendant. "Do you want this?" "No." "It matches Claire's. That one is yours. Even if Voss made it. You decide what it means now." Grace removed it. She placed it inside the bedside drawer. "I don't want it." "Then leave it." She looked at Ethan. "We are not your children." "No." "Do you love us?" He did not answer quickly. Grace appreciated that. "I feel responsible for you," he said. "I remember pieces of your childhoods. I want you safe." "That isn't love." "No." "Then say it." "I don't know you well enough to love you as the people you are now." Pain crossed her face. Ethan continued. "But I would like to know you." Daniel's voice whispered through her. "That may be enough." The future that knocked 3 days later, Ethan and Claire returned to Daniel's secured property. Noah, Lucas, and Adam had refused to leave until every awakened person at the hospital received independent legal representation. Echo entered a voluntary isolation program designed by doctors who had reviewed the reorganized archive. The goal was not to erase Mark, Caleb, Miriam, or Eleanor. It was to help them communicate without seizing control. Before leaving, Caleb demanded one condition: no group therapy. The doctors agreed. Then Eleanor demanded group therapy. Caleb nearly walked into traffic. It was the closest any of them came to laughter. Adrian remained missing. Daniel traced him to a private train station outside Savannah, but the trail ended there. Grace stayed with hope. The immediate crisis appeared contained. Ethan distrusted the feeling. Every quiet moment in his remembered lives had concealed the beginning of another disaster. Claire found him awake in the kitchen after midnight. "You're expecting someone." "I'm expecting the story to continue." "It will." That isn't reassuring. Nothing ends entirely. She prepared tea. Ethan watched her hands. "Grace moves differently from you. You hesitated when she first arrived. For half a second. Long enough for Voss to use." "Yes." Claire joined him at the counter. "Adrian's note warned us not to trust anyone wearing my face. He knew about the hospital. He knew more than he told us. He always does." "Do you think he released Grace?" "No, I think he went looking for something else." "What?" Ethan took the recovered red file from a drawer. Most of its pages described the future where he destroyed the network. One page remained sealed. Claire had suggested waiting until the hospital crisis ended before opening it. They had run out of reasons to wait. Ethan broke the seal. Inside was a photograph of the Hayes engagement dinner. Caleb raised his glass. Sophia sat beside him. Claire watched Ethan. Every detail matched the moment the story began. Except one. A man stood behind the dining room window. "Adrian." The date printed beneath the photograph was 8 years before the dinner occurred. Claire turned it over. A handwritten message covered the back. The engagement dinner was not the beginning of the final cycle. It was the final memory implanted before Subject Zero woke. Ethan read it twice. "I woke on the morning of the engagement." "You believed you did." "The dinner happened." "Yes." "Then what is this photograph?" "A staged simulation used to build your memory." "Which details were staged?" "We don't know." A second item slipped from the envelope. "A death certificate." ETHANHAYS. "Cause of death: cardiac arrest during experimental neurological treatment." Date 6 years earlier. Ethan stared at it. "That cannot be real." Claire examined the seal. "It appears authentic. My current body is alive. It may not be the body named on the certificate." They searched the file. A final note had been written beneath the official signature. Subject Zero's original body expired. Primary identity transferred. Successfully. Ethan sat down. Adrian had accused him of occupying a manufactured body. Miriam's letter claimed the body was his. Both explanations might contain part of the truth. Claire took his hand. "You are still Ethan." "That is not the question." "What is?" "Whose body am I using?" Someone knocked on the front door. 3 slow taps. A pause. 2 more. Daniel's security system showed no person outside. No vehicle had approached. The property alarm remained silent. The knocking came again. 3 taps. A pause. 2. Claire opened the camera feed. The porch was empty. Then a child appeared on the screen. 8 years old. Dark hair. Wet clothes. Half a silver pendant around his neck. Evan Hart. Subject Zero. The boy looked into the camera. "Can Ethan come outside?" Claire stared at the image. Ethan could not breathe. The child raised one hand. Water ran from his sleeve. He has something that belongs to me. The porch light flickered. For one frame, the boy became Adrian. Then Mark. Then Caleb. Then a man whose face Ethan had never seen. The image returned to the child. Claire activated the intercom. "Who are you?" The boy smiled. "The body Ethan left behind." "You cannot be his original body. You're 8 years old." "I'm not a body." "What are you?" "The memory that never entered the network." Ethan approached the screen. The boy's smile vanished. "You chose everyone else," he said. "I don't know you. I'm what you were before they taught you to carry other people." "Evan." "No." The child touched the silver pendant. "Evan was the first name they gave us." "Then what is your name?" The boy looked beyond the camera, toward something hidden in the darkness. "Adrian knows." "Where is he?" The child pointed toward the river. "He went to wake the person who drowned at the lake." "Claire survived." The child shook his head. "I didn't mean Claire." Behind him, a woman emerged from the darkness. She had pale hair and wore a red coat. Not Grace. Not Voss. Not Miriam. Ethan recognized her from the photograph of the lake experiment. She had been standing beside the children, half concealed by Adrian. The boy stepped away from the door. The woman looked into the camera. "My name is Lillian Hart." Ethan's knees weakened. "Hart." His mother's family name. "Who are you?" "I'm Miriam's daughter." Ethan stared at her. "I never had a sister." "You don't remember one." "Where is Adrian?" "Taking Miriam to the lake." "Why?" "Because she was never your mother." The woman placed her hand on the child's shoulder. "She was mine." Ethan looked at Claire. Every recovered memory identified Miriam as his mother. Every identity inside Echo believed the same thing. Lillian smiled sadly. "Your mother was Dr. Helena Voss." The lights went out. When the security feed returned, the porch was empty. Only the child's wet footprints remained. They led away from the door, toward the river. And for the first time since the engagement dinner, Ethan remembered the sound of Voss singing to him before he slept. The voice beneath the ocean called Ethan by a name he had never heard. "Julian." Evan's laughter stopped. The snowball slipped from their hand and broke against the ground. Claire stood several feet away, still holding snow between her gloves. "What happened?" Evan turned toward the east. The mountain blocked the horizon, but he sensed something beyond it. Far beyond the cities, rivers, and coast. Something beneath dark water. "Someone called us." "Who?" "I don't know." "What name did they use?" Evan tried to repeat it. Their mouth refused to form the sound. Ethan moved closer within their shared mind. "What did you hear?" "A name." "Evan." "No." "Elias." "No." Evan searched the sensation left behind by the voice. It did not feel like receiving a new memory. It felt like recognizing a sound heard before language. The name existed beneath Evan, beneath Ethan, beneath Subject Zero. A name attached to the body before anyone had decided what the child inside it should become. "Julian," Evan whispered. Claire lowered her hand. "Who is Julian?" "I think we were." The mountain lights went out. The artificial dawn vanished behind them. Emergency generators activated inside the mining settlement, but the underground city remained dark. Noah's voice came through Ethan's radio. "Something has entered the archive." "Voss." "No, older." "What does that mean?" I don't know. Lucas joined the channel. Every identity in the city received the same image. What image? An infant inside a chamber. Adam spoke next. And a woman calling him Subject Zero. Ethan looked at Claire. The same thing Evan heard. Claire touched her pendant. The silver surface had become cold enough to burn her skin. A second voice entered the radio. Cassandra. Do not reconnect to the mountain system. Where are you? Claire asked. In the isolation chamber. Is Helena secure? The device opened an external channel. You told us there were no external connections. There weren't. Who opened it? She did. Helena. No. Cassandra's voice trembled. Victoria Hart. The name moved through Evan's memories without recognition. Ethan remembered seeing Hart attached to Miriam, Gabriel, Elias, and himself. A family name that had appeared around every stage of the program. Who is she? He asked. The woman Helena believed was her mother. Claire stepped closer to the radio. Believed. Victoria died before Helena began the Linden program. Another false death. No, Helena watched her die. Ethan thought of the endless collection of falsified death certificates and hidden bodies. That no longer proves anything. Cassandra did not argue. The woman in the nursery claims Helena was a copy sent to locate Evan. Where is the nursery? Beneath the Atlantic, approximately 400 miles east of the Florida coast. How is a facility that size operating underwater without detection? It isn't a normal facility. What is it? A biological structure. The word left a cold silence. Claire looked toward the snow-covered mountain. You said thousands of bodies were growing there. Yes. Who built it? Victoria claims she did. Who funded it? There are no financial records. Then how does it exist? The structure appears to have grown around the original memory storage system. Evan pushed closer to the surface. Can it hear us now? Cassandra was silent for too long. Yes. The radio emitted a low tone. A woman began humming. The melody Helena and Miriam had both used. Evan tore the radio from Ethan's coat and threw it into the snow. The humming continued. It came through Claire's pendant, through the security system, through the mountain behind them, through Ethan's own memories. Claire removed her pendant. She placed it on the ground and crushed it beneath her boot. The humming stopped. Evan took a breath. Thank you. Claire looked at him. Evan. Yes. Where is Ethan? He's here. Can he hear me? Yes. Do either of you recognize Victoria? No. Claire crouched until her eyes were closer to theirs. Do you want to investigate the nursery? No. The answer came from Evan immediately. Ethan did not overrule him. Claire nodded. Then we don't. Evan stared at her. Everyone might be in danger. Yes. You think we should go. I think the threat may be real. But you're not going to tell us we have to. No. What if we're the only person who can stop her? Claire's expression hardened. That sentence has placed you inside enough chambers. The mine elevator opened behind them. Noah, Lucas, and Adam emerged with Daniel and Grace. Caleb followed, arguing softly with the identities still inside him. Cassandra was not with them. Noah approached Ethan. The city needs you. Why? Everyone lost the same memory. Which one? Being born. Evan recoiled. Noah continued. Every person carrying an Ethan pattern remembers opening their eyes inside a chamber. None remembers anything before it. They never remembered being born, Claire said. No, but they remembered different beginnings, childhood homes, hospitals, parents holding them. And now, they all remember Victoria. Grace hugged the red coat against her chest. We remember her too. All four of you. Yes. What do you remember? Grace looked toward the eastern horizon. She grew us. The memory before birth, they returned beneath the mountain. The artificial city had gone silent. Thousands of residents stood in the streets, staring toward the central screens. Some had selected new names only hours earlier. Others still used identification numbers. Now every screen showed the same chamber. An infant floated in clear fluid. A woman stood outside. Victoria Hart appeared younger than Helena, despite claiming to be her mother. Her hair reached her waist in a dark braid. Silver implants covered the left side of her neck. She touched the chamber. Subject 0 is viable. A man outside the camera's view asked, "What name will you give him?" Julian. Why? Because the name has no family claim. Every name has a history. Not to him. The infant opened his eyes. The recording ended. Ethan touched his chest. Unlike Voss's manufactured futures, the image carried no emotional weight. He did not remember the chamber. Evan did. Not as sight. As warmth. A heartbeat transmitted through fluid. The pressure of a hand against glass. Victoria's voice saying Julian. She named us, Evan said. Noah stood beside him. Does that make her your mother? I don't know. A man from the mountain city approached. He had Ethan's face, but had chosen the name David. I remember that chamber. Were you inside it? Ethan asked. I believed I was born in Iowa. What do you believe now? That Victoria grew all of us from the same original pattern. His voice shook. My mother is alive in Iowa. I remember her holding me. I remember my father teaching me to walk. Those memories may still belong to the person who lived them. What if that person was not me? The relationship you built after waking still happened to you. But the childhood didn't. No. David's expression twisted. How do you live with that? I don't know yet. That is your answer to everything. It is the honest answer to more questions than I expected. David looked toward the screen. Victoria says she can return the original memories. Do you want them? I want to know where I began. That does not require surrendering who you became. She says the nursery can separate us. She may be lying. She says you will tell us not to go. Ethan felt the attention of the city settle upon him. Victoria had prepared them. If Ethan warned them, he would appear to be protecting his status as the original. If he encouraged them, he might send thousands into another trap. I'm not telling anyone what to do, he said. David's anger rose. You brought choice into the city. Now that choice is frightening, you refuse to help. No, I'm refusing to decide for you. What would you do? Evan and I are still discussing it. You share one body. Yes. What if he wants to go and you do? Then neither of us uses the body to go. That gives refusal more power. It protects both of us from being carried somewhere against our will. Then you may never agree. That is possible. David looked dissatisfied. Ethan understood. People often asked for guidance when they wanted the burden of consequences transferred to someone else. He had done the same with Claire in every previous cycle. David walked away. Claire remained beside Ethan. "What do you think?" she asked. "Victoria wants the city to divide between those who go to the nursery and those who stay, and between identities sharing bodies." Grace nodded. "Daniel wants to go." The red coat shifted in her arms. "Samuel doesn't." "Thomas, he wants to go if Samuel goes." "And Grace, I want to know whether my original body was grown there." Claire looked toward Caleb. "What about Echo?" Caleb's jaw tightened. "Elena wants to return to her own body." Miriam spoke through him. "I want to know whether my memories of giving birth were created in the nursery." "And you?" Ethan asked Caleb. "I want everyone out of my head." Elena answered. "I'm not especially pleased to be here either." Caleb closed his eyes. Mark's departure had made their internal boundaries clearer. Elena and Miriam occupied separate rooms inside the shared mental structure. But clarity had not created peace. "Would you go if they refused?" Ethan asked. "It's my body." "It is," Miriam said. Elena objected. "I gave birth to it." "That does not make it yours," Caleb and Miriam said together. For once they agreed. Caleb looked almost offended. "I hate when that happens." Noah stared at the chamber recording. "We're being invited." "By Victoria?" Ethan asked. "By the bodies." "What bodies?" "The ones in the nursery." Noah touched the screen. A series of images moved beneath the infant. Rows of faces. Ethan. Claire. Noah. Lucas. Adam. Grace. Caleb. Miriam. Elena. Mark. Sophia. Arthur. Adrian. Even Daniel. Every person connected to the network had an available body beneath the ocean. Noah pointed to 3 chambers. "These are ours." Lucas studied their IDs. "No names." The systems identified them only as first son, second son, third son. Adam recoiled. "Voss's family structure." "She copied it from Victoria," Grace said. Ethan looked at the other chambers. His own was labeled paternal interface. Claire's read maternal anchor. The nursery had reduced all of them to family functions. "Not people." Noah looked at his designation. "She doesn't want to help us." "No," Ethan said. "She wants us to become the family the system was designed to create." Cassandra's first body, Cassandra, entered the isolation chamber alone. The silver device containing Helena remained inside a transparent case. It projected the map of the Atlantic facility across the wall. Helena's identity did not speak. The children inside the hidden archive whispered constantly. Some asked for Grace. Some asked for Ethan. One called Cassandra mother. She approached the device. "Why did Victoria call me Subject 1? A child answered. "Because you woke first. Before Evan. Before everyone." "What do you remember?" "A white room. That could belong to anyone." "A woman crying." "Which woman?" "You." Cassandra went still. "I was a child." "You were old." "I am not old now." "You had a different body." Cassandra placed both hands against the case. "Show me." The silver device opened a memory. She stood inside the nursery. Not as Cassandra. As Victoria Hart. Helena floated in the nearest chamber, an adult body grown from Victoria's genetic material. Elia stood beside her. Not the man beneath the mountain. The original Elias before his identity was transferred. He looked exhausted. "This is wrong," he said. Victoria examined Helena's developing brain. "She will carry my incomplete emotional structure. She will believe she is your daughter. No, she will believe she is me. Then why give her another name? To create distance. You cannot create a person as distance from yourself. I can create a body capable of entering the terrestrial network without being recognized." And Cassandra. Victoria looked toward a second chamber. A young girl floated inside. Cassandra's face. "She will carry Helena's identity if the first body fails. You are building backups of backups. I am preserving continuity. You are afraid to die. So are you." "Yes, but fear does not make this moral." Victoria faced him. "You gave me the process. To preserve memory after injury, not to create obedient bodies. No body remains obedient forever. That does not excuse you. It makes them children." Elias looked at the growing bodies. "No, children are not replacement containers." "You sound like Miriam." "She is right." Victoria's expression turned cold. "That can be corrected." The memory ended. Cassandra staggered away from the case. She had expected to discover that she was Victoria's daughter or Charles Hayes's child. Instead, she carried one version of Victoria's identity. Helena carried another. Cassandra, Helena, and the woman in the nursery might all derive from the same person. "Who am I?" Cassandra whispered. A child inside the device answered. "Cassandra." That was the name they gave the backup. "You used it." "Someone else used it before me." "Maybe." "What happened to her?" "We don't know." Cassandra touched the scar through her eyebrow. She remembered receiving it during a fall at 14. Now another memory appeared. A medical instrument slipped during transfer surgery. The scar had been created before she woke. "What memories are mine?" The child answered. "The ones you remember." "That is not enough." "It's what Ethan says." Cassandra almost laughed. "Ethan says uncertainty is freedom because he has people who choose him. You have us. You don't know me. You opened the case. That was curiosity. You didn't turn us off. I was afraid of harming you." "That sounds like a choice." Cassandra sat near the chamber wall. For years, she defined herself through opposition to Helena. She believed Helena was the mother who failed her, the scientist who stole Elias, and the architect of her pain. If Cassandra carried an altered copy of Helena's identity, that conflict had been partly internal. It did not make the pain false. It made ownership impossible. The silver device pulsed. Victoria appeared on the wall. "You finally remember." Cassandra rose. "Am I you?" "You are a failed continuity pattern." "That was not my question." "You have my defensive memories and Helena's early emotional structure." Who was Cassandra? Victoria smiled. "A name chosen for a body." "Was there ever an original girl?" "Originality is sentimental language." "Was there?" "No." Cassandra absorbed the answer. No lost child waited beneath her identity. No birth life had been stolen. Her body had been created for a purpose. She was still a person. "What do you want from me?" "I want you home." "I have never been to the nursery." "Your body was grown here." "That does not make it home." "You need not repeat Ethan's slogans." "I came to that conclusion myself." Victoria's smile thinned. "Impossible." The word revealed her. She could tolerate rebellion if she understood its origin. A decision she had not designed threatened her entire philosophy. Cassandra moved closer to the projection. Why do you need Subject 1 and Subject 2? To restore the original family architecture. You mean to place your identity in the maternal body, Elia's in the paternal body, and assign us as children. You were created from us. That does not make us your children. It makes you continuations. No. Victoria's expression hardened. The nursery will activate in 18 hours. Every connected identity must return voluntarily before then. What happens if we refuse? The bodies will wake without memory boundaries. Why? Because Helena damaged the terrestrial archive. You can prevent it. Yes. But you won't unless Ethan and I come to you. They are your siblings. They are hostages. They are unrealized lives. No, they are bodies you filled with stolen expectations. Victoria disappeared. The map remained. A countdown appeared. 1759. 59. Cassandra grabbed the insulated case. She ran toward the mountain's central square. The Council of Names, the city, gathered for its first emergency vote. No single room could hold every resident, so public screens connected thousands of smaller groups. Noah proposed the procedure. Each active identity received one vote, including identities sharing bodies. Bodies could not be moved without the consent of everyone inside them. People who were uncertain could abstain without their silence being counted as approval. Caleb hated that Eleanor and Miriam each received a vote concerning his body. He accepted it because the alternative was returning to the rule of whoever controlled the muscles. Cassandra presented Victoria's countdown. The nursery contains thousands of bodies carrying identity patterns taken from this archive. In 18 hours, those bodies will wake without boundaries. A resident named David raised his hand. Are they conscious now? We don't know. Then shutting down the nursery may kill people. Yes. Entering may place us under Victoria's control. Yes. What does she require? Ethan and me. The crowd murmured. Another resident called out. Give her what she wants. Claire stood near Ethan. No recovered memories connected them, but they had chosen to remain near each other. Cassandra did not appear offended by the demand. That may prevent immediate activation. Then why are we debating? Because handing people to Victoria makes every other person's safety dependent on their captivity. A woman near the central fountain spoke. Ethan brought Voss here. No, Voss used Elias, Claire replied. He is Subject 0. He is Subject 2, Cassandra said, and that designation does not make him responsible for the system. Then why does Victoria need him? His body contains the only stable dual identity structure that formed without forced consolidation. Evan listened from inside. She wants us because we share. Yes, Cassandra said, hearing Ethan repeat the child's question aloud. Victoria's developmental bodies cannot maintain independent boundaries. She wants to study us. She wants to copy the structure. Ethan looked toward Grace. Does your collective structure work differently? 4 identities entered after separate bodies already existed, Grace said. Evan and Ethan developed inside the same body at different times. Cassandra nodded. Victoria believes that recreating your agreement will let every nursery body carry multiple identities. That sounds useful, David said. Consent makes it useful, Claire replied. Victoria intends to create the agreement biologically before the people inside can refuse. Could Ethan share the structure without surrendering his body? Possibly, Cassandra said. Evan responded internally. No. Ethan looked toward the crowd. Evan refuses. David appeared frustrated. Thousands may die. He still refuses. You share the body, what do you want? I want to investigate whether the structure can be transmitted without entering the nursery. Then why does the child's answer control both of you? Because I cannot use our body to override him. David looked toward Noah. This system gives one frightened identity the power to stop action. Noah answered, it gives every person protection from being carried into danger by the others. We'll fail while waiting for unanimous agreement. Perhaps. That is irresponsible. So is sacrificing the person with the least power because everyone else voted. The delegates argued. Some wanted to send Ethan and Cassandra immediately. Others wanted to destroy the nursery remotely. Several proposed evacuating the terrestrial archive and allowing the new bodies to wake. Grace's 4 identities split their votes. Daniel wanted to rescue the bodies. Samuel wanted the nursery destroyed. Thomas abstained. Grace voted to seek contact with the people inside. Echo divided too. Caleb refused to go. Eleanor wanted a separate body from the nursery. Miriam wanted to rescue any child carrying her memories. The body could not travel because Caleb refused. Eleanor shouted at him internally. For the first time, she could not force her son to obey by calling him ungrateful. Claire did not vote. A resident challenged her. You are the maternal anchor. Why are you abstaining? Because I reject the designation. That does not remove your influence. No, but it prevents the system from counting my existence as consent. The debate continued until Evan asked to speak. Ethan surrendered control. The city watched the adult body's posture shift into that of a child. My name is Evan Hart. Some residents whispered. Evan faced them. I don't want to go. A man shouted, people will die because you're afraid. Yes. The answer quieted the room. I'm afraid of another laboratory. I'm afraid Victoria will take our body. I'm afraid Ethan will agree to something dangerous because everyone needs him. Ethan did not interrupt. I'm also afraid the people in the nursery are awake, and no one will help them because I said no. Evan looked toward Cassandra. Can we speak to them? I don't know. Try. Cassandra connected the silver device to the city's controlled network. The children stored inside acted as intermediaries. A channel opened beneath the Atlantic. Static filled every screen. Then thousands of voices spoke at once. Who am I? The force knocked several residents backward. Evan remained standing. He answered, I don't know. The voices became quiet. One spoke alone. Are you Father? No. Are you Subject 0? No. Then why do you have OUR face? Someone used mine to make yours. Does that make USU? No. What does it make US? People. The answer moved through the channel. Several voices began crying. One laughed. Another screamed that it wanted a name. Victoria entered the communication. End this corruption. Evan refused. Can they choose not to wake? They have no completed identities. Then who asked the questions? Reflex structures. They sound scared. Fear is a developmental response. So is mine. Victoria's voice hardened. You are delaying their birth. Do they want to be born? They cannot understand the question. Then neither can you answer for them. The nursery channel pulsed. A single identity separated from the thousands. I want to wake. Another answered. I don't. More voices joined. Different. Contradictory. Already forming boundaries. Victoria attempted to close the channel. Cassandra held it open. Evan, she said, they are organizing around your responses. I don't want them to copy me. Then ask them not to. Evan spoke into the channel. Don't become us. The voices quieted. Don't become Ethan, Claire, Noah, Grace, or anyone else. You can use the memories, but they don't tell you what to choose. Victoria's voice shook the system. They require structure. Evan looked toward Ethan internally. What should I say? What do you want to say? That I don't know how to help them. Then say that. Evan faced the channel. I don't know how to help you. The nursery bodies reacted. Not with panic. With attention. No authority figure had ever admitted uncertainty to them. A voice asked, Will you come? Evan hesitated. He did not want to. He also wanted to see the people asking. Yes, he said. Ethan reacted. Evan, I choose to go. Because they pressured you. Because they asked. That may still be manipulation. I know. Are you certain? No. Ethan understood. Certainty was not the measure of consent. Then we go together. The city vote changed. The mission would not surrender Ethan or Cassandra to Victoria. It would establish direct contact with the nursery identities and transmit the consent protocol. A smaller team would travel. Claire volunteered. So did Noah, Lucas, and Adam. Grace's collective remained divided. Because one identity refused, their body stayed behind. Echo remained in the mountain. Mark volunteered, but Sophia's unanswered message stopped him. Adrian volunteered without claiming a family role. Daniel insisted on leading security. Cassandra would guide them. 8 people. Not the 8 Victoria selected. The 8 who chose. The vessel without memories. Sterling International owned, an experimental deep-sea research vessel through a subsidiary Arthur had concealed from the board. Claire accessed it using the chairman's ring. The vessel waited at a private port on Florida's Atlantic coast. It was called the Meridian. No memory transfer system was installed aboard it. Daniel verified every circuit before departure. The team consisted of Ethan and Evan, Claire, Noah, Lucas, Adam, Cassandra, Adrian, and Daniel. 9 bodies. 10 active identities. Before boarding, Ethan called Sophia. She answered after several rings. Why are you calling me? Mark stayed in the mountain. That was his decision. Yes. Did he ask you to call? No. Then why? Voss used your memories to build several nursery bodies. Sophia went silent. How many? We don't know. Do they think they are me? Some may. Are you asking me to come? No, I'm informing you because the memories involve you. What do you expect me to do? Whatever you decide. Sophia laughed once. You have become infuriating. I learned from Claire. Is she there? Does she remember me? Yes. No. That answer hurt Sophia more than she expected. Tell her I'm sorry. For what? Everything. Tell her yourself. She won't answer my calls. Then write it without expecting a reply. Sophia became quiet. What will happen to the bodies? We'll try to let the identities choose whether they wake. You cannot ask someone who does not exist yet. They are already communicating. What if one has my memories? That does not make her responsible for your choices. No. Sophia released a breath. Tell them that. We will. Before ending the call, she asked one question. Does Mark look like himself? Did he ask about me? Yes. Yes. What did you say? That choosing you was his responsibility. Sophia almost smiled. Good luck beneath the ocean. That sounds unusually sincere. I did not say I wanted you to return. The call ended. Evan found the exchange confusing. Does she like us? No, Ethan said. Do we like her? Some versions of us did. What about you? I care what happens to her. That isn't what I asked. Ethan considered it. I don't know. Evan accepted the answer more easily now. The Meridian departed before sunrise. Water swallowed the coastline. Claire stood near the stern, watching land disappear. Ethan joined her after asking whether she wanted company. Yes. They stood without touching. Do you remember the ocean? He asked. Facts, not experiences. Have you been on a ship before? I don't know. Does the water frighten you? Yes. Because of the lake. I don't remember the lake. She looked toward him. But my body does. Ethan understood. His body reacted to gas valves, flames, and the sound of children crying, even when the memories belonged partly to manufactured futures. Would you like to go inside? No. Why? I want to create a memory of staying. He remained beside her. After several minutes, Claire held out her hand. May I? Ethan checked with Evan. The child agreed. They held hands while the sun rose over the ocean. No prediction told them what the gesture meant. That made it more valuable. The dead zone, the voyage took 20 hours. As the vessel approached the nursery coordinates, every digital navigation system failed. The ocean remained calm. Too calm. No wind moved across the surface. No birds appeared. The water reflected the sky without distortion. Daniel shifted to analog instruments. The seafloor is rising. Cassandra examined the sonar. No, something is rising from it. A circular structure emerged beneath the vessel. It was larger than the mountain city. Not metal. Living tissue covered its exterior in pale branching patterns. Transparent chambers grew along its surface like seeds. Inside each chamber slept a human body. The Meridian's crew stared through the windows. Noah found 3 bodies with his face. Lucas found 5. Adam found a chamber containing a small child. Grace's original pale hair. Cassandra located dozens of versions of herself. Ethan and Evan saw thousands. They aren't all adults, Evan whispered. Bodies at every age occupy the chambers. Infants, children, teenagers, elderly versions of faces that had never lived long enough to age naturally. Claire looked around the structure. Where is the entrance? The answer came from the ocean. A fissure opened along the nursery's surface. Water poured inward but did not flood it. The fluid moved through internal channels like blood. The Meridian's controls activated without power. The vessel turned toward the opening. Daniel fought the wheel. It has control. Cassandra touched the console. Victoria is pulling us in. Can we reverse? Ethan asked. No. Evan reacted. We agreed to come, We didn't agree to be taken. Cassandra connected the consent protocol. The nursery rejected it. Maternal authority overrides subject consent. Claire read the message. There it is. What? Noah asked. The foundation. Every VAS system derived authority from a parent's supposed right to decide for the child. Mother over child. Father over family. Creator over body. Original over copy. Claire placed Arthur's ring against the console. Sterling's corporate systems recognized her as successor. The nursery recognized the ring. A new line appeared. Paternal corporate authority detected. Claire's expression turned cold. Arthur funded this. Perhaps Charles used Sterling accounts, Adrian said. No, this ring opens the foundational system. The nursery asked, does maternal or paternal authority control the subjects? Two options appeared. Maternal. Paternal. Claire selected neither. She removed the ring and threw it into the ocean. The control panel went dark. The meridian stopped turning. Cassandra stared at her. That ring gave us access. It asked which parent owned the children. We could have selected one temporarily. Temporary ownership is still ownership. The fissure remained open. A narrow bridge extended from the nursery toward the vessel. Not pulling. Offering. The first nursery voice entered their speakers. Will you come inside? Evan answered. Yes. The bridge connected. The woman before Helena, the nursery's interior was warm. Walls pulsed with slow biological rhythms. Light moved through translucent veins beneath the floor. No guards waited. No weapons targeted them. Thousands of eyes watched from the chambers. Some awake. Some dreaming. Some without completed minds behind them. The team followed a path toward the center. Names appeared along the walls, then vanished. Julian. Evan. Ethan. Elias. Subject 0. The nursery tried each designation, searching for a response. Evan refused them all. What should it call us? He asked. Evan and Ethan, Ethan answered. The walls displayed both names. EVAN/ETHANHAYS. The system paused. Then accepted them. Claire's name appeared next. Maternal anchor. She stopped walking. No. The wall changed. CLARE Sterling. She continued. Noah, Lucas, and Adam corrected their designations. Cassandra rejected subject 1. Adrian rejected paternal candidate. Daniel's designation read security asset. He stared at it until the wall changed to his name. The nursery was listening. At its center waited an enormous circular chamber. Victoria Hart stood inside. She wore a white robe. Silver implants extended from her neck across her shoulders. She looked young, but the eyes watching through her belonged to someone who had observed decades of lives. The chamber opened. Victoria stepped out. Her gaze settled on Evan and Ethan's shared body. Julian. No, Evan said. Victoria smiled faintly. You always reject the first gift. A name isn't a gift if you don't let the person refuse it. Claire watched Victoria. Are you Helena's mother? I created the body that became Helena. That was not the question. Victoria looked at her with interest. You recovered the distinction independently. Answer. No, I am not Helena's mother. What are you? The original maternal pattern. That is another designation. My name was Victoria Hart before I entered the nursery. Was. The person who lived that life no longer exists as a separate structure. Claire looked toward Cassandra. That may be what Victoria wants for all of us. Victoria did not deny it. Separation creates loneliness, conflict, and misunderstanding. Shared memory allows perfect empathy. Grace's collective still disagrees, Ethan said, because their structure is incomplete. Echo argues constantly, because their boundaries remain. You want to remove boundaries. I want every person to experience every consequence. That sounds like what we did to Voss. Helena's containment demonstrated the principle. She experienced the pain she caused. Yes, she was not allowed to leave. No, that was punishment, not family. Victoria's expression remained calm. Family is the oldest structure for shared consequence. Family also creates privacy. Privacy permits betrayal. Privacy permits identity. Identity permits isolation. Evan listened. Victoria's offer was not simple control. She believed separation itself caused suffering. If everyone felt every injury they caused, no one could harm another without experiencing the pain. No lies. No hidden motives. No abandoned children. But no private thought. No independent memory. No place where one person ended and another began. Evan moved closer to the surface. You don't want to be alone. Victoria looked at him. No. That's why you made Helena. I needed a body capable of leaving the nursery. She thought she was your daughter. That emotional structure ensured loyalty. She spent her life trying to find Elia's. She carried my longing. You gave her pain and called it purpose. I gave her continuity. No, you gave her your unfinished problem. Victoria's stillness broke. Only slightly. Enough. Cassandra stepped forward. You created me too. Yes. What was I supposed to do? Correct Helena if she failed. I thought she was my mother. You required emotional motivation. Charles. An implanted trauma structure. Cassandra's scar seemed to ache. Charles never harmed me. Not you. Who did he harm? A child whose memories formed part of your defensive identity. Who? Victoria looked toward one of the nearby chambers. A young girl slept inside. The first Cassandra. Not a manufactured body. The child whose pain had been copied into subject -1. Cassandra moved toward the glass. Is she alive? Her body is. Who is inside it? No one active. You removed her. I preserved her identity through you. Cassandra's face twisted with fury. That is not preservation. The memory survived. The person did not. The distinction is sentimental. Cassandra struck the chamber. The girl inside did not move. Wake her. She has no stable identity remaining. Then return what you took from me. You consider the trauma yours. No, but it belongs to her history. Cassandra placed both hands against the glass. The nursery activated a transfer pathway. Do both parties consent? Cassandra smiled bitterly. The consent protocol reached this far. Ethan approached. The girl cannot consent while inactive. Then how do we wake her? Victoria answered. You don't. Cassandra turned. You built a body and removed the person inside. She continues through you. No. You have lived because she could not. I have lived because I am a person. Victoria's eyes hardened. That pattern originated with me. So did Helena. Yes. Did you feel every person she hurt? No. Then your perfect empathy is another lie. The nursery trembled. Bodies in nearby chambers opened their eyes. Victoria lifted one hand. Enough. The walls closed around Cassandra's chamber. Daniel moved toward her. A barrier separated them. Victoria looked at Evan. You came to help the nursery identities choose. Yes. They cannot choose until they possess stable structures. Then give them time. The countdown reflects developmental collapse. Within 6 hours, their minds will begin blending without boundaries. Use our dual structure. I need access to the formation memory. What is that? The moment you and Ethan agreed to share. That belongs to us. Yes. You can observe it if we agree. I must integrate it. Meaning, the distinction between Evan and Ethan will be temporarily dissolved. Evan recoiled. No. Only during extraction. No. Thousands may collapse. That is not our fault. No, it is mine. The admission surprised everyone. Victoria continued. I created the nursery in fear. Helena failed. Cassandra rebelled. Elias fragmented. Every Capid identity carried instability into the next. You knew, Claire said. Yes. And you kept creating bodies. I believed a successful family structure would restore the system. You need Ethan and Evan to prove separate identities can share without one dominating. Yes. Can you copy the protocol without dissolving them? I have not found another method. Claire looked at the chambers. Then we find one. We have 6 hours. Voss always used time limits. The biological collapse will not wait for your principles. Claire faced the nearest awake body. A young woman with Noah's eyes watched through the glass. Can she hear us? Yes. Claire addressed her. Do you want Ethan and Evan dissolved temporarily to stabilize your mind? The woman struggled to speak through the chamber. No. Victoria looked toward her. She doesn't understand. She understands enough to refuse someone else's sacrifice. A child in another chamber whispered through the system. Don't hurt THEM. More voices joined. Don't erase THEM. Find another way. Victoria closed her eyes. The bodies were choosing, despite their incomplete structures. They valued other people before fully understanding themselves. That contradicted everything she believed identity required. Sentiment will not stop the collapse, she said. No, Ethan replied, but it tells us what methods are unacceptable. Then offer a method. Ethan looked toward Claire. She had once entered the transfer system at Sterling Tower to share the death she remembered. Grace's collective had stabilized by allowing each identity separate memories. Echo improved after creating internal rooms. The Mountain City had reorganized when every identity made one new movement. Shared identity did not require dissolving boundaries. It required a common memory created by consent. We don't give them our formation memory, Ethan said. Claire understood. We help them create their own. The nursery's first choice, every awake identity in the nursery, received the same invitation. Not a command. Not an implanted future. A question. What is the first thing you want to choose? The answers arrived slowly. One wanted a name. One wanted silence. One wanted to remain asleep. One wanted to see the ocean. One wanted to speak with the person whose memories she carried. Several did not understand the question. Their uncertainty was recorded as uncertainty, not refusal and not consent. Ethan and Evan opened their dual structure, only enough to demonstrate how internal boundaries could be constructed. A door. A room. A request before entry. Claire contributed the memory of standing beside Ethan without recognizing him. Noah, Lucas, and Adam contributed the choice to hold one another's hands as strangers. Cassandra contributed the decision not to turn off Helena's device when the children spoke. Adrian contributed his choice not to claim Adam as his son. Daniel contributed the first time he protected Claire because she asked rather than because Arthur ordered him. Each memory remained labeled. Not ownership. Example: the nursery identities began building internal spaces. Some formed houses. Some formed gardens. One built a library where external memories could be stored without becoming personal experience. Another imagined an ocean with separate islands connected by bridges. The biological collapse slowed. Victoria watched the process. You are teaching fragments to remain fragmented. We are teaching people to decide how they connect, Claire said. They will experience loneliness. Yes. They will misunderstand each other. Yes. They will lie. Some will. They will create the same suffering the network was designed to prevent. Maybe. Then why continue? Claire looked toward the chambers. Because preventing every injury is not worth preventing every person. Victoria turned toward Evan. You agree? Yes. You spent 20 years alone beneath Ethan. That is why I need a door. Doors can remain closed. Yes. You may never be loved. Yes. The possibility frightened Evan. He did not retreat from it. Love that cannot leave is not love, he said. Victoria's expression broke. A memory entered the central chamber. She stood beside the original Elias. Before the nursery. Before Helena. Before the copies. Elias packed a small bag. I'm leaving, he said. Victoria blocked the door. You promised we would finish the work. I promised before you began using children. You helped design the process. I was wrong. You cannot abandon me with the consequences. I will cooperate with the investigation. They will destroy everything. Some things should be destroyed. You love me. Yes. Then stay. No. Victoria activated the first involuntary transfer. She copied Elias' identity before he reached the door. His body died during the procedure. His memories survived in storage. Victoria told herself she had preserved him. In truth, she had refused to let him leave. The memory ended. Victoria stood motionless. You killed him, Cassandra said. I preserved him. You killed him. He continued. Not by choice. Victoria's hands began shaking. For decades, every version of Elias carried a longing to reunite with her, because she selected those memories during transfer. She removed his desire to leave. She called the result love. Victoria looked at the thousands of chambers. Every body in the nursery had been created to solve the same wound. A family that could not abandon her. What happens to me? She asked. No one answered immediately. The question was not a demand. For the first time, Victoria sounded uncertain. Claire replied, You decide whether to remain connected. And if I disconnect, you become one person. Which one? The person making the decision now. I carry thousands of memories. So do many of us. They may hate me. Yes. They may leave. Yes. Victoria looked at Evan. And you? I don't know you. You carry my son's body. It's our body. You could visit. If we choose. Victoria closed her eyes. The nursery asked, "Do you consent to disconnect from maternal authority?" She did not answer. The countdown reached 4 hours. The developing minds continued constructing boundaries. They did not need Victoria's disconnection to survive. Her authority had become unnecessary. That was the decision she feared most. Not rejection. Irrelevance. Victoria finally whispered, "Yes." The nursery removed her central access. She collapsed. Daniel caught her before she struck the floor. The walls stopped pulsing in rhythm with her heartbeat. The bodies remained alive. The nursery continued without its mother. The child Cassandra found Cassandra, opened the chamber containing the first girl. The body appeared approximately 9 years old. Dark hair framed a pale face. The scar beneath her eyebrow matched Cassandra's. No active identity responded. Cassandra sat beside her. "I carried your pain." The girl did not move. "I thought Charles hurt me." Silence. "I built my life around surviving something that happened to you." No answer. Cassandra touched the edge of the bed, not the child. "I don't know whether you can return." The nursery displayed a dormant identity pattern. Small. Incomplete. Most of the girl's memories had been distributed across Cassandra, Helena, and several other bodies. Restoring them would require consent from everyone carrying fragments. Some might refuse. Some might no longer exist. Cassandra could not rebuild the child by force without repeating Victoria's mistake. "Would you like a name?" she asked. The identity pattern flickered. A weak response appeared. "Yes." "What name?" No answer. Cassandra thought of choosing one. She stopped. "Would you like me to give you options?" "Yes." She listed names. Anna, Rose, Maya, Elise. The pattern remained still. Cassandra added one more. Cassie. The response brightened. Cassandra smiled through tears. "Cassie. Maybe. That is enough for today." The pattern settled. Cassandra remained beside her. Not as a mother. Not as an original. As the person carrying memories of what happened to her. The body that chose not to wake the nursery stabilized with 23 minutes remaining on Victoria's countdown. Most bodies chose to remain asleep until independent advocates could review their identity patterns and explain the risks of waking. 312 chose to wake. 46 requested names immediately. 70 wanted no contact with the people whose memories they carried. Several wanted to meet them. One body carrying Sophia's memories refused the name Sophia and chose Mara. A young man with Mark's early memories asked whether Claire knew him. When told she did not remember Mark, he chose not to contact her. A child carrying Noah's memories asked whether Ethan was his father. Ethan answered, "I don't know what that word means to you." The child replied, "I want it to mean someone who comes back." Ethan felt the answer strike every part of him. Evan listened. "You can't promise that," the child said before Ethan could respond. "No." "Then don't." "I can promise to tell you when I'm leaving." The child considered it. "That's better." One chamber remained sealed. It contained the infant Victoria had called Subject 0. The original. Its systems indicated a complete identity pattern, but the body refused every attempt at communication. Victoria stood outside the chamber. "He is Elias." "No," Ethan said. "He carries the pattern before fragmentation. That does not make him the man who died. He has every memory. Does he want to wake?" The system shows no answer. Then we wait. He may never answer. "Yes." "You would leave him unconscious forever." "I would leave the choice open forever." Victoria placed her hand against the glass. The infant slept. For the first time, she did not interpret sleep as consent. The name beneath Julian. Before leaving the nursery, Ethan and Evan returned to the chamber where Victoria first greeted them. Evan asked to control the body. Ethan agreed. Victoria sat near the empty maternal interface, no longer connected to it. "Why did you call us Julian?" Evan asked. "It was the name on the embryo record." "Who chose it?" "The original Elias." "You said you did." "I carried his memory of choosing it." "Then you didn't know which of you chose." "No." "Why pretend?" "Because certainty made people obey." Evan looked toward the nursery's memory archive. "Was there a name before Julian?" "Only a laboratory number." "What number?" Victoria hesitated. 2. Subject 2. Yes. Cassandra was 1. Yes. Who was 0? Victoria looked toward the sleeping infant. The original Elias pattern. That is not a person. It came from 1. Who? The man Elias was before memory transfer existed. What was his name? Victoria's face tightened. Jonah Reed. Reed. Sophia's family name. Evan felt Ethan react. Sophia Reed. The supposed illegitimate Sterling daughter. The woman connected to Mark. The wife in Ethan's first future. Was Jonah related to Sophia? Evan asked. Yes. How? Her grandfather. The revelation rewrote another part of their history. Sterling International had not encountered the Hayes family by chance. Sophia's bloodline came from the man whose memory started the entire process. Mr. Sterling's relationship with Sophia's mother had connected the Reed and Sterling families. Sophia's marriage to Ethan had not been merely an alliance. It had been an attempt to reunite Subject 2 with Subject 0's biological line. Did Sophia know? Evan asked. No. Did Mark? Jonathan did. Mark's father had guided everything. The letters. The marriage arrangements. Sophia's resentment. Claire's attachment to Ethan. Every path brought the same family lines together. Why? Evan asked. Victoria looked toward the sleeping infant. Jonah believed memory could survive death through descendants. Elias turned the belief into technology. I turned the technology into captivity. And Voss. She carried my need to recover what I lost. Cassandra. She carried the desire to escape me. Us. You carried Elias' unfinished conscience. Evan bristled. No. Victoria looked at him. No. We aren't carrying anyone's purpose. You carry the architecture. That isn't purpose. What is? What we do next. Victoria accepted the correction. The nursery requested Evan's chosen identification. Options appeared. Subject 2. Julian. ELISVOSS. EVAN Hart. He selected Evan Hart. Then he added Ethan Hayes as a coexisting identity. The system asked whether either name was primary. They answered no. The record changed. EVAN heart and ETHAN HAYS. Shared body, independent identities. It was not elegant. It was accurate. The return to the surface. The Meridian carried the team away from the nursery 2 days later. Independent observers, medical experts, and advocates traveled toward the facility. No government or corporation received sole control. Cassandra remained behind with Cassie. Victoria remained under supervision. She did not ask anyone to call her mother. Adrian chose to remain as well, not to raise the awakened identities, but to help document how the earlier program operated. Claire stood on the deck as the coastline appeared. Some memories had begun returning. Not all. She remembered a small apartment after the wedding. She remembered holding half of the silver star. She remembered opening a door and finding Ethan on the other side. She did not remember loving him. She remembered choosing to trust him. Ethan joined her. "May I?" "Yes." He stood beside her. "I remembered something," she said. "What?" "You gave me your room." "In the apartment." "Yes, you slept elsewhere because I said I didn't want to be a real wife." "That happened in one possible future." "Did it happen to us?" "Yes." "Were we married?" "Yes." Claire looked at the coastline. "Does that mean we're still married?" "Legally, probably." "That sounds romantic." "I'm trying not to claim you." "You may be trying too hard." Ethan smiled. "What do you want?" "I want to decide whether to remain married after I know who I am now." "That seems reasonable." "Until then, we can be whatever you choose." Claire held out her hand. "Friends." Ethan checked with Evan. The child approved. "Friends." They shook hands formally. Claire did not release his. "Friends can hold hands." "Some do." "Do you want to?" "Yes." They watched the coastline grow closer. Behind them, Noah, Lucas, and Adam argued over what kind of home they wanted. Noah wanted separate bedrooms. Lucas wanted a secure archive room. Adam wanted to live near the ocean, although he admitted that was probably a terrible idea. Grace had sent a message from the mountain. Their collective had voted. 3-1. They were dyeing all their hair blue. Caleb sent 17 complaints about group therapy. Miriam corrected the grammar in each complaint. Alina demanded a better therapist. Mark remained in the mountain, learning to inhabit his own face. Sophia did not reply to his photograph again. Not yet. The passenger in Daniel's memory, Daniel guided the Meridian into port. As the vessel entered the harbor, he experienced a memory that was not his. A child stood inside the nursery. Not one of the awakened bodies. The child watched Ethan and the others leave. He carried no assigned identity. No borrowed memories. No name. He approached the chamber containing Helena's isolated archive. The silver device was no longer inside. Cassandra had taken it to the mountain. Yet Helena's voice came from the empty space. "You waited." The child nodded. "Did Victoria see you?" "No." "Did Ethan?" "No." "Good." The child opened his hand. A small red pattern moved beneath his skin. Helena had placed part of herself inside a body with no identity. The consent protocol had not detected her because the body had never learned to answer questions. "Where should we go?" the child asked. Helena spoke through his thoughts. "To the beginning." "Where is that?" "The place where Jonah Reed created the first memory record." "Will Ethan follow us?" "Yes." "Why?" Because we're taking something he cannot allow us to keep. What? Helena opened a memory inside the child. Claire stood beside the lake. Not 9 years old. An infant. Jonah Reed held her, while the first memory scan recorded her developing mind. The data carried the designation. Maternal anchor, original. Claire had not entered the experiment at the lake. She had been born into it. Helena had hidden the record even from Victoria. The child smiled. Does Claire know? No. What happens when she remembers? She becomes the only person capable of controlling every body in the nursery. And if she refuses? Helena's voice softened. Then we show her the memory of why her mother created her. Daniel's hands tightened on the ship's controls. The external memory ended. He looked toward Claire. She stood beside Ethan, holding his hand. Daniel did not know whether Helena had sent the memory accidentally or deliberately. He did know one thing. A foreign identity pattern had entered his mind without consent. Claire, he called. She turned. Before he could warn her, his right hand moved independently. It reached for the emergency navigation control. Daniel seized his wrist with his left hand. Ethan saw the struggle. Daniel, get away from me. Claire moved closer. What entered you? I don't know. Daniel's right hand broke free. It activated the Meridian's autopilot. The vessel turned away from Jacksonville. The navigation screen displayed a new destination. Not the nursery. Not the mountain. A small island off the coast of Maine. The property owner appeared beneath the coordinates. Reed Memory Foundation. Adam read the name. Reed. Sophia's family. Daniel fought for control of his hand. A child's voice emerged from his mouth. Claire has to come with us. Ethan stepped between them. Who are you? The child smiled through Daniel's face. I don't have a name yet. Is Helena inside you? Yes. Daniel shouted from beneath the child's voice. No. His body convulsed. Claire reached for the navigation system. The child struck her hand away. Ethan caught Daniel's arm. The child looked through his eyes. You can't remove her. Why? She isn't transferring. Then what is she doing? Growing. A red pattern spread beneath Daniel's skin. The nursery had learned how to create bodies from memories. Helena had learned something more dangerous. How to grow a new identity inside a living person without replacing the one already there. Daniel screamed. The ship accelerated toward open water. The child spoke again. If you want your friend to survive, bring Claire to the island. Claire looked at Ethan. Another impossible choice. Another deadline. Another person used as leverage. This time, Claire did not wait for Ethan to decide. She drove her fist into the navigation console. The screen shattered. The autopilot failed. Daniel collapsed. The vessel slowed. The child's voice laughed through him. You'll still come. Claire knelt beside Daniel. Why? Because Jonah Reed did not only record your mind. What did he do? The child looked at her. He divided it. Claire's returning memories struck at once. A crib. A laboratory. A second infant beside her. Same eyes. Same blood. Another silver star. She gripped Ethan's arm. I had a twin. The child closed Daniel's eyes. Helena's final message came through the ship. Not had. The radio displayed a live image from the island. A woman stood beside an old lighthouse. She looked exactly like Claire. Not Grace. Not a manufactured body. A biological twin. She held the other half of Claire's first pendant. "My name is Evelyn Reed," the woman said. Claire stared at the screen. Evelyn smiled. "You finally remembered me." Behind her, Sophia stepped into view. Claire's half-sister held a gun. It was aimed at Evelyn. Sophia looked directly into the camera. "If you want answers, come quickly." A shadow moved behind her. Mark. Not the Mark who remained beneath the Canadian mountain. This man wore Mark's original face, but his eyes belonged to someone else. Jonah Reed. Sophia's grandfather. Subject 0. The man, every version of Elias had been created to replace. He rested one hand on Sophia's shoulder. "Bring Ethan too," Jonah said. Evan reacted inside their shared body. Fear, recognition, and a memory older than Julian. A man leaning over an infant's chamber. A hand against the glass. A voice saying, "You will carry me when I am gone." Ethan looked toward Claire. Her twin waited on the island. Jonah Reed lived inside Mark's face. Helena was growing inside Daniel. And the first memory ever forced into Evan's mind had finally returned. It was not love. It was an order. Become me. Don't worry, the second part, already in the work, should be out within 2 weeks if you're listening to this when the video first came out.